the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships. It got tighter at the top of the leaderboard. Fabulous Fabiano Caruana had won all his games with white, but Ray Robson showed some powerful preparation in a razor-sharp position and managed to hold Fabi to a draw. Reigning champion Hikaru Nakamura won his game against Alexander Shabalov, making it 2 in a row to serve notice that he is intent on keeping his hold of the title. World top 10 Wesley So tried to break away from the pack against super solid Alexander Onishchuk, but the defense held and Wesley had to settle for a draw and assure of the lead. The impressive Nazi Paikidze remained atop the women's race, but she's feeling the pressure as she's joined by the comeback queen, Anna Zatonski, and Tatev Abrahamyan, who miraculously held her game and is still in the hunt for her first title. The players are nearing the finish line. Round 9 coming up next.
Welcome to a gorgeous and busy weekend here in the Central West End as we have the 9th round of the U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. It's a crowded leaderboard in both sections. In the U.S. Chess Championship, it's Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana at the very top, followed very closely by Hikaru Nakamura and Ray Robson. Hikaru, Caruana, and Wesley all have black today. Very tough challenge. In the women's section, it's going to be the riveting matchup between Tatev Abrahamyan and Anna Zatonski that's going to be vying for the leaderboard. The winner of that match might take the entire tournament. They're currently in the lead with Nazi Paikidze. We see the players here behind me joining the fray as they go upstairs for their game. For analysis of today's round, we go with Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro. And here we are with just 3 rounds left in the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championship, but nothing decided yet.
Absolutely. We are primed for a dramatic finish, Jennifer. Wow. Round 9.
Absolutely right. And let's take a look at the standings in the U.S. Chess Championships. As Alejandro mentioned, we've got Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So tied with 6 points. Ray Robson and defending champion Hikaru Nakamura just a half point behind. And it really seems that the winner is going to come from these 4 players.
Without question. Without question.
And let's take a look. So here's a closer look. Caruana and So, Robson and Nakamura tied for 3rd with 5.5 points. But half a point ground to break, not that difficult.
Every half point, though, you've got to earn it in these events.
That's right. When Nakamura is going to be out for it, that's for sure. Meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we've got a 3-way tie for first. Nazi Paikidze, Tatev Abrahamyan, and Anna Zatonski. What I love about this logjam is that such different players. Anna, the fighter, Tatev, the tactician, and Nazi, just the classic player.
Yeah, the positional classic player.
And of course, Irina Krush, defending champion, you can't count her out either. Even though she's not in the greatest form, she's only half a point behind, and she could find her form any moment.
Absolutely.
So let's go to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for the key matchups today.
Well, round 9 is usually the end of an event, but not in this tournament. It's an 11-round tournament with 3 rounds to go, but this one is still huge, and some key matchups we're going to watch. First of all, this 15-year-old from Dallas, Texas, Jeffrey Zhang, playing in his first championship, unblemished so far, not a single loss, and a win against 5-time champion Gadakomsky. Will he be able to hold off Wesley So, who so far hasn't lost either and is in a tie for first and knows that this is an opportunity to win a game against a lower-ranked player? But then on the women's side, well, this is a big matchup. When you circle matchups, this is one of them you make sure you note for the women's title. Anna Zatonski, the comeback queen. She started slow with 3 draws, but she's won 4 out of the last 5 to rise to a tie at the top with this lady, Tatev Abrahamyan, who is desperate for her first title, having not won because of Zatonski and Krush. This is a big game for her. She held off Krush yesterday. Will she be able to hold off Zatonski today as they both try to make a run at the ladies' title? The round is coming up in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, this big matchup between these 2 ladies. But Anna has had a great score with Tatev. That's why Anna and Irina have been sharing the title so often, and why Tatev is so often the bridesmaid.
Well, I don't think Tata is super phased, though. One thing I've been really impressed in the women's championship is the mental game of so many players. They don't seem to get too upset after a loss, and they also don't seem to be too phased by a negative score against their opponents.
Let's check out the format for the event, by the way.
Yeah, let's look at all the pairings first.
All right.
So we've got Onishuk versus Nakamura, big one. Maybe we'll see a King's Indian there. That would be fun. Meanwhile, you've got Zhang versus Wesley. So we don't know what that game is going to look like. It could be really anything, because Zhang, even at 15 years old, what's the word when you can play E4 and D4?
Universal.
Ambidextrous?
Ambidextrous.
I knew I was going to mispronounce it.
You're so close.
That's why I was trying to set you up. Lenderman versus Caruana. I was trying to let you take the ball. And we also have Lenderman Caruana, another big one. Will Fabi be taking a risk with black? Or is he just going to play his good, solid chess and hope Lenderman slips up?
Overplays, yeah.
Meanwhile, in the women's championship, we've got, of course, the big matchup, Satansky versus Abrahamian, but other big ones, we got to follow all the leaders. Nazi Pakidze playing against Sabina Foiser. Sabina seems to be finding her form, so that is not going to be an easy game for Nazi.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Irina Krush versus Jennifer Yu is, of course, going to be a big one to watch as well, because Irina is going to be coming for blood, no doubt. And there she is, our defending champion.
Getting on her game face.
Let's take a look at our format for those of you who are just joining us. Well, shame on you. You can look at all the replays on YouTube. But
Right.
Now that you're here, we love you. And it's an 11-game round robin. That's 12 players in each section. The championship open to women and men. And then the women's section, there's a total of $300,000 at stake in both tournaments. And there are a lot of ties so far. Round after round, we see log jams at the top, so we may see a playoff in either of these events or both. If there's a two-way tie for first in either tournament, we're going to get a 2-game rapid match, 25 minutes with a 5-second increment, and that will be followed by an Armageddon game if it's undecided. Armageddon games always really fun, and they basically consist of a situation where the black pieces will get draw odds.
Right.
So the game is over. Unlike lots of chess competitions where you can split the point, you can't really split the point in an Armageddon match. If white wins, white wins. If black wins or draws, black wins.
Exactly.
And there we see Tatev Abrahamian gaining, or I guess I should say earning, many new fans in this tournament. In fact, we have some tweets coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs. And as always, you can call us as well. And several of those tweets have been bemoaning Tatev's lack of a Twitter feed. In fact, Brandon Guthrie says, "Why doesn't Tatev have an active Twitter? I don't know how to confess my love for her." Well, here I did it for you. That was a pretty clever way by hashtagging US Chess Champs. I hope I didn't embarrass you. But yeah, you can call us as well, and we love taking your calls. You know, it's funny because people are usually upset that you don't have a Twitter feed.
Yeah.
But despite his lack of a Twitter feed, by now even Yaz knows what a hashtag is.
Yeah, finally, I think I made that leap during this event.
And yes, our phone call number, I think, is about to pop up on the screen for those of you. 314-361-5465. As soon as you hear us on the air, please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question. You can also give us a comment, but we love to have some kind of question. And it's really great to hear from you, especially in the first couple hours. Sometimes towards time control, we can't take as many calls. And then after time control, we open up the lines again.
Absolutely. The phone calls have been great so far. And there's Jeffrey. Yeah, getting into the zone, isn't he? You can really see that. And Wesley always looks very unperturbed. He came into this event with a great deal of confidence, it seems to me, and he's sitting there at the board just waiting for that gong.
Being sweet and super confident at the same time is not two qualities that generally go together, but somehow Wesley manages it.
Yes, he really, really does. Manages it well. And your prediction for that big match between Anna and Tatev?
God, I gotta say,
You've seen them play for well over a decade and a half, I think.
That's right. I think Tatev is a little tired, so I'm gonna go with Anna. I think Tatev's last couple games might have tired her out, and also Tatev's. I think even though she didn't show her best stuff yesterday with White against Irina, I think she tends to be much better with White because she's such a great attacking player. Yesterday was really an off day for her with White, though she managed to fight back and get the draw anyway. In fact, really the two best fighting players in the tournament. I mean, just in terms of the fact that I think they sometimes augment their actual chess understanding and skills with just having that will to win.
And in Anna's case, she's really been on a fantastic roll, hasn't she? I mean, really gaining confidence with each victory that she's put together. After a very slow start, we knew she was going to be rusty, but almost a perfect time for her to round into her best form. And she's opened up with a queen pawn. And the games are underway. Let's have a look at what we've got. We've got Jeffrey, e4, king pawn, Rui Lopez against Wesley So. And Maurice, your thoughts as we begin round 9.
Just a quick overview before we go dig deep into the games. I just have the big board up here, and we see some interesting matchups. My feeling is on two boards, Jeffrey Jean, Wesley So, and Alexander Lundeman, Fabiano Caruana, the two leaders playing black today. Usually you're satisfied with the draw with black on the superstar level, that is 2,800 level. But I don't think they're going to be satisfied today because it is very likely that the other person might win the game. And so they're thinking, I've got to win with black today. And I think that they're going to be very aggressive. They're going to play a sharper opening with the black pieces. My sense is that they're going to go for it as opposed to just playing super solid chess. So we'll see how that game transpires. On the other hand, the game with Alexander Onischuk versus Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru knows Alex has won this title before, and he is very tough to beat, especially with the black pieces. So it's not clear to me that Hikaru is going to come out all guns blazing. We might see a King's Indian. We may have thought to see a King's Indian, but look at that. He's played e6 on move 2, avoiding the King's Indian. I think that he'd be satisfied with the draw against a very solid player as Onischuk because you could easily overreach and have it rebound against you. Critically, Ray Robson's matchup against Sam Shanklin, that's a big-time matchup for Ray. He knows that Sam is a very sharp player, and Sam has been shaky all tournament. So Ray could catch the leaders with a win. He's got White. This is a golden chance because he plays two of the big dogs in the next 2 rounds. So expect Ray to attack like crazy today. He's going to want to take down Sam, but Sam's no slouch. Another board we should just quickly glance at is Gadakomsky playing b3 on move 1. b3 against Akshat Chandra, going out of theory immediately. So that one is interesting, but not big impact on the standings. And finally, actually 2 matchups I'd like to talk about. Sabina Feuser. Sabina has been playing really well, and Nazi has been just at the front all the way through this tournament, but she's been nicked a couple of times. So how's she going to feel playing black today? I know that Sabina is going to want to go after her for sure. We'll see how that one transpires. Now, finally, Irina Krush. We had dinner with her last night, and I mean, she was so disgusted at herself. Very upset at how she's playing. The game she played yesterday against Tatev, she had such a gigantic advantage. I mean, it took all we could just to calm her down. She was so sick of herself for playing so badly. She had the whole story that I'm just playing badly this tournament. Well, after dinner and a few jokes, she definitely shifted with her mood and felt much better going into this round. So, Yaz, if she wins, we might want to take a check, a little piece of the action.
Exactly.
But we're nothing that we're favoring the players. Just happened to have dinner with her, and she seemed in good spirits. And today she knows this is a big game. She's playing one of the juniors, Jennifer Yu, all of 14 years old. That was the age Irina was when she won her first title, was 14. But she's not going to let this 14-year-old upset her today. At least that is not her intention. She's going to go for it. She needs to win if she's going to you have a chance of catching those 3 leaders ahead of her.
So does Irina get a cut if we have a really good show tonight as well?
No.
Oh, it only goes in one direction. Because
Exactly.
you guys make her feel better.
Exactly. Well, Irina settling down for a game with Jennifer Yu. I'm seeing a couple of Catalans, or at least Catalan-looking positions. If we go to that game, oh, no, I've got the wrong board in front of me. between Anna and Tatev. It opened with a queen pawn by Anna, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Probably these two moves by black, the Nimzo defense, are the two most popular moves when meeting d4 and c4.
Wait, which, oh, you mean?
The black defense.
So,
Knight f6 and
knight
e6.
f6 and e6.
Of all of the, d4, d5s, because you transpose into so many known systems, but there's an added flexibility from black's perspective in that this bishop does have this opportunity to play bishop to b4 check early, forcing an exchange of minor pieces. g2, g3, a Catalan defense that has been popular for 60, 70, 80 years at the top, less so amongst amateur players, but Vladimir Kramnik, the great specialist on the Catalan. c5, Tatev inviting a Benoni defense. Nothing doing, says Anna, has played knight f3, and am I up to date, or have they played trades? I think we do have one trade. C takes d4, knight takes d4, and we're up to date with the players, as it looks like we're going to have a very open Catalan.
Well, that'll make it fun for us, and we've got some more updates from Maurice.
Well, you talked about open. You remember earlier in the tournament we had so many e4 games, crazy chess. I'm looking at all 12 boards, and I see only 2 games that are true e4 openings. Looks like the players have decided to be very solid this round and go d4, c4, knight f3, and even b3. But one of the e4 games, look how fast it has gone ahead. This one between Jeffrey Zhang and Wesley So, they blitzed out the first 14 moves. Already there's a black pawn on c2. You might want to say Jadub, what is this? Let's switch it back for a white one. It's already sitting on c2 in this position as they've whipped out the moves, and they continue to play quickly. Knight takes, e6 was played, pawn takes. I mean, they're just playing. Let me catch up on the board here. They're now in this position, 18 moves in. Both have gained time on the clock. Wesley with an additional 8 minutes. Jeffrey just playing. Clearly, he's familiar with the position, and I'm not sure this position promises anything at all for Wesley as you look at it. He started out with an open Ruy Lopez, but there is no advantage here at all for black, especially after the very natural rook takes c2. There can be no advantage for black. If anything, black is slightly worse with this pawn on e6. So Jeffrey has found a position where Wesley has really no winning chances that I can see anywhere, but Wesley's calmly going into the line as though, hey, a draw is fine for me today.
That's exactly what he seems to be saying, Maurice. This line is known to give white just a small smidgen of a pull, but Wesley seems very content to make a draw and not test the younger player in any of the sharper openings and defenses that he could have chosen from.
Now, we do have a couple more comments coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs, including Ancient Chess, who says that, hey, Jen, Yaz, and Maurice, you guys rock my world. I'm Ray Robson's biggest fan. So we rock his world, but Ray, I guess, is an even bigger galaxy that he's rocking because he wants us to take a look at Ray's game today. Speaking of avoiding theory, Ray has done something. We got one of our very first calls, actually, was about the double fianchetto, which is a very reasonable opening, especially if you're playing bullet, but in long time controls as well. But not very theoretical. And Ray is playing that against Sam Shankland right now.
Yeah, well, the reality is this ready opening with the double fianchetto, when you're playing these top guys, Sam Shankland is especially well prepared in long, sharp, forcing defenses and openings. Ray's attitude towards this game was just to get a game, leave a lot of pieces on the board, and try his luck. He's in great form. Maybe Sam will overpress and choose a particular line that he likes. I'd just like to turn our attention again back to the game of Anna Zatonsky and Tatev for a moment, because I actually, when I was a kid, I was a really, really big admirer of Paul Keres. And Paul Keres, in this position that I have on my board, the Catalan, just going back a few moves, I used to follow in the footsteps of Paul Carrez. When I had an opportunity to play against a Catalan, I really liked the move that he made popular, which was e6, e5, just giving this knight in the center of the board the boot. The knight usually would drop back to f3 in order to attack the pawn on e5. And now I like this move, d5, d4, because yes,
I want a pawn.
Yes, indeed. You know me, I never sacrifice pawns unless
Not a center pawn.
Unless it was winning, just winning. You can't capture on e5, of course, because of queen a5 check with the old standard double attack, check to the king, and picking up this knight. So that knight is untouchable for a moment.
Yeah, this is basically a reverse Sicilian. So like
Exactly.
sometimes this exact same thing happens when white's playing and black plays like a C3 Sicilian or something.
Right.
Sorry. When this often happens in like a C3 Sicilian type position.
Exactly. So it's kind of, and it's, you kind of get a reversed Tarash as well. So knight c6, and there's this big pawn sacrifice. e2, e3, bishop c5, not a very good line, but again, a line that I really liked as a kid. Takes, check, bishop e6, and a lot of my opponents would either play knight to g5, as well as bishop h3. Let's just throw down knight g5 for a second, and you can see the kind of games that, the kind of position, pardon me, that attracted me to this whole line is I've lost a pawn, no question about it, I'm a pawn down, but look at my good development. This bishop on c5 is kind of looking down this diagonal against this pawn on f2. This rook on f8 is very well placed, and I'm ahead in development. It's not worth a pawn. I mean, for sure, white does stand better, but I actually had very, very good practical results with this line, and if you're not prepared for it, it can be a lot of fun for the black player.
A lot of fun. That's what Tatev is looking for. You can see her hair definitely matches her chess style. She enjoys fun on the board.
And let's see what she has chosen after knight takes. Oh my goodness! She actually did play this move e5 as well, but instead of going into the line I just mentioned with knight f3, knight b3 was Anna's choice. And I find that decision a little curious. Frankly speaking, I'm not familiar with the retreat knight b3. I've seen knight c2, knight f3. Almost everybody always played knight f3 against me. Knight b3, I would be tempted to simply continue with advancing the pawn, and I'm imagining that after castles, knight c6, Anna is thinking of something like e2, e3. The benefit, if I can call it that, for having this knight on, I think, a little bit less of a square, is that, pardon me, bishop c5 is not on the cards for black. So an interesting little twist in this round 9 game and this heavyweight matchup in the women's championships. Maurice, further insights to these interesting openings we're watching.
Yes, this particular position is interesting. And knight b3, I just went down a few moves in the theory of this line. And knight b3 has been seen quite a few times, actually. And it has usurped the move knight to c2, Yaz, as opposed to the knight f3, which is still the most popular move. This is the kind of position you could get in. I think that a player like Tatev, who's very tactical, very sharp, will like to see a position like this. It's very dynamic. It's not obvious exactly how you're going to break her formation down, and it's unbalanced. So she's going to be feeling good about this type of position. But clearly, Anna prepared this way of playing, and she didn't just play knight b3 for her health, just dropping it on the board. So it should be interesting to see how this position transpires, whether or not it will end up looking something like this or another idea she might have. But she has at least thrown Tatev off, who is also seemingly unfamiliar with this move, because she's stopping to think. And it's not as though she just blitzed out her next move, and she's very early in the game. So to be thinking already on a move like knight to b3, really important moment, development in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. See what happens? You retire for 10 years and theory changes. But we have a caller.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from. It looks like we might not, our caller might not be connecting. So let me take a couple of tweets to our hashtag US Chess Champs while we try to connect you. FAU Chess Club asks me, who or what is your biggest chess inspiration? Actually, when I was starting to become more into chess, especially in middle school and high school, I didn't really take to it quite as much in elementary school. I was really inspired by the Polgar sisters, especially Judith, who was playing in all the elite tournaments at the time. I remember sometimes scouring your magazine, Inside Chess, and she would usually be the only woman featured in, unless there was like a women's championship or something. She would be the only woman who had games featured in it, and that's why one of the reasons I wrote the book Play Like a Girl. Since then, there's been so many successful female players, so we collected all of their best tactics to try to teach kids the basic tactics, even like skewer and pin, using the games of female players. And right now we actually have good news for girls chess in America. The All-Girls Nationals just started yesterday in Chicago, and it's the biggest turnout in the 12-year history of the event by 100 players.
Wow.
So really shattering previous records.
Wow, that's fantastic news.
Yeah, it's really great. And the U.S. Chess Federation's Women Committee this year is super active. So I think that's part of the credit.
And that tournament you just mentioned in Chicago, what age groups is that for, Jennifer?
It's a high school, K-12 basically.
K-12, got it.
Yeah, so.
And I noticed you didn't say your dad was your biggest inspiration.
Well, of course.
You're leaving it to me to say Mike Shahade was my big inspiration in chess?
Well, of course, Dad taught me how to play chess, but I ended up trying to play as least like him as possible. So he would play the French. I would go run as far away from the French as I could. He would play C4. I would always play E4. It was very opposites.
I see. Father like that.
And I think we have the phone call situation fixed, so let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm John Compton. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, speaking of Chicago.
So, yeah. So yesterday there was the game between Nazi Pakidze and Katerina Nemtsova, and you both recognized that plan, or like Yasser and Maurice recognized that plan from Jack Rogers and Tigran Petrosian. I was kind of wondering how you guys recognize plans from games so fast, or where you get these classics.
All right, John. First of all, it was Jack Peters, Tigran Petrosian versus Jack Peters. It's not an easy question to answer. It's just sort of like you have this great deal of knowledge, and you've seen so many patterns, and you understand in that specific type of position, White can't just force her c6 pawn up the board, and she's going to have to open up a new battleground, so to speak, and that lever was to open up the king side with the move g2, g4. So clearly, Naji was going to prepare this move g2, g4, and this idea of opening up a new battleground should prompt you to think, well, I don't want my king sitting in the middle of the line of fire, so let's evacuate the king. Let's get the king out of the way. And I don't know exactly why a pattern gets triggered like that. Just that there are so many patterns that I'm very familiar with. It just comes to my mind when I see a position like that.
Especially when it's a very unusual pattern. And that's the interesting thing about memory in chess. It's not just about remembering specific moves, but having a memory for key patterns.
And Maurice had the same thing. Maurice, how do you figure it out?
Well, for me, just starting from that particular example, I made a deep study of Petrosian's games. I remember a time when I was a wild attacking player. I just always wanted to attack, and the only thing I knew was direct chess. And I remember Alexei Dreyev, played him in a tournament way back, Grandmaster Alexei Dreyev. I played him a game, and I remember after the game he defeated me, and I said, how do I get better? And I'm an attacking player, and he said, study Petrosian. And I was, really? That doesn't sound right. And then I started studying Petrosian, and there were just so many wonderful nuances in Petrosian's games, the positional ideas that he had, the exchange sacrifice that he did quite often, and the idea of prophylaxis, the way he played. All of it was just so interesting. And one of the games, two of the games actually, the one with the Peters, and I don't recall the other one, but I know he did the exact same idea. he played this idea and it just struck me. And I think that that's what really happens. Certain ideas just strike you. It's not necessarily, sometimes you work it out, you say it's logical. But sometimes you see an idea, you see somebody march their king to the other side of the board and you go, that makes so much sense in hindsight. It's so logical. Wow, this guy thought of it. And then you watch the rest of the game, you're so impressed by it, it just lodges in the memory. And then the next time something like this happens, it just comes right back. And I think that a lot of patterns we learn that way. There's so many ideas that I've seen. Tal, for example, sacrificing pieces on E6 or F5. I mean, Tal was my big influence. And you'd say, wow, okay, I get it. It's sacking like Tal. And that's what happens because we study so many games, we reviewed so many games, we love so many games, and they just come to mind. And Yasser, in your case, you were actually there when Petrosian played that great maneuver in his game. I'd like to, before I throw it back to you guys, show you a pattern we may remember because you won't see it again or that often. Check out this one, Gadakomsky against Akshat Chandra. And you see this move B3 and you go, what are you doing? And then bishop B2, knight C6, E3, knight F6. This is a B3 system for sure. Bishop B5, now bishop to D6, putting the bishop in front of the pawn. That is not seen too often, but it does guard the pawn in this position, very specifically guarding this pawn on E5. But you're wondering about this bishop. So already, this is the kind of game where your brain is going to, if we see this next year, I'm going to remember this for sure. Oh yeah, Gada did this against Akshat. Now, knight to A3. I mean, come on. Teach this to your students. This kind of chess. Fianchettoing early, putting a knight on A3. Now A6, bishop back to E2. And Gada has gotten his opponent in a kind of position he wants him to, a little bit off foot, seeing a strange position. Akshat played the move E4 here. And already a bizarre position, challenging Gada to play this move, knight to C4, which looks quite natural here, but he just dropped back with the idea of D5. So Gadakomsky trying to fool his young opponent maybe and confuse him, but so far the youngster is saying, I'm not having any of it. This is not a game that's going to have too much bearing on the title, of course, but it's still a clash of a veteran versus youth.
Thank you, Maurice. And the move B2, B3 to me by Gada is kind of like the veteran throwing his hands up in the air and saying, I just don't see how to get an advantage in many of the main lines. Let me do something a little offbeat, a little bit unusual, and see if I can't simply outplay my opponent. But we have another caller.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm Bob from Greene County, New York, and I'd like to know actually two things. Number one, should either section go to a playoff? What is the format? Is it a 30-minute game? Exactly what are they going to do? And secondly, I saw Anna Zatonsky with her beautiful little son on your show the other day, and I'm wondering what you think, how he would fare in a match with Rex Singfield.
Oh, he's trying to...
Well, first of all, we love competition. So yes, it would be quite competitive, but little Joshua still's got to learn the moves. He knows how to chew on the pieces. He still hasn't figured out all of their movements.
That's right. Anna does have a daughter.
Sophia.
That's
yeah.
right. But the first question about playoffs is, yes, of course we have playoffs. We're not going to determine the winner of this great championship by tiebreak, considering that it's a round robin. And the tiebreak method, if there's a two-way tie for first, which is the most likely scenario, is going to be a game 25, two-game rapid match with game 25 with a 5-second increment for each player, each move. And if that's split, in other words, if both games are drawn or if they trade wins, then we go to an Armageddon rapid match in which they bid to see who gets black. And I believe the base time for that game is 45 minutes. If there's a two-way tie for first, it might be even lower if there's a three-way tie for first to make it smoother and quicker. So you basically bid. This Armageddon game is kind of confusing to people, but basically we bid to see who picks the lower time, and if you pick the lower time, you get that amount of time, but you also get the black
Draw
pieces
odds.
and draw odds. So, and I get 45 minutes. So if you pick, for instance, 30 minutes and I pick 31 minutes, I don't have to take 31 minutes. I instead take 45, you take 30, and you get the black pieces and draw odds.
Right.
So people tend to bid pretty low. I mean, we've had some very low bids, even as low as like
20 minutes kind of.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because remember, there's also a 5-second increment, so the idea of draw odds is very compelling to some people.
Yeah, so essentially in that Armageddon, the white player has more time but has to win. I'm seeing an extraordinarily sharp line between Alexander Lendeman and Fabiano Caruana, which, whoa,
Yeah.
I'm sure this is all theory because the players have played rather quickly. I recall a number of games, I think most especially between Hikaru Nakamura white, Levon Aronian black, when Levon was playing this so-called Armenian variation of the Queen's Gambit decline, Bishop E7, trying to induce white to play Knight F3, so that now white can play Bishop G5, but black has, in a subtle way, forced the move Knight F3. What we saw here instead by Alexander Lendeman was this immediate capture, followed by Bishop F4. C7, C6 in order to develop the light squared bishop. Black first does this by cementing his pawn on D5. If in this position you play Bishop F5, a move too early, then Queen B3 is more than just annoying because it has a double attack against the B7 as well as the D5 pawn. So first, black plays C6, E2, E3, now Bishop F5. Black is happy, his light square bishop is out from, is developed on a good diagonal, but it suddenly becomes a target after the move G2, G4. All of these moves are very well known back to Botvinnik in the 1950s, attacking the bishop. At one time, the bishop would drop back to the square G6, but it was found to be a bit too vulnerable after the move H2, H4. This bishop would oftentimes come under attack, especially from Knight F3 and Knight E5. So the bishop has dropped back to E6 in modern practice, and black's idea is, hey, you're the one who has weakened your king side, with the move G4. Alexander Lendeman continued with H4. All of these moves are very theoretical. And now this move H6 by Fabiano looks right. I mean, after all, these pawns are extended. Why not attack them so that this knight on F6 can develop? G6, and now big surprising move. Again, this could all be theory. I'm just not familiar with this line, so I'm going to turn it to Maurice shortly. But before I do that, I can tell you there's some real danger here that black could be under.
Well, why don't you explain why?
Exactly. Well, first of all, if this knight either gets to the F4 square before black can adequately resolve the problem, his bishop on E6 is a really big target.
And that's exactly what Alex is doing, by the way. He's playing Knight H3 and Bishop G3 to try to maneuver in that way.
And also, this pawn on G6 is really a kind of a bone in the throat.
Oh, it looks like juicy.
Yeah,
but
you don't want to live with that on the king side. So, big
Go back
problems.
a couple moves.
Yes.
What would have happened if after G6 black took on G6? Let's
Exactly.
take a look at that because that's a
That
natural.
looks a lot more natural. Well, after takes on G6,
We got to start
the
ganging
bishop,
up on that pawn, right?
Yeah, the bishop would come to D3.
And then
Oops.
one of the
And if you drop back with the bishop to defend the pawn, my queen would... Now, this is a pawn sacrifice. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is a pawn sacrifice. But as soon as white regains this one pawn, kind of has some Benko Gambit type of qualities, if you'll allow for a second, except the Benko Gambit's occurring on the king side and not on the queen side.
That's right.
And by the way, we have a reverse Benko Gambit in the game of Arena. So some weird games taking place.
Just very weird indeed.
In this round.
It's
And
funny because Chess24 actually has hashtagged US Chess Champs and said, don't try this at home, referring to Caruana's F5 with no pause for thought.
Wow.
But of course, the whole point is Caruana did try it at home.
Yes.
And that's why he's playing it, right?
He tried it. I hope so,
Oh,
because
yes.
this looks very dicey. Maurice, Big strategic risk going on here for Caruana.
Yes, his F5 is indeed a novelty according to the databases. It seems as though this move has not been played before, the move F5. The other move has been takes on G6 or simply knight out to F6. Both moves have been played. We've seen about 18 games in our database in this exact position, one of those two moves. F5 came just at a clip, as though this is something that he had looked at and analyzed quite deeply. And so a bit of a surprise already. Bishop to G3, just one of many moves Lindemann could have played, but he seems like he understands what his strategic point is, which is to get that knight to the H3 square, as you mentioned, Yaz. And it has actually transpired. After knight out, he's played knight to H3 and has put Fabiano into a little bit of a think in that position. After that move, knight to H3. Let me see if I can find that position right here. Knight to H3 is on the board. And Fabi, again, almost instantly played knight to B6. So we're in weird country for sure. In a lot of these games, this weird pawn formation on this side has now knight F4 is also on the board. The engines give white only a smidgen of an edge. White has a slight edge in this position. We're anticipating that this bishop will just drop back to D7 in this position. But certainly this pawn is going to sit here for a while. Now, is it going to be in white's way? Because it's not going to be so easy to get through or blast through on this side. Also, white's king, where is it going to live? If it goes to the G file, of course, then, of course, it's blocked. There's a lot of protection on that side, and it's not easy to get at it. But then again, the H pawn's already up the board. Will that pawn go to H5? Crazy position here. And you mentioned this other game with Irina in the reverse, Benko. This one right here, she's already sacrificed a pawn, assuming that she has Benko-style compensation, but the champion has given up a pawn in order to get play. That's all she's playing for is play, because the black king is safe on this side of the board, and I'm counting right, 6 pawns to 7. She's down a pawn saying, I have a Benko, and I'm just going to play that way. Not clear that she has full compensation, especially with this king being nestled so well on this square. I'm a little bit doubtful of her compensation in this position. A big risk she's taking, but check out another game. Whoa, in this position here, was everything looking solid to you until this move? F4 looking to smash black's pawn formation. F4 in the position right now. A sharp game on the women's side. Clearly the top players are going for it, as they know they need wins if they're going to separate themselves from the pack. In this position, already super sharp, sending Tatev Abrahamian into a big think. She's not in any real time pressure right now, but she knows that Anna is gunning for her in this round.
Wow. F4. As a kid, my eyes would have just like opened wide. I just don't see how it's possible that white could get away with such a challenging move. Big decision there by Anna. I mean, as we say, be careful, the tiger you invite to dinner, he may eat you. E5, E4, establishing this extremely powerful pawn duo in the center of the board. Anna better have something very special here, because it's very easy for me to see that black is ready to develop both bishop's castle, and frankly, white will just get smashed unless she has a way of attacking these pawns in the middle of the board. My knee-jerk response is, no way can you do that as white. Simply no way.
And that means a lot coming from you, because
yeah.
I know you have a lot of affection for bishops on G2.
Yes, I do, but this looks very, very dangerous indeed. And we have a caller.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know where you are and who you are.
Hello, my name is Nathan, and I'm a college student over in Maryland.
Hi, Nathan.
And my question is for all three of you, Jen, Yasser, and Maurice. And when I'm playing in chess tournaments, the thing I hate most is when I'm sitting up against a little kid in maybe 8th grade or 6th grade, and they suddenly beat me. And so I'm wondering, from you, Yasser, Jen, and Maurice, what are your pet peeves in chess tournaments?
Pet peeves in chess tournaments. Losing to somebody so much younger can be annoying, But if you learn something from it, it's not bad at all. What are your pet peeves?
Let me guess what yours are when your opponent's eating.
Yes,
like
actually,
a steak sandwich or like Chinese food.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting. I simply never allow it.
Yeah, okay. So
I just say, excuse me, you have to leave.
Oh, I know what my pet peeve is when they play one night F3, and
Okay,
they don't normally play one night F3.
Or they don't let you use your system, your night, or for something.
Whether you play the Grunfeld or like I was going through a stage where I was playing the Nimzo and the Bogo, both of those are hard to play against night F3.
Yeah.
So I was like, get some Chinese food, but play E4. Come on.
I would say my only real pet peeves is I've played some opens. Now I'm retired. I don't play in opens that much anymore. And the arbiters' pairings are wrong, or the rounds don't start on time. Little annoyances like that kind of throw me off. Maurice.
2 games a day and
2 games a day? No, I'm not going there
2
anymore.
6-hour games a day.
No, Maurice, your pet peeves, maybe both as an organizer as well as a former player.
Well, I can only, as an organizer.
I got a lot of peeves.
Start writing the list. Don't go there. Man, you don't know what chess tournaments are like to organize until you try it yourself. Whoa, I mean, the pressure of putting on a tournament and all the questions players have, and everybody thinks it's all about them. Nobody else counts. It's just their problem. But, you know, that's part of the job as an organizer, to make sure everybody's happy, but quite a challenge. As a player, I really didn't have too many pet peeves, or I'm struggling to even think of one. But one I would say is BO. When players don't shower, it's hard to play chess when you're sitting across somebody who's, let's call them malodorous. It's hard to concentrate. I'd say, make sure you shower and brush your teeth. Use some mouthwash. But another pet peeve I have is quick draws. And it looks like we have one right now. But Kidzi Foyser has ended. They have played to a quick draw. Foyser has decided she doesn't want to see any part of the battle, and Pakidze has decided also to stop quickly. So, quite a surprising development here.
Let's see what forced repetition, Maurice. We'll just take it from the opening.
Of course, because we have a 30-move draw roll, so it must be a repetition in order for it to be a draw.
A Queen's Indian with after this move b7, b6, suggesting that the bishop is going to be fianchettoed, a Queen's Indian defense for black, e3, one of many ways to combat black's defense. All of these moves are extremely standard. A6. A6 to stop this knight potential from coming to the b5 square to harass the bishop. I'm more familiar with what happens when black tries to play the move knight e4. But a6, queen c2 in order to prevent knight e4, but with the queen no longer guarding this knight on f3, Naji saw this opportunity to double up the pawns on the king side, and she played the move knight d5. Whoa. Takes.
Well, so it's very funny because it's kind of similar to her situation from yesterday, isn't it? Where there was a forced draw by Perpetual and she was on the other side of it. So here we're threatening mate.
Mate in one.
So you got to play f4, but then
to stop the mate, and then the queen can just come, and the players repeated 3 times, and a draw agreed. So an easy day for Naji, drawing with the black pieces without any difficulty.
But this might put her under the gun if Irina or Anna, if Anna or Tatev win their game, she's no longer going to be in the lead.
Yeah, I understand that, but you got to play the position in front of you, and Naji obviously felt that her best play was to force the repetition.
Or otherwise the white center would be too strong, you think?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
we've got Sabina Foyser with us, so let's find out.
Yes, we are with Sabina after a very quick day at the office. Sabina, what happened here? Were you shocked by the move knight d5?
When I played Queen C2 and she took in C4, I remember that Elshan actually played the game like this.
Elshan,
my fiancé, Morati Abadi.
Grandmaster.
Grandmaster, yes. This summer against Cornet, and I was like, oh no, I hope she doesn't do that. And then, I mean, I have nothing to do there. So she told me as we were coming downstairs that she looked at this. She had seen this. So, I mean, I didn't expect her to play B6 because she never played. So, yeah, what to do?
So not much to do as she forced the draw against you. Were you disappointed not being able to play for a game?
She's a very strong player. So draw was you know, something I was, you know, trying to play a decent game and, you know, have the draw in the pocket. So it's the result is okay. I didn't expect her to want to make a draw given that she was in the lead. So I was expecting maybe she would try to win because she was in the lead. So, but we're also friends. So I mean, but we didn't talk at all this tournament. So I don't know.
Okay, well, that sometimes chess is just a draw.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us, and hopefully you can get 2 long games in the next 2 rounds.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Sabine. So that definitely, the black piece is a factor in Nagi's game today. I mean, the tried and true formula for the last 500 years has been to hold with black and to win with white. And
I don't know if it's going to work in this tournament with so many logjams at the top. Even Nakamura and Caruana, I think, today are hyper aware of the fact that that tried and true formula might not work in this round robin with so many hungry lions.
True that.
I mean, because the point is just to win, right?
Of course.
But there are 2 games left to go. Nazi Pikidze with Maurice Ashley about today's game.
We're with a woman who's been leading the tournament for several rounds now. And today, Nazi, a quick draw with the black pieces. Was that your plan coming in?
Not at all. I really hoped she would play something more aggressive. And I actually did look at this opening because she played a similar game, 2 similar games actually in this tournament. And I did see this Queen C2 right before I left the room, and I was like, how does black equalize here? And then I saw this first line. I was like, okay, if she goes this, at least I have this draw. And then it actually happened in the game, and I was like, well, it's either this or I can continue to fight, but it's not like I was going for a better position.
So what are your feelings about this draw now? You have 2 players who are tied with you, who are playing to try to win today, and Irina Krush, who's also half a point behind, who could catch her if she wins.
Yes, as tournament standings is going to be more intense now, but I can't be too sad I drew with black. I'm just going to focus on the last 2 rounds.
Are you going to now go to the gym, given that you finished so quickly?
Yes, I'm going to be there all day.
Be there all day, okay. Well, thanks for joining us, and go sweat.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow, that was quick. We're going to lose our commentator jobs if all the games were to end like that. I mean, okay, it's a decent game.
We've had some long shows, Yasser. I don't think we have to worry. And it looks like I've heard news that Jeffrey and Wesley might be in some kind of repetition situation as well.
Wow.
Repetition situation sounds so much better than it is, right?
A repetition.
But let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Right.
This is really a mirror image in that Wesley could also find himself not controlling his own destiny, even if he feels like this was a solid result.
Right.
Sometimes you might look back and wonder what could have been. Remember, very early in the tournament, Nakamura is hyper aware of this because he said something about his game against Caruana that he wanted to take risks because he thought if he played solid, Fabi might run the table and he would no longer be able to control his destiny. So he wanted to take it on. Obviously, it backfired, but now he's back in the hunt.
Oh, for sure, he's back in the hunt. Backfiring is one thing. Taking a risk, he actually had a very decent position, and Maurice and I did a kind of post-mortem where where I highlighted the exact moment where I thought that Hikaru did something wrong and things went south. But I don't blame him one bit for the risk he took, and I thought he had a good game. All of this, up to this point, has been very well known opening theory for quite a number of years already, and this endgame, again, just slightly better for white. The nuance of this pawn, you just move that pawn over to the f6 square, and it's an identical symmetrical position. Slight weakness for black, so we tend to think that white has a small edge, nothing significant. And whenever black can get into endgame, a rook ending, where there's really no good way for white to attack this pawn with more than the rook, it's really not a weakness. So already at this point it's equal, and
boy, they're almost at move 30 because they trotted out so many moves of theory.
Exactly. Now, I don't know if Wesley thinks that he can press his opponent. One way you might try to press, let me say, how could you even possibly think to play for a win with black? Let's just imagine the move rook a5, attacking the pawn on a2. You make the move b3. The rook would come to the a3 square with the idea a5, a4 to create a weakness on the square b3. But guess what? Very easy for white to defend that pawn weakness. Rook b2, marching the king to d3. I think that this position is, quite frankly, at this moment, very, very drawn.
Let's take a look at how that quick Pikidze draw affects our standing. Well, right now, Naji Pikidze in first place with 6.5 points. Meanwhile, tied for second, but in play, Katev Abrahamian and Anna Zatansky. So they both can't lose. It's not possible for both of them to lose. So one of them will be catching up to Nazi. The question is, will one of them be surpassing her? And with that dynamic position in which you really like black, there's a very high chance that Nazi will no longer have the destiny in her hands. And she also has a very tough pairing in the last round. She's playing Irina with the black pieces.
Exactly.
So let's take a phone call and let us know who you are and where you're calling from. Welcome to the U.S. Championship Show.
Yes, hello, this is Jamie calling from Roswell, Georgia.
Hey.
Hi, Jamie.
Yeah, hi. First of all, forgive me if some of these questions seem long-winded, but there is a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. My first question is about opening preparation. Basically, I started playing chess when I was a kid. I was pretty good. I won a few tournaments, scholastic tournaments. I was about 1,600 rated. Not bad for a 13-year-old. Obviously, nowhere near the level of these kids in this tournament. But I quit the game for a long time because of school and my career. And at the age of 25, I got back into it about a year ago. And actually, the reason I was drawn back into chess was because of you guys.
Wow.
I watched your coverage of the last U.S. Championship, and I got hit by the nostalgia, and I got excited for the game again, and I was curious to see just how good I could get. So for the past year, I've worked pretty hard on my game in my spare time. I'm a member of all the best chess websites. I devoured all the lesson material. I do the tactics trainers, the opening videos, and I do work with chess-based, so really just legitimate to get better. And I've got a system for myself where, since free time is a commodity these days, I can get the most out of the time that I do have. A few days ago on the show, Yasser, you and Maurice were stressing the importance of studying the endgame over the opening. But to be honest with you, the secret to my rapid improvement over the last year was playing blitz over the internet. Mm-hmm. And when I first started, what I found was that I would get so far down on the clock from trying to think my way through every single opening that I would just get pressed flags on a regular basis. And what I realized is that I needed to learn the openings that I liked the most well enough to rattle off the first 10 or 15 moves, more or less automatically. You can't spend 90 seconds on the first 10 moves in a 5-minute game. It's just not going to cut it. But so what I've done, I play the French and the English defense as black, sometimes the Grunfeld against knight f3, and always e4 with white. So I've reduced the range of my openings to just the absolute minimum, the buying blitz. But the ones that I play, I know them extremely well.
Could I just ask you if you could just ask the question? The comment's going a little too long for us.
Yeah, sure, no problem. But anyway, I'm at about the 2K rating area right now, my USF rating. I played in some local tournaments, but I'm just considering whether or not I should go for IM. My concern is that playing in these increasingly competitive ranks, that my opponents are going to sniff out my weakness and say, hey, this guy, you know, because of all the databases these days, that they'll just say, this guy has a narrow repertoire. If he goes A, B, or C, or D, I'll go E, F, and G.
All right. Well, we appreciate your question. Actually, I tend to agree with you about the openings. I think it's one of those things where if you want to be a strong player, you kind of have to do both. Mm-hmm. You do have, especially you're saying that you're 2000, and I think your methodology of playing a lot of blitz games and, you know, learning your openings in that way, finding out what you like and why you like it. I believe that when Yasser and Maurice were talking, I think they were referring to players a little weaker than yourself that really shouldn't focus on openings, like people who are really just starting out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you got to really know the basic end games first, because then it's kind of reverse engineering. You get middle game positions and you go, oh, that's an end game that's favorable for me. So if you know your end games, it helps your middle games, which in turn will affect your choice of openings as well.
But what works, works. And as for goals, it really comes down to you, what works for you personally. The goal of going from 2000 to IM is a big one, because there's also the mini goal of reaching 2200, which is a great achievement in itself. But if you want to have a bigger goal to keep you motivated, the key thing, I think the whole purpose of goals is to keep you motivated. Is a goal going to freeze you because you've slipped up, or is it going to continue to motivate you? So you really are the best judge of whether it's working or not. And we've got Maurice with an update on the Sizzling So game.
Oh, yeah, this one is just sit back and get your popcorn, because it's going to get real exciting. Or not. Look at this, a rook and pawn ending where Wesley So has put his rook, he's buried his rook on the A3 square. There's nothing to do, though, about it. It looks like the plan A5, A4 will happen, and Jeffrey will have to defend this ending. Really, it is Jeffrey defending, despite having this weak pawn on E6. This A4 plan is unstoppable, so he's going to have to bring something to maybe the king to B2 to guard against that. But other than that, there is no weakness at all in White's position. So it seems as though this one is just going to be a draw, barring some weird accident. I thought that this would be the sharp game, but it's turned out that it's the Lenderman-Caruana game that's complete chaos. And you take a look at this formation. The king is now on F2. He didn't even bother to think about castling. He just said, let me tuck my king in on F2. A la Fabi earlier against Sam Shanklin, Fabi also played with an idea, a sort of French formation. If I remember correctly, it was a French game, in fact. Though there's no pawn on E5 and pawn on E6, so that's a lot of changes. But the light square structure, the king can go tuck itself out over here. Bishop will come into the game. A very blocked formation, which means that there are a couple of plans. Black will look for the C5 break at some point, while White may or may not look for E4 as a break. This one is super sharp. I think that this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Caruana. He should be happy with a position like this one. Sharp, unbalanced, chances to outplay a weaker player, a lower rated player. Of course, it might backfire, but after all, that's why he's a professional. So that would bode well for him if he could win, but we're talking too early, while Wesley So looks like he's aimed going towards a very tepid draw.
And meanwhile, somewhere in between, perhaps the Goldilocks solution is Hikaru Nakamura, whose game has some imbalances in that there is an isolated queen pawn, but is not as crazy as Fabi's and certainly not as dry as Wesley's.
Exactly.
So,
that looks like a sharp and fun game as well. Yeah.
So what will be just right here at the championship? We'll find out. We have a couple fun comments coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs. Eric Kurtz asks, I'm 1700 US Chess. Should I try to break into the top 10 in the world?
Yes.
We love it when you guys have a sense of humor, and for sure. We also have a question from John Hartman. What is your favorite little-known tip or trick for using ChessBase? Well, I feel like we got to throw that one to Alejandro at some point. My big tip is save often. I always find that I'm doing a million things on my computer. I got my ChessBase, all these different browsers open, jamming to some music on iTunes, and then suddenly I go downstairs and I come back up and everything's gone.
You
gotta save.
I would say backup. Control save and back up your analysis.
But for some more elaborate tips, maybe we'll get some words from Alejo at some point.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we've got a special guest in studio.
Yes, we're with David Edmonds, who has a PhD in philosophy, studied at Oxford, has a book, most famously, as far as chess players are concerned, has written a few books, but most famously, Bobby Fischer Goes to War.
That's right.
And you have a recent book called Who Killed the Fat Man? I'm very interested in what that one's about. Not because I'm fat or anything.
You're very live.
David, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now, it's odd because you interviewed me a couple of days ago.
Yep.
And
Yasser.
And Yasser as well. So we get to turn the tables on you and put you in the hot seat.
It's not pleasant.
Tell us about your research on Bobby Fischer Goes to War.
Well, it's about 10, 12 years old now, that book, and we tried to interview everybody who was left alive. What was unique about it was we had access to the Soviet archives for the first time. So we found out what the Soviets were thinking, what the Soviets were planning. We bought actually some of their files and a diary from Ivonin, who was the deputy sports minister. So we had exactly the Soviet authority perspective on the game.
Why were they willing to open up this data to you?
Well, it was the end of the Cold War. You know, all the books that came out about Bobby Fischer came out about the time of the match itself. There were like 3 dozen in the 2 years after the match itself. And now the Cold War was over. Nobody was looking back at the match, so we went back and looked at the match and got the Soviet perspective. But also, the most exciting thing from my perspective was that the FBI, for most modern historians, do all your research for you. So I got in touch with the FBI. Couldn't get any files on Bobby Fischer himself because he was still alive at the time. But I thought Regina, his mum, she was a left-winger, a communist. I thought, I bet the FBI has got a file on her. So I approached the FBI and I said, can I have access, freedom of information request? And every couple of months I'd follow it up and they'd say, no, we're still working on it. And after a time I realized that something strange was going on, and it took about a year. And eventually, through my letterbox, came these 2 huge volumes on Regina Fischer. They'd followed her for 25 years. Lots of it redacted, but just incredible information, including, of course, what became clear was that Bobby Fischer's father was not the man he thought he was, and it was, in fact, a Hungarian called Nemenyi. And ironically, given, of course, that Bobby Fischer became a ranting anti-Semite, both his parents, it turned out, were Jewish. Absolutely incredible tale. Tell us about this new book of yours, Who Killed the Fat Man. What's That's that not a chess book, but so there's a famous puzzle in philosophy. So you imagine a train is going along, it's out of control, and there are 5 people stuck on the track ahead of you, and the train is going to kill the 5 people. You're standing by the side of the train, you can turn a switch and turn the train down a side spur. Unfortunately, there's 1 person on that side spur. So the question is, should you turn the train to save the 5 people, which will kill 1 life? Now, almost everybody says you should do that. There's another scenario. The train is going along. It's going to kill 5 people. It's out of control. The brakes have failed. This time, you're standing by a footbridge. There's a big fat guy next to you. He's leaning over the footbridge. You can give him a gentle shove. He'll go over the footbridge. He'll land on the track. And his sheer bulk will stop the train from killing the 5 people. The question is, should you push the fat man? Now, almost nobody thinks you should push the fat man. So it's weird, because in the first case, almost everybody thinks you should turn the train to save the 5 lives. In the second case, almost nobody thinks you should push the fat man. The question is why. So this is an exploration of that paradox.
So this is what philosophers spend their time on,
it's
whether or not fat people are going to die.
Well, you know,
what is that about?
Chess is a strange way to earn your living, and philosophy is a strange way to earn your living, you know.
Absolutely. Now, you did come here to take a look at what the miracle happening in St. Louis.
Yeah.
What have you seen so far that's excited you?
So I pitched this story to the BBC, and thankfully they accepted that there's a very strange development going on. St. Louis has become the chess capital, not just of America, but of the world, really. I mean, there's just so much going on here. And so I'm doing a half-hour documentary for the BBC on just why it happens, why it's happened, what the effect of the on the city will be, and all the things going on around chess in St. Louis. So we've come to the championship, of course. We've just been to the Hall of Fame just across the road. I've been to some of the public schools where they're teaching chess in some of the schools, hoping to see the mayor to talk about chess in the city. So we're looking at it from lots of different angles.
Fantastic. The BBC is
covering it and learning about trash talk as well.
I know. I saw you out there playing with the brothers outside, the tables in front.
So I'm fascinated by this because I can't play and talk at the same time. Now, you said that you grew up doing that. I just can't manage it, and I'm in awe of those who can do it. And that's really what I learn. That's what I want to learn over the next few years: how to trash talk and play at the same time.
You're a PhD in philosophy, and your big goal is to be a trash talker.
That's what I want. That's my aim. That's my aim.
Amazing. By the way, does the FBI have any files on Rex Sinquefield?
Do you know? It would be interesting to find out, but we won't find out, I'm afraid, until after Rex is gone.
Oh, then we don't want to know then. Fine. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Okay. We appreciate the time. David Edmonds, certainly a great wit, sharp wit, and great books. Definitely go look him up on Amazon right now.
I'm absolutely going to check out the Fat Man book. That sounds amazing.
I'd push the fat guy. David, a question that has always, we never tire of talking about Bobby Fischer and the Boris Spassky match from 1972. And a lot of Americans that I've talked to over the years have told me how he's the greatest chess player ever and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, one very important point here that you have to realize, Bobby loses game 1. He forfeits game 2. He's down 2-0 in the match. Bobby Fischer, prior to the match, had never defeated Boris Spassky. Bobby does his antics, throws a tantrum, and the Soviet Union sends a telegram to Boris Spassky, come home, Boris. Match is over. That's it. We're not going to endanger your title. Come home. Boris Spassky refuses an order from the Communist Sports, the Sports Federation of the Communist Party. Tell us how Boris got away with that, and what did your official files reveal to you that you found? For me, that's shocking that Boris could say, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, well, what people don't realize about Boris, because he was always presented in the media as the good communist. There was the lone American fighting the representative of the Soviet system. But Boris wasn't like that at all. He wasn't a good Soviet. In fact, he was a Russian patriot. And he was a thorn in their side. He'd been a pain in the neck, actually, for the Soviet authorities. He hadn't trained properly. They thought he was lazy. And he didn't take orders very well. And he was the world champion. I mean, there was a limit to what they could do, even under the communist system. And he didn't want to win like that. He was a gentleman, you know, and the interesting thing about the relationship between Fischer and Spassky is that they respected each other. They always respected, despite all the antics and despite Fischer throwing the tantrums and the rows about the size of the board and the pieces and where they were going to play and the cameras and so on. Fischer always respected Spassky and vice versa. And Spassky didn't want to win on a forfeit, and that's why he agreed, and it turned out to be a fatal mistake, and then he agreed to play in the back room for that third game. Disastrous mistake, and Fischer got his momentum back. But that was the turning point in the game.
Let me ask you, did you see the movie Pawn Sacrifice? How did you feel it stayed true to the spirit of the research that you've done in the book that you wrote?
I actually haven't seen the movie yet, but I'll tell you a funny story about it, which is that Tobey Maguire, his people, because my book initially was optioned, and it was just before the crash, the 2007 economic crash, and we had a top screenwriter lined up and a director, famous director, and then there was an economic crash and the movie died, unfortunately. And then Tobey Maguire decided he wanted to make this movie, and his people got in touch with me and they said, we'd like to talk to you, and I made some flippant joke about how I'm happy to go by first class flight to Los Angeles, or it might be cheaper to do it by Skype if he wants to talk to me. In any case, I then got an email back saying, Toby will circle back with you. Those were the words. He'll circle back with you. And he never did circle back with me. So I haven't yet seen the movie because, strangely enough, it never appeared in the UK. It was about to appear. And then, for some reason, somebody pulled the plug. Maybe it didn't do all that well in the US. And so I'm still yet to see it. I'm looking forward to see it. But I hear good reviews about it. But
well, we'd love to get your opinion on it. And,
well, I'd like to see it.
And of course, you have so much to talk about. We could be here for another hour easily discussing all those ideas. A certainly fascinating person, David Edmonds. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Pawn Sacrifice is actually playing on flights from New York to London. So maybe that's a chance.
On the way home.
Because they have so many movies on air right now.
That's true.
I noticed that it was playing on that. But one thing I wanted to mention, I really like David's answer to the question about his goals in chess. The goal of being able to play blitz chess while trash talking. I think it's a fantastic answer. Because it reminds me of poker, where in poker it's like you can play well or you could have a great time. It's rare that you have somebody who's able to like showcase their personality and have a really good time and play really well. So that's a good goal for somebody who's an amateur player. Not like, oh, I want to learn the Sicilian or I want to make it to 1800. Like, I want to be able to play blitz and actually play well while bantering. It's very difficult.
Oh, yes.
So it's a process goal.
Practice.
Start with somebody you don't like, right?
Exactly, yeah.
You should be able to trash
work
talk.
your way up. I wanted to draw, I'm fascinated by the choice that Anna Zatansky has made about in her game against Tatev. And frankly, I really don't understand her play. Because this move, F4, makes the king vulnerable on G1. Let's start there. You're exposing your king. Leaves her pawn on E2 backwards. But it really invites this move E5, E4. And, if I were in black shoes, I would have played this move E5, E4. And Jen, again, you're much, much more familiar with these two players than I am. If you could reach into Anna's mind a bit, tell me what do you think she had in mind against E4, because it just looks so darn strong. If you play like a move like E3, trying to, resolve the situation and attack my pawn, well, I'm developing with tempo with the move Bishop G4, and it just looks terrible. I mean, I don't like this position at all for white. Even if you were to somehow miraculously even win a pawn, which I don't think you're going to do, allowing these developments like Bishop G4 is bad, right?
And we have some moves in though.
I know, that came later. I'm saying she made this choice of E5 takes F4, and I don't understand it.
So after E4,
yes.
What was your plan after knight D2?
Knight B1?
Yeah, let's try that one first.
Okay, so I would just develop, of course.
Yeah.
You were attacking my pawn. Let me just point that out.
I wonder if I could have played F5 first. With the idea of like Bishop G5 and Knight D2.
F4,
it looks really provocative.
F5?
Yeah, but... And Maurice, your thoughts?
No way.
Well, I'm just going into the databases. The move was played. E4 is the best move, or at least the most popular move in this position, and F5 is the most popular response as well. And the idea is if you just develop your pieces, let's say, for example, the move Bishop to E7, actually the most telling move here that players have played is G6, attacking that pawn right away, which sends it off into la-la land. If you don't know what's going on in this position and you're a Tatev, I can see why you might be a little bit afraid, given that your opponent is just whipping out these moves. And this line indeed was played with F5, and now I just played a natural move. This has only been played once before this move. And the plan is to now play the move E3 when your pawn cannot be protected on E4 by the bishop. And now trades is the most popular move here. But if D3 looks like a protected pass pawn, suddenly knight to C3, and this pawn is under threat and will drop off the board. Now, this is a sharp position. Certainly, black might claim some compensation here, but pawn on F5 is a thorn in black side. This bishop unable to develop. This pawn looks mighty strong, but it's not going anywhere anytime soon. But white's position does look strange, but again, theory goes down different roads. People try different things. It seems as though Anna was prepared.
Wow, just this idea of playing F4 in the opening to induce your opponent to advance her pawns and occupy the center so that you can spend yet one more tempo to play F5. Well, what can I say? The development of theory leaves me sadly shaking my head. I despise the position for white.
Wow, I was actually right about something.
No, you're always right. and if not, you can change your mind. We have a caller?
Yes, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? This is Mark from Providence. I have a few questions for Yasser, Jen, and Maurice. First of all, your show is great. Give me some flashbacks of the Shelby Lyman, Bobby Fischer matches back in the 70s, which was great. And in this age of instant gratification, what's your feelings on correspondence chess, trying to improve your game in that manner? And I'll hang up and listen to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, first shot.
Well, I
correspondence chess.
I mean, I never played correspondence chess, but one thing I do with a lot of my students is I play turn-based games on, like, for instance, chess.com.
What's turn-based?
You can also play turn-based on pretty much all the sites, I think. ICC, Chess24, and definitely GameNot is a big turn-based site. But turn-based game just it's kind of like online chess, but you have between 3 and 10 days to make a move.
Oh, I see. It's like, okay, very good.
I think it's most turn-based games, the assumption is that you're allowed to look at databases and opening books, but you're not supposed to check computer analysis, obviously.
I see.
Or talk to your like stronger, higher-rated friends.
Right.
So it's kind of a good chance for you to work on your openings and get the experience. Of course, it's a totally different game because once you reduce the element of time, it's so much about who works harder.
Exactly.
But I think it's a great thing.
I never played correspondence chess. Always had a great deal of admiration for those that did, because I thought it took extraordinary patience for them to play a game that could easily last several years. I respected the correspondence game, but also used them for my own preparation, because my idea was that in the openings, a correspondence player would have spent days and days, weeks and weeks on a particular variation, so I paid particular attention to them. I think it's fun idea, especially now with the internet. It's just that I don't have that experience myself. Again, a childhood hero a bit. Paul Carrez was a great correspondence chess player, and Paul, in his career, attributed his analytical and calculated skills to his early training in correspondence chess.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question, though. And I do remember an old song called Chess by Mail, making fun of correspondence chess.
Really?
Yeah, you can play. You can play. That's a great thing. People always ask me, how long does a chess game last if they don't play chess? And I'm like, well, it could last 1 minute in a bullet game, or it could last a year.
Yes, in a correspondence game.
And that's the kind of cool thing about it, that it's so expandable and contractible.
Your opinion on the Benko Gambit reversed by Arena Crush?
Seems like
she make a good choice?
I think so, in this critical round where she really needs to get a win. I think that,
with white?
Yeah, I think Jennifer Yu has shown some good chess in this tournament, but something that she has less experience in, I'm sure. So, and it seems that when she has less experience in something, she might be more likely to falter.
Very good.
And we're going to take a break with craziest moments from the U.S. Chess Championship. This is a great video. I especially like Carissa's story. And I was there for Ray's.
Yeah, when I was a kid, once my opponent castled one side. I chased it back to the center, so his king was back on e1, and he decided to castle queenside.
back. And we are back at the 2016 U.S. Chess Championship, and here we have the game Zhang So, and this is going to be a titanic struggle. I think we're going to see this one go the distance, Yaz.
No, I think we're going to see him make him withdraw very, very shortly, Jen. Neither player, king, can enter the camp of the other player. So we've seen it in the ladies section, a leader making an early draw with the black pieces. This game really never got off the ground as the players, if Wesley just plays the move h5 at the moment, there's nothing to play for, and the players would agree to a draw.
But if I'm black, I can get the opposition.
You can?
Yeah, opposition, king c6.
King c6, okay, very distant opposition. So we're expecting a draw in that game, which means all eyes should now turn to a very intriguing game between Fabiano Caruana as black against Alexander Lenderman, and that game is so difficult for me, it's so unusual, let's put it that way, to see a white pawn sitting on this g6 square here, and this pawn on f5, and you do have a draw.
And I was wrong again. Jeffrey Zhang, Wesley So actually ended in a draw, and Wesley not even making the king c6 opposition move. But of course, this is very important for our standings.
Absolutely.
Because Wesley So has now given Fabiano the chance to overtake him and the chance for Hikaru Nakamura to catch up to him.
Exactly.
So fantastic tournament so far from Wesley So. But will he look back on this game and wonder if he could have tried something sharper? It really depends on whether or not he wins. Hindsight is 20/20, right?
What about young Jeffrey? Young Jeffrey has not lost a game and has drawn Fabiano Caruana. He's drawn Wesley So. Did he play Naka?
Not sure.
No, he still
that's like I think
he still has to play
the last
Nakamura.
round, yeah.
But how many of us would give a right finger to draw Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana in the same tournament, and he has not lost a single game after 9 rounds. He's +1. He's defeated a 5-time champ. Well, this kid is playing amazing chess. And can we say that maybe the field is a little concerned about playing a future star in the making? I mean, he's like a present star now. He's gaining rating points with every one of these draws, and he's just showing that he should be confident. He can, with the white pieces at least, he can definitely play these guys and defend well or out-prepare them. Whatever it takes, he is doing it right now.
Yes, it's true. And the closest he came to having a very difficult position, which he acquitted himself extremely well with, was white against Fabiano Caruana. Caruana had an advantage, but couldn't force it any further, and that game was a draw. If we take a look,
let's take a look at the updated standings in the championship. Well, first place now Wesley So, but of course there are games still pending, and Fabiano Caruana can surpass him if he wins today. Meanwhile, Ray Robson or Hikaru Nakamura could catch up to him with victory. So very tight at the top, and if the tournament continues to go this way, we're definitely going to have a playoff.
That's for sure.
What would you put the odds at?
Pretty high, more than half.
More than half in each tournament.
Yes.
So
because there's at least 4 really, really strong players in both events vying for that first place, and they're so close. If somebody, well, obviously somebody could pull out 2 wins in a row and win it clear, but I think a tie is like 50%.
So the fact that we will have one playoff at least, you think it's like 80% or more?
Yes.
Got it.
I'd like to turn to one of our potential players in that playoff, and that's Hikaru Nakamura. We haven't really looked at his game today. He plays the very solid Alexander Onishuk, Alex's white, d4, and it was this Nimzo Indian, the Karpov variation. Anatoly Karpov made a very good career on the black side with this move b7, b6, except Hikaru had a specific twist in mind. Anatoly preferred to develop his knight on to the d7 square, which strikes me as a bit more harmonious. With the move knight c6, Hikaru had a different idea in mind. After a3, the very high, pardon me, the very high, you look at the position and your first instinct is, oh my goodness, d4, d5, black's in real trouble. If you capture this pawn, knight captures, thanks to this pin on the bishop on g5, there's a hit against the bishop on b4, all kinds of horrible things are happening to black. Not so fast. Knight a5 attacks this bishop, and now the pawn on d5 has turned out to be a bad move. That was why we saw Alex play first the move a2, a3, forcing the bishop back. Queen d3. Okay, interesting move. This all still strikes me as theory, though.
Sometimes White just wants to stick the bishop on b1 and create some threats.
Exactly.
Create some subtle threats.
A very common idea. Bishop dropped back to e3, and now this is the move that Hikaru's whole development scheme relies upon. He played the move bishop d6. What he's anticipating is this opportunity to drop back with his knight and then nestle on the d5 square, good blockading square. Trade of light squared bishops, that strikes me as particularly wrong by Alex.
Well, yeah, generally when you have the isolated queen pawn, you're trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. That's a very general rule, though. And we do have Maurice Ashley with Jeffrey Zhang about today's game and still being undefeated.
Pretty extraordinary.
With a 15-year-old Jeffrey Zhang, the youngest player in the competition, in the open competition, Jeffrey, it's hard to imagine coming into this tournament that you would have drawn Fabiano Caruana, drawn Wesley So, be +1 after 9 rounds. Is this like a fairy tale for you right now?
Yeah, it is kind of like a fairy tale, but the fairy tale might have some problems because tomorrow I have black against Nakamura, so well,
I mean, but still, so far after 9 rounds, you got to be thrilled at how you're performing.
Yes, definitely.
You've kept it very focused throughout, so I don't want to disturb your focus, but when you were coming into the championship, did you suppose you would do this well, or were you just coming in saying, you know, let me just see what it's like to play in the U.S. Championship?
When I came in, I wanted to learn as much as possible. That was my biggest objective, playing in this tournament, to get experience playing all 11 great players, and not really about results.
What have you learned so far? Anything that you can share with us?
Yeah, well, definitely against Caruana, I believe I learned the most, how he handled the game, and then really was putting a lot of pressure on me, and probably should have won that game, but I learned a lot from him on how to handle those games.
Is it the kind of position you learned, or is it the attitude that he played with?
Well, for example, he has about 170, 80 points on me, and then I was trying to understand, like, how do you play with that kind of rating disadvantage with black, and how do you outplay your opponents if, say, your opponent is happy for a draw? And then he really showed me how you can outplay and then get a really good chance to win.
Is it the way he played solidly and then broke with F5 at some point?
Yes, exactly. I really liked how he managed that game.
Interesting. Well, fascinating. I'm sure there's a lot more to learn. You got 2 more rounds to go, and we're looking forward to seeing you play well.
Yeah, I just want to show in my game. I know that it was very boring, but in the end I set some trap, actually.
Okay, let's take a look. If we can pull up the board.
Trap. So this is all standard opening theory. Jeffrey, you are very familiar with this theory.
Yeah. This is a very solid line which he opted for, and I think.
Were you surprised that he chose this?
Yeah, I was actually, because I thought he would play a more ambitious system. But anyway, yeah, he easily equalized, and yeah, but go all the way to the end, because this was my trap. What I wanted was, in the end, instead of h5, maybe he can bring the king to h5. Yeah, instead of h5. Like, for example, he brings the king to h5, and I bring my king to h3.
Oh, I think I see here.
Yeah, and then if he goes h6, now g4 wins for me.
Right, I see.
That was my idea.
Well, you have to wait. So wait one more move.
No, it's like that, yeah.
Like this.
h6, g4 wins for me.
Yeah, he wouldn't have fallen for this one.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, I decided to try.
Give him a chance to hang himself.
Nice. A nice trap, Jeffrey.
Instructive. Good to show the fans these kind of...
Yeah, because
nice
actually, otherwise I think I'm losing if I don't have. Because with this configuration on the queen side, I might be losing if I don't have that G4 move.
If you were forced to drop back, you think...
yeah, then I'm losing. Then I'm losing, actually, for sure.
Because if I go...
Well, no, but here, no. Here it's draw, but...
You mean with the move G5 now?
I just feel that with that configuration on the king side, it's dangerous. Bro.
Yeah, but your G4 is certainly a sweet trap. Jeffrey, congratulations. All we can say is 2 more championship rounds for you to go, and it would be a fantastic result should you go undefeated. Big challenge tomorrow. You know it very well. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Jennifer, where would you like to take us now as we look at the game still in progress?
Well, let's
What's
look at,
caught your attention?
Let's look at a couple of the big ones from the championship. How's it going in Lenderman, Caruana?
Oh, okay. Sure, let's just go up there. And I had Tata, but okay. Let's have a quick look. Lenderman, Caruana, when we left it, Fabi had just made the break c6, c5. White tucked this king away on the square g2. There was a trade of pawns on d4. The bishop activated itself with a move bishop d7, queen b3. Very straightforward idea. Give me the pawn on d5, attacking. And we have seen not a move since. We await. I imagine something like king h8, right? Just to get out. So the idea, you were about to say we could pin, right?
Well, I was about to talk about queen c7 also, how that's sometimes in the position, and he's going to have to retreat back with e2 or h5.
Queen c7 in the position.
Well, maybe not here, because I guess you can the queen's hanging in all these variations, so you can actually snap on d5 perhaps, but
yes, this one you might have just walked into that tactic where, oops, I've got a tempo, and your king. That was why I wanted to throw in.
Right, that's why you're trying to play
king
h8, but definitely play for both sides. I mean, really an exciting position. But meanwhile, we have Wesley So with us about today's draw against the young Jeffrey Zhang.
Wunderkind.
With Wesley So, who's currently sitting atop of the leaderboard, if only temporarily. Wesley, you drew today. When I saw this matchup, I thought you'd be the one playing for a win against Jeffrey, and maybe Fabi might be a little bit careful against Lenderman. But it seems as though with the black pieces, you were satisfied with the draw.
Well, actually, I don't think what you said is right, because Jeffrey Zhang is fastly improving. He's clearly probably the brightest future of American chess right now. And I'm very excited to be teammates with him in the near future. But as you can see from the scoreboard, Alex Lenderman is not doing as well. He's not as in good form, I believe, as Jeffrey. I mean, Jeffrey is still undefeated. So, and also these days, theory runs very deep, and sometimes, like today, when a player's preparation finishes, there's simply no way to play for a win. So either I avoid playing this variation again, or I go for something riskier like the Sicilian. But that would be for another game.
So you were content with the draw today as far as the tournament standing is concerned?
Well, I wouldn't say content, but I'm not sad.
I see. Now, this game between Fabi and Lenderman, I mean, this is a wild one. I'm sure you would be interested in playing this yourself. Which color would you take if you had this particular position?
Well, I saw the evaluation of the computer, unfortunately, before coming here about this game, and it says that black is slightly better. But just looking by it, I am fascinated by White's position because he's got some nicely placed pieces, especially the knight on f4 and the knight on c3 is better placed than black's knight on b6. But on the other hand, white has a lot of weak squares, so I would prefer black in this case. I mean, there are some tricks, for example, like knight e4, which, you know, it can be quite unnerving for white because his king can get vulnerable. Also, the pawn on g6 is how do you say, is over advanced. Like
would you play if rook e1? Would you play knight e4 now? Rook 8 e1. Would you play knight e4 right at this moment?
I think if it works, then it seems to work. So I probably would.
Let's take it. Let's go down the analysis so we can show our fans.
I'm not sure. F8, yeah.
Right, and then f takes, and now that rook on f8 is joining the bishop attacking that knight. What would you recommend for white right now? Looks like white's position got opened up.
Yeah, I would probably not play rook e1, but try to defend the knight on f4. Let's say rook on f1, rook h or f1.
Anticipating that threat?
Yes, and now this probably doesn't work anymore. Just bishop e2 or bishop b5, maybe bishop e2, then bishop f4.
This position did get a little crazy, at least, because could we follow that line just a couple more moves just to show the potential here after bishop e2? If bishop f4 now,
it still looks very dangerous. So
and somebody takes, so that, yeah, exactly, taking on f4 and then taking
probably should take
h4.
I probably should take with the rook now. Rook f4.
Keep going. Takes.
Queen h4.
And queen h4.
And then maybe bishop h2. But of course, it looks very dangerous. And
yeah, so your knight e4 idea is quite spectacular and interesting here. I'm sure you would have liked to be able to continue this game, but you have your draw today. We'll let you enjoy your rest and enjoy the weather.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Me and Jeffrey have a short day today, but unfortunately for the three of you and the rest of the people, we still have to work.
That's how it is every day here. Thanks, Wesley, for reminding us of that.
I'm not sure who works harder, the players or the three of us.
Well, you know, we don't have much on the line, so the stress is less, but of course we have to stay till all the games, and you guys make it a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
See you tomorrow.
Quick question for Wesley. Wesley, you've had an extraordinary career so far. You're very, very young. I'm sure when you were Jeffrey's age, you had quite the successes as well. But for me, I'm just really, really impressed by Jeffrey's play and attitude in this event and the maturity of his play. He feels very confident. How would you compare yourself to Jeffrey Zhang at the age of 15? Do you think Jeffrey is a superior player, or how would you compare yourselves at the same age?
Well, that's a good question. Yasser, that's a very good question, and it's not too simple to answer. Unfortunately, due to the advancement of technology, you cannot really compare players from a different generation, I would say. It is clear that Jeffrey has a lot of promise, and I hope he doesn't stop here.
You're saying different generation. How old are you? Aren't you just 22 years old now? And he's 15, so I don't think they qualify as different generations when you're only 7 years apart. I don't think that counts.
But you know, the computers become faster and stronger within each year. I would say 7-10 years is can be called a different generation. But really, it's like comparing Bobby Fischer to Garry Kasparov, for example. I mean, they had around 20 years of difference apart in their prime. So I believe you cannot really compare great players. For example, Capablanca and Fischer. They're both amazing players, but they are simply in a different generation, and it's hard to predict.
But what was your rating at 15? So many years ago.
Well,
Because you were a grandmaster at 13 years old? Or
14.
14. You became a grandmaster.
Yes, I believe I was already 2600. Of course, Jeffrey also, but you cannot count the fact because there's the so-called rating inflation, although I haven't really checked that. That makes me amazed and wonder how good Bobby Fischer is, because back in 1970s he was already close to 2,800, and if you count the inflation, that's really amazing. That's why I think he's the best, if not one of the best players in the world. At the same time, countries have many very promising prodigies these days. Not only the United States, but the United States probably has one of the biggest, if not the biggest, talents.
India and China certainly have some amazing talents coming up as well.
Those two definitely. I mean, China has way, India has far too many to count. But I believe that these kids are really talented, and maybe some of them are gifted. But at the same time, it's too early to tell if they will reach the top 10 or if they will reach the elite level of more than 2,700 rating. I believe these kids, 12, like Teresa Yip or Jeffrey Xiong is only 15. It's very hard to predict because there's a lot of things that can happen. Of course, I'm very glad to see that their parents, or Jeffrey's father, for example, is here and is really supportive, accompanying his son everywhere he goes. I believe without that kind of support, or without financial support, Jeffrey wouldn't go far. But if he has that and he has the right focus and training, then he could go far. Well, I can't really predict, but we'll just have to wait for the next few months, see what happens.
Few months? Back in the day, we would have said a few years. You're like, maybe 3 weeks, a month, few months. We'll see the trajectory.
Actually, if you look at his FIDE rating last year, it wasn't even 2,500.
Yeah, it's incredible how much he's exploded.
Yes. So those kinds of jumps are amazing, but not that surprising at this day and age. Well, of course, Jeffrey is exceptional.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on that.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley, and continued success in the final 2 championship games. The Fabiano Caruana game against Alex Landerman certainly has had our attention in the interview. And Fabi went into the confessional booth. Let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, I think he really misplayed the last couple of moves. Bishop d3, king g2, especially his last move, queen b3, looks like quite a big mistake. And I'm just coming with knight e4 next move, opening everything up. I think he has a serious problem to face, at least the next move, because knight e4 is just a really nasty threat. If f takes, and I attack the bishop on d3, knight on f4, and his king gets opened up. I also have knight c4 ideas in the air, or bishop takes f4, knight h5 ideas, although I'm not sure if I want to do that. But yeah, if he plays like h5, then I think knight e4 is very strong. Bishop h4, bishop e7. It just looks like his king is chronically weak, and he has tactical problems to solve right now. And yeah, queen on b3 is just massively misplaced. I don't know if he possibly forgot about king h8, but there's really no threat of knight takes d5 because there's pins on e6 and his king gets opened. So I'm not sure what he can do. Well, we'll see what he comes up with.
He's such a nice guy that this is the closest he's going to get to trash talking.
Well, criticizing his opponent's moves. Specifically, what Fabi said is that he felt that White's last few moves were misdirected, that essentially his play very directly, he wanted to play c5, and that White's bishop came to d3, which kind of makes this move knight e4 a lot more attractive. And after c5, king g2, he felt that White's king was walking into a target area. after queen b3, he also thought the queen, white's queen on b3 was a poor choice.
Yeah, he had a lot of bad words to say about that. I mean, I guess it's just one of those moves that he felt is just artificial. If he sees this move, king h8, that the queen has no more real purpose there. I mean, the only thing you can really think to do with it is to play something like a4, but I don't see that as being a bit slow, with the idea of trying to like either loosen your knight on b6 or try to play a5 and win the c pawn. With Fabiano coming in with moves like knight e4 and knight c4, that seems really too little too late.
Which is exactly what he discussed. He mentioned that in case his opponent played the move h4, he's preparing himself to play the move knight e4, pardon me, attacking this bishop on g3, and if the bishop were to move, you don't want to grab this knight because then the whole place collapses as this bishop attacks f4, the rook on f8 attacks f4, there's now even queen g5. So what Fabiano was talking about was the move bishop h4, bishop e7, and he basically said, hey, look, I really like my position, and the reason I like it is because the last few moves by white were second best. And Maurice, you have some insights.
Very important games on the women's side. This position, Irina Krush against Jennifer Yu. Irina played that reverse Benko gambit, and it looks like she's misplayed it. A couple of moves here. H5 was not the highlight move as far as the engine was concerned, and the engine felt that after queen to a3, going into a classic Benko endgame was the best choice here, attacking the queen. In fact, the engine so liked this move that queen d8 was the move that was suggested, even though that allowed the move knight to c5. So queen a3, this is an endgame that you see often in the Benko. Despite being down the pawn, you're putting all the pressure on the position, and getting rid of queens in this position was a smart move. Instead, she played this move h4, and after rook to c8, she now played knight to a5, offering an exchange of knights, and I'm really befuddled by this type of play. It seems as though knight takes, queen takes, and bishop c6, and when you point to this position, you cannot find the compensation for black. I mean, usually for white, that is. White usually has pressure along the long diagonal, playing a reverse Benko, and if you just switch the position in your head and see that it's black who normally plays like this, where is the compensation? The compensation is nowhere to be found. There's queenside pressure has been shut down completely, and I'm not sure what Irina is doing right now. She has to be careful. She doesn't lose this game the way she's playing it at the moment. Jennifer with a clear edge in this position, and I think Irina is aware of it, that her position is dubious as far as the compensation is concerned. She's hoping to try to somehow mix it up against her young opponent, but this is not a good choice for her at all in this position. Now, the other game of huge consequence between co-leaders Anna Zatonsky and Tatev Abrahamian. This one is in full effect. Rich position, to be sure. 37 minutes for white, 43 minutes for black, and it is white's turn. They've only played 12 moves in this game, and it's such a chaotic type position. This d-pawn is really the biggest feature in the position. As you look at it, white has this long diagonal. The move knight to b5 is the engine's first choice here, attacking this pawn, but there's some tricks along the long diagonal she's going to have to watch out for. So this position, very strange type game going on, and I suspect this is going to end up in time pressure quite soon. Look at the time situation. They'll probably make another 5 moves and be under 20 minutes the way they're going right now. And it's hypercritical. They don't want to make a mistake. They're both afraid of getting into a worse position by just making a few casual moves. And you see there, Anna deep in thought over a position where she probably should try to move a little bit quicker, but it's not happening for her. And it's an intense moment. Round 9. She wants to win. She knows Nazi has drawn. They both know Nazi is gone from the building with only a half a point. So they know a win will take them into first place. So that's why it's a really big situation and why they're spending so much time on the clock.
Yeah, don't worry. This one's not going to be short. In fact, that's one thing that Tata said yesterday, that Anna just always has the longest games in the tournament, and that she expects this to be a really long battle as well.
Mm-hmm. And in their battles, they play very hard with each other, long games. But Anna has had a lot of success against her opponent, which explains why Anna and Irina are constantly splitting the championship title between themselves. We have a phone call.
Yes, welcome to the U.S. Championship Show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, it's Hans Young calling from Canada.
Hello.
Hi, yeah, Jen, Yaz, and Maurice. Best commentary team in the world.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to apologize, Jen. I'm sorry, I'm just another guy on the phone. But I also wanted to say I tried to get my granddaughter to call, and she's too shy.
Well, at least you tried. And we have had a couple of girls and women since then. But just be sure to teach your granddaughter how to play chess. That's the important thing.
Yeah, she's playing in school tournaments. Two things, two questions. The first one's fairly easy, but do you find that this championship's an exceptional treat with all the exciting games?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's really surpassed my expectations this year with the top three players, 3 of the top 10 players in the world, all knowing that they have to get a big score in order to win this championship. It's been even more exciting than usual. And you saw evidence of that in particular, for instance, when Nakamura really went for it against Caruana and it backfired.
Yes.
Right. And I have a question about Jeffrey Zhang. I took a bus trip down to Texas in 2011 to see Susan Polgart, and I ended up playing in the FIDE Open there, and Jeffrey won the tournament and crushed me. And I'm no slouch. I'm I'm not your strength, but I'm an FM. And that was 2011, like I say. He was already 2,200. So the question is, I guess, actually, I just want to ask do you think he's going to remain undefeated for the rest of the tournament?
All right. Well, thank you for your question. So the first one, yes, I think we've been absolutely spoiled with the high degree of decisive games, as well as just simply the combative nature of so many of these games, and where the players, their openings, they're not shying away, and they're taking a great deal of risk. So yes, we've been spoiled, most
I don't
definitely.
think so. I think at this point we can't even use the word spoiled. If you've been spoiled for that many rounds, it becomes entitled. We're entitled. We become entitled to great games here at the championship.
Well,
we'll settle for no less.
And as far as Jeffrey is concerned, I witnessed Jeffrey years ago. They had a summer camp here. I think it was actually Greg, your brother, who
U.S. Chess School.
U.S. Chess School, and he was one of the students. And he was one of the youngest of the students, and yet he was also the one that was the most precocious, asking questions, answering questions, playing blitz, and really being, totally there. And you could just said, wow, this kid's really a big talent. So, in my case, I've actually recognized Jeffrey's talent from a long way away, and I think he's made enormous steps. He has obviously made enormous steps, and the sky's the limit if all of those right things that we know fall into place for him, from the sponsorship, the opportunity, and so on.
That's right, and Joy Bray, manager here at the chess campus, general manager, also predicted Jeffrey Zhang's amazing
wanted him in the wild
trajectory.
card, yes, absolutely.
Right.
Maurice.
You always have to listen to Joy Bray. That's rule number one. Well, this game between Lenderman and Caruana has now just jumped from a bit better for black to completely winning for black. In one move, bishop to b5. Caruana was talking about the move knight to e4 in this position, as was Wesley So. They both spotted that trick, but bishop to b5, avoiding the knight e4, clearly Lenderman saw this idea as well. But Caruana in the confessional mentioned another idea that's also strong. He said he wasn't sure he had to go for it, but the engines are saying you do want to go for it. That is bishop takes knight on f4, and after bishop takes, now play the move knight to h5, testing this bishop on f4. And now let me just go down a main line with you. Bishop e5 looks like a really strong square for this piece, but now black can just keep acting like his pieces belong on advanced squares after this trade, playing knight to c4, and suddenly this knight is threatening to take this bishop something's coming into this square right here. I'll just give you an example line. Rook AE1, take the piece anyway. Even though rook takes E5 is attacking your D-pawn, knight to F4, check, king G3, give me this pawn. And even after rook D5, now the smoke is cleared, but take a look at the position. Black's king, beautifully placed, well covered. White's king, what are you doing? And that's the whole feature in the position to worry about after this move, check. Now the knight and the queen combine. The F4 square is a problem. He's going to chase you out easily, grab the E line, and your position is a mess. And where do you put the king anyway? Because if you just back the king up, well, let's put the king on F2. This pawn is hanging for the moment. A knight can always plop in here. Your rook can't leave because this pawn is hanging. Your rook can't leave because of queen H2 check as well. There's just problems everywhere. Black in complete control in this position. But Fabiano did hesitate when he was in the confessional booth. He said, I don't know if I have to go for that. That was the key. He said it really fleetingly about this idea of taking on F4 and playing knight to H5, and it seemed like he had some doubts about playing that line. At any rate, even if he doesn't play this variation, let's go back to bishop to B5, the Indians really like him, but they say he could also play knight C4 and play more directly without risk, without making this trade first, but that trade looks awfully strong in this position, and the way the play just flows for Black every move, spank, spank, spank. Lindemann is in deep trouble.
Thank you, Maurice.
I agree that I think it's, I mean, Fabiano Caruana said in the confessional that he might consider this line, but there is something that looks a little bit computery about it. Like, just that, you know, I mean, you're trading off like some really good pieces, and the ultimate position isn't conclusive. I mean, except when we clear that whole line, sometimes the pawn on G6 is hanging, which is also kind of a cool thing. Well, it's a cool feature of the position.
Well, that's exactly it. Actually, I was looking at some other games as Maurice was chatting about Fabiano's Chancho.
And we do have a result, by the way, in Akshita Gorti versus Ashrita Seirawan. That game was a draw. There was a Bishop's opposite color in-game. I'm not sure we want to go over that one too much, but this one's kind of blowing up.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sitting there. If I were Black in Fabi's shoes, that pawn on G6, you know, is a huge asset as much as it is a huge liability. It's an asset as long as it's not on the board. It just scares me to have this pawn sitting close to my king, suffocating my king, and it makes me nervous, essentially.
That's one reason why Fabi was predicting H5, protecting the pawn.
Right, exactly. So you're nervous as Black that your opponent will one day play the move H5, so you start thinking, I'm motivated to eliminate it. And all of these piece trades, I agree, they do have a computer-esque quality about them, but as you keep going further down these lines,
well, Maurice, why knight? So knight C4. Why not just rook C6 right away?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
well, basically, you want to take this G6 pawn.
Yeah, so
full stop, end of story.
So why not just do it right away?
Well, exactly. You want to take this pawn. Do you want to bring this knight into the game as he showed? Is your knight more useful on H5 or is your rook? So, for example,
C6 looks like more natural. Like that's the kind of move a human would look at first, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, and let's say let's see, how am I going to get comp? That's the question. I mean, I've got this great bishop, but that's just about it. I probably have to move my king, allow you to take this pawn, and maybe to stop knight c4. Well, I don't know. If I have to play
Fabi's
b3.
Played a move, and he has played bishop takes f4.
Yes.
So he's played bishop takes f4 first. I guess I'm not sure the difference in the move order if he plays bishop takes b5 first, but that's what he's done.
Yeah, exactly. Eliminating two sets of minor pieces. Now, you may mention a very good point. You know, I'm worried about this pawn. Let's just go rook c6 and eliminate the guy, or as Maurice said, play knight c4 and eliminate the guy like this. Maurice, what's the diff?
Not much. They're both good moves. They're both good ideas, very logical. The key was to first find bishop takes on f4, which he did, and now he's confidently going into play. And this exchange, bishop for knight, We see it happen so often. The most important exchange in all of positional chess, as far as I'm concerned, this is the one trade that top players understand best to imbalance a position and create opportunities for themselves. Now, a lot of players say bishop is better than a knight. Isn't it? Is it not? In an open position like this one, yeah, that doesn't even count because the specifics are what really count. So when you make this move, bishop takes knight, giving this bishop, by the way, look at this bishop on e5. You would slap somebody on the hand and say, what are you doing? You're giving this fantastic bishop. It's got a straight line to the king. It's an open position. Why would you make such a trade? And it just goes to show that specifics are what counts, and being able to judge those specifics will really count. The real important point is that this bishop does not, first of all, have anybody helping it. That's the first thing. Nothing's hitting g7 other than the bishop. The second thing is it's so easy to get rid of. Bishop takes, queen takes, and now this move knight to c4, and what is your bishop doing? It's going to just drop off the board. But also, the g6 pawn is hanging as well. So rook c6 is a strong move, guys. And it's not that computer-esque either. This variation we just played, a couple of trades in rook c6, the engine saying, yeah, you're going to get a free pawn. There's nothing to do about that. But the engine prefers to go after this bishop right away, create that challenge, then go after this pawn, and then guess what? White's position just simply collapses like a house of cards. These pawns way down the board. Look how scattered they look. h4, g6, f3, d4, black totally compact. It's just going to be just a question of making moves now because White's position will never, ever be secure. That king on g2 compared to the king on h8, it's just no comparison whatsoever. White is busted, and Fabi knows it. He's going to cruise to a win with black. As far as I'm concerned, this game is almost written down. You can write it in the books. He sees the position so clearly. Lenderman in trouble, and Fabi looking to take back a hold of this tournament and go half a point ahead of Wesley So. Winning with the black pieces is just what he needed.
That's right, and one person who's not that happy with Lenderman today is Wesley So. Wesley never says anything bad about anyone, but he did point out that Lenderman's not in the best form, and he doesn't think that the fact that he drew and that Lenderman might lose is indicative of anything in terms of the final standings. Although, of course, it will leave him half a point behind.
For sure, and Wesley's draw did open up the window a little bit for both Hikaru Nakamura and Ray Robson. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at those guys.
Well, I must say that Alex Onishuk's decision to trade light-squared bishops with this move, bishop a6, has not
impressed you
at all.
It's the opposite of impressed you.
Exactly. Hikaru has played a very easy game, and he's got an isolated queen pawn position where, with all the pieces trading off, he's got the edge in a draw. Now, this is a very important point that, a guy like Alex Onishuk, he's been around so long, he could recognize danger maybe before it even shows up on the board. Your first thought is this knight on c6 is actually pretty darn good. Why don't you play a move like king d3, guarding the rook and giving your knight options to move now that the knight is no longer in a pin? I'm certain that Alex was concerned that after the move a5, that he may, in the very near future, find himself obligated to capturing this bishop, and he didn't want to play the imbalance of rook and knight versus a rook and bishop with an isolated queen pawn. So he quickly retreated his knight to b4, forced the trade of rooks, and have now reached a position, this one, where it's true, he stands slightly worse because of the isolated queen pawn, but it's no worse. It's nothing more than that, and I think Alex feels that he can still easily draw this game. With such reduced material on the board, I'm sure for Hikaru Nakamura, a sense of frustration that he doesn't have more fire to burn, but this game looks to be heading in a draw.
But Nakamura will play some moves.
Oh, of course. He could play forever.
But not everybody. I don't think everybody in the tournament would play this on for a lot of moves. So Nakamura definitely a fighter.
Wherever you get your advantages against these guys, no matter how how small. Enjoy them. You know, just play
It's the
the
correct
position.
thing. I mean, even Jeffrey Zhang setting a trap against somebody far higher rated than him, right? And we've got an update on our premier women's battle today. What's up with that?
And boy, is it a battle. Fire on this board for sure. Knight b5 got played, going after this pawn. Three pieces, as you can see, ganging up on the pawn. Queen and knight defending it. And what does she do? Try to protect it? Knight to h5. Still not castled is Abrahamian in this position, now looking to try to get rid of this bishop. And the engine saying this line looks good for white, but not by much. Of course, this porous position of the white pawn structure and the king, you see, is a problem. Here, the engines takes on d4 right now. Just grab the pawn. And after knight takes, be careful, because rook takes does run into this move, bishop to g5, skewering rook to rook. So that would be a problem in this position. So you have to play pawn takes. And now after knight takes, be careful yet again. You don't want to try queen takes on d4 and run into this small little tactical idea of bishop to c5, and oops, there goes your queen. Since your knight cannot capture, you're going to lose your queen on that square. So in this position, after knight takes d4, you have to play knight takes, and then if bishop to c5, which the engines don't give as the best move, then simply e3, and white is up a pawn at the moment. So what to do right here? After knight takes back on d4, the engines say move your bishop away, play bishop to g4. This is a really complex position to evaluate. When I look at it, I'm counting pawns. I see that white is up a pawn, and I'm not a pawn grubber like Yasser, but Yasser just folded his arms like, pawn, I smell me a pawn. And this b7 pawn also looks like it's hanging too, although that might be a little too greedy. But in this position here, you've got to wonder where the real compensation is coming from black. It's going to be this dark squared bishop and the pawn structure for white. Engines give queen d2, and even castles calmly saying, yeah, we're down a pawn, but we're going to keep playing this position. I'm not sure about that in this case. It looks as though Anna can go for this line, and she's studying it. She has 29 minutes, however, to make her next move. It's only move 13. 29 minutes to make 27 moves? It's getting curiouser and curiouser in this game. Let's see where the action goes. And like I said, I thought it was going to be like they'd make 5 moves and be in time pressure. And it looks like that's where Anna is headed for sure. She needs to hurry up and make this decision, but it looks as though she's hesitating about taking what looks like an extra pawn.
Thank you, Maurice. A little bit of Ray's time trouble. Anna has been getting it poor time management from Anna, and it just seems like, okay, she's been rusty, she's getting in her rhythm, but a clock is still an opponent for her.
That's absolutely true. And we do have a phone call. Welcome to the U.S. Championship Show here in St. Louis. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Emil. I'm from Houston. And first of all, thanks very much for the great show and best school in chess, if I can say so. I have a little semi-serious question, please. Why we do have still gender-specific championships like men's championship and women's championship? Kind of, I understand that why it's in different other sports, like different athletic structure, right? And it would be not fair, but why in chess?
Well, there you go, Jennifer.
Right.
Why do we have separate championships?
We answer this question every other day, but it's great to keep answering it because it shows that we're getting new viewers.
Right.
Well, first of all, there is no men's championship. The U.S. championship is open to men and women, and we've had women playing it before. In fact, the U.S. Open, we had Judith Polgar win that.
Yes.
So,
but also, Jen,
Hawaii.
I think his question is broader. It's not men's championships here at the U.S. championship. But in the Olympiad, for example, it is separated by men and women, isn't it?
No.
Oh, no, you're right as well.
Women.
Sorry. Women can, of course, participate in the open section of those tournaments as well. So,
and the World Championship itself is not the men's World Championship. I mean, it's open championship, and Judith Polgar played in the candidates tournament and could have very easily have become a challenger to the World Championship.
Yeah, she went very deep in one of those knockouts, actually. I think like semifinals, the World Cup, World qualifier.
But I'm thinking specifically about the World Championship tournament that was won in San Luis, Argentina by Veselin Topalov, but she was playing in that tournament and playing for the World Championship title.
Yeah, so there are very few men's championships. I kind of cringe when I hear men's championship.
It's the Open Championship.
We do have the women's tournaments, and that's another question people often ask. Why do we have women's tournaments at all? Well, the participation level of women is still quite low, much, much less than men. So it's really great to have women's championships to encourage the top women who do decide to take the game seriously, since there are so few role models for that. And one day when we have closer to 50-50 women playing, we'll probably phase those out and have them only very occasionally.
In an ideal world.
Exactly, but even the women all in this competition, most of them play men the majority of the time.
Yes.
This is just on the national stage for this particular tournament.
Yes.
And meanwhile, we've got some news in the Caruana game. Has Fabi gone for that line, and what did he pick between those two promising moves?
You know, when I interviewed Fabi a little earlier in the tournament, I said, why did you play this line against Onischuk? You know, the positional features don't necessarily... I'm adding now, I didn't say it, but it was implied. The positional features don't really say you should necessarily go for this line. And he just said, because it's good for white. That's it. He is a child of the computer age, and he is of Wesley So's generation as well as Jeffrey Zhang's generation. I think Wesley played that a little strangely, almost like he's an old man already. But Fabi is all about concrete moves, and he analyzes with the engines all the time. And he has a feel as well, but it's very much more computer-esque. And as you guys said, it seems very computer-like, those moves, Maurice. Well, guess what? Instead of rook c6, which most of us humans would see a pawn to snack on all the way on the g6 square, Fabi said, hold on a second. That pawn's not going anywhere. I'll get it later. I have a bishop to kill. I have threats to generate. The knight can go to the e3 square at some point if you're not careful. But particularly, this bishop is the main problem. And the move rook to e to e1, we're seeing the exact computer line that we looked at earlier, and the players are following it precisely. Now the engines give knight takes as the best move. Top move, kill the bishop now, and then go for this pawn, the check, the take, moving, and black's position is wonderful as white's position is simply falling apart at the seams. So child of the computer generation, that's how they think now, very specific, and Lindemann is aware that his position is bad. There's nothing to point to in white's position that can make him feel really good about what he's got. His king is so bad, his pawns are just way down the board. Even here, by the way, knight e5 is the #1 move. Rook c6 is still in the position. If Fabi decided he'd like to shift into human mode and just go grab the pawn on g6, he could do so. Everything about this position is wonderful for black. Clearly much better is Fabiano Caruana.
Thank you, Maurice. And I just wanted to say that that window that was opened when Wesley So made an earlier draw, Ray was hoping for something with white against Sam Shanklin, but Sam has played a very good game with Ray, and Ray has absolutely nothing. I mean, the position that I have on the board is this rook c7 just came to the 7th rank with check. Ray is considering which pawn he would like to recapture as he's a pawn down. Should he go after the g7 pawn or the a7 pawn? After rook takes, rook here. Sorry, Maurice, a highlight.
Oh my goodness! Back in Hawaii, 1990 something, there was a U.S. Open, and I had this exact tactic happen in a game where I won a game based on this idea, and Zatonsky has fallen for it. She played queen takes, and bishop to c5 will win her queen. If Tatev sees it, one move, she'll be up a queen immediately. Unbelievable blunder by Zatonsky. She completely overlooked this move. Tatev, is she at the board? I mean, if she's at the board, she sees it. There it is. Bishop to c5. I remember what's odd about this is when I showed this game to Judith Polgar, we were talking about Judith. Judith Polgar was at the U.S. Open, and I was showing this position to her and Sophia Polgar, and so Judith said, why not take the pawn? It was shocking because Sophia looked at her and said, bishop, it was reverse. It was white who played bishop to c4. And Judith went, oh, yeah, of course, duh, I missed that. But now she missed it in analysis. Zatonsky has missed it in the U.S. Women's Championship and has given her opponent a queen to the good. She has to resign on the spot. Absolutely stunning development, and look at her there. There's nothing for her to think about. The game is over.
Wow. Wow. Sometimes you're blind. You just miss a tactic, and that's a really, really, really bad one for Anna to miss. I can only imagine it has to do with the nerves of the situation, so much tension in this particular game. She was probably thinking, well, let's just trade queens. I'll get a slightly better position. Nope. Big blunder. Ray Robson not making any headway against Sam Shanklin, but we've got Grandmaster Alejandro to give us a clip.
That's right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to some more analysis of round 9 here in the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. We've had some draws already in both tournaments, but the games that are still going on are extremely exciting. Jennifer, Yasser, and Maurice have definitely analyzed the game between Fabiano Caruana, who's probably already completely winning, against Alexander Lenderman. A very suspicious opening from Lenderman, but I want to talk a little bit about being familiar with a position, what it means in the context of a chess position. Being familiar in the chess sense means that you know the strategies, that you know where the pieces go, that you can quickly come up with the resources necessary in a position. In the game between Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Lenderman, it was so clear that Fabiano knew exactly where his pieces went. Lenderman not so much. He put a queen on b3 that was completely discoordinated with the rest of the pieces. But I want to talk about the U.S. Women's Championship, and in this case, a very important one for the standings. I think the two most important games going on are still between Tatev Abrahamian and Anna Sutonsky, a game that's very unclear, seems very murky. But I want to talk about the one between Crush and Jennifer Yu, and how can I not? Being a Benko gambit with the colors reversed, basically my dream come true in a chessboard. We have more or less this position that we see on the board. And Jennifer Yu plays a very strange move here with the move H5. And it seems like Black's trying to somehow start some kind of pawn storm here and attack on the king side, and you would think that this is a normal move in this position, but it's actually a mistake. This move H5 just wastes a lot of time, and it was actually Crush, who is unfamiliar with the position, unfamiliar as a Benko player, and doesn't find the correct continuation. Here Black has pretty much said, I'm going to attack on the king side. I need, of course, some fuel for this fire. That means I have to keep the queens. And for me, I would instantly, in a bullet game, in a blitz game, in a standard game, play the move Queen A3, trading off the queens, allowing my knight to go to c5, a very typical idea in the Benko gambit, to trade off the queens, even though general chess theory says that when you're down material, you shouldn't trade pieces. That's actually broken in the Benko gambit because the queen's power are so different. The queen is an excellent defensive resource for Black in this case. White wants to trade it as soon as possible. She hasn't done so. Instead of putting the queen back to a3, she defensively put the pawn on h4, which I think didn't capitalize on the mistake by Jennifer Yu. She has played a couple of inaccurate moves. She keeps trying to avoid the move Queen A3, which is the usual way for White to break through on the queen side. She keeps delaying this, and I think that Jennifer Yu is already taking over the initiative in that game, already trying to consolidate her position with an extra pawn, and it shows how important it is to be familiar with the ideas over the chessboard. Crush wasn't familiar with the fact that even though she's down material, she should trade queens, and I think that's going to cost her dearly in this game, as I think Jennifer Yu is very close to consolidating her extra pawn. It's going to be difficult for Crush to win a game that she really must win. She's White against one of the lowest rated players in the tournament. She's half a point behind the leaders. She needs this win desperately. It's going to be a disaster if she doesn't win, and I think that having not played this move Queen A3 to capitalize on H5 might be a big mistake for the standings in her tournament overall. With more analysis for the remaining games, and I think a soon ending to the game between Fabiano Caruana as Black against Alexander Lenderman, let's go back with Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Alejandro, thank you for your insights. Alejandro, of course, as you probably know, Jen, is a real specialist. In fact, he's one of the foremost experts in the world on the Benko Gambit, doing lots of training DVDs. So what he had to say, I really found to be salient and right on point. Who knew you were going to get an exposition on the Benko Gambit from Irina Krush's game today, where she was White? In any case, I agree wholeheartedly with what Alejandro was saying. This insufficient compensation for white for the pawn. I mean, her last move demonstrates that most clearly. Normally, in a banca, this light square bishop would be eyeballing this long diagonal. Since those bishops have been traded, Irina was worried that her opponent would seize the initiative in the center with the move e5, e4. So she went into a little bit of a defensive shell with f2, f3, simply to stop that idea. But now black, pawn to the good, no problem. Maurice.
Yes, I just went back in the history books to go find my game in the U.S. Open, this example that I was talking about. And by the way, Jen, you and I played in that U.S. Open, if you remember, in Hawaii back in 1998 as well. Tough game. I got the better of you that time. But this one was, I believe, my last game from that tournament. And in this position, you see the pawn on d5 looks like it's hanging, but you can't take it. And this was the mistake my opponent made. In this position, he played the move queen takes on d5. And this is the one and only time in my life I got to play this tactic. Exactly a knight, exactly a queen, a rook defending the whole nine. And in this position, I played bishop to c4, and that was it. The game was over. My opponent actually took the bishop with queen takes on c4, rook takes c4, knight c4, and then I played queen d5 and picked off the knight and won the game. So memory just brought back quickly for me. She did not know this pattern, or I'm sure she would have known the pattern. It feels like this is something you should know, but Judith Polgar missed it as well, casually speaking, just looking at the position. So did Anna Zatonsky, and she's losing the game because of one straightforward tactic.
Thank you, Maurice. Anna, recognizing what she has done, has decided not to throw in the towel. She's a fighter. She's demonstrated that throughout the tournament. I mean, she's fighting a losing battle, but hey, you can not over-resign. How did you put it? You can't over-resign.
It's hard to over-resign.
It's hard to over-resign.
That move, bishop c5, man. You wouldn't want to be inside Anna's brain at that moment, because that's not a fun feeling that move over the board.
No, that's very, very, very painful.
Yikes.
But we're going to go on break, but we're going to leave you with a special puzzle, a Jeffrey Zhang tactical puzzle.
Can you play like Zhang? Welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championship. We've got a big result in. Grandmasters Ray Rodson and Sam Shankland have drawn their game. So Ray did not catch up today, but still very much in contention.
And we're going to solve the puzzle. Maurice,
That's right.
our puzzle master.
Well, they're making them easy today, at least fun for me. Strolling down memory lane, that game we just saw with Anna Zatonsky giving me a pleasant memory back in the U.S. Open in Hawaii. What a great U.S. Open that was. They just had a tournament recently in Hawaii as well, the Hawaii Open. That was amazing. I don't know why we couldn't do it again this year. Bo Mueller, man, we got to figure out how to do that again. It was so much fun. But anyway, this one was from the first Millionaire Chess Open back in 2014. And this, for me, was Jeffrey Zhang's coming out party. I had not known who this youngster was. He was rising in strength. He had just defeated Alexei Dreyev. I mentioned Dreyev earlier today. Things are just memories colliding. Dreyev had lost on time in a winning position, or a much better position at least, against Jeffrey. So Jeffrey was 2-0, but he had to face the fearsome Chinese GM, Zhao Jinchao. And Zhao Jinchao ended up winning 4th place, coming all the way back and winning 4th place in Millionaire. But not in this game. In this game, he lost to Jeffrey, and Jeffrey figured out, actually, Jeffrey missed a mate. I wrote about this in the book on the Millionaire Chess Open, on that first Millionaire Chess Open. In this position, so he missed a mate earlier with a sacrifice of C8. Get the book if you want to get all the details. But this position, this pawn is looking like it's going to become a queen and be quite dangerous. The king is cut off, so there's going to be mating ideas. But your pawn is so strong that you just need to figure out how to liquidate. And the key move that Jeffrey found here was the move rook to e7, holding that pawn down and threatening a very nice mate. Knight to d6 is mate. This rook can't move to defend it. Any checks by this rook, the king will just march until it's hiding. So the only way to really defend it is to play the move rook to a6. Now it looks like black has everything more or less covered, except Jeffrey threw out the move knight to a7 check, deflecting that rook beautifully, actually decoying the rook, most importantly, to the a7 square. If the king moves, of course, you queen, double check, and it's going to be mate soon. So you have to get rid of this knight. And now he dropped down rook to d8 check. The point being that after rook takes, pawn takes, king takes queen, rook's going to take rook and control the pawn at the same time. Actually, let me just show that line. Takes, let's get a queen, king takes, and rook takes rook, catching the pawn just in time, and Jeffrey went to 3-0 in this tournament. He wasn't able to keep pace in the event. He did okay, but this was the sign of things to come. This one of the ones that he'll certainly have in a future tome on his best games, just the way he played as a young man. And back in Millionaire, he was all of 13 years old. Man, these youngsters are beasts.
Thank you, Maurice. Nice combination by Jeffrey, and basically what Maurice was showing you was a key moment, but all of those moves being forced, Jeffrey had to perceive that combination well in advance. Very, very impressive. Also very impressive is Fabiano Caruana. He's done everything that we spoke about earlier, Jen. He went after that g6 pawn. He didn't do it with the rook or with the knight, but guess what? He got it even in a superior way. He just took the pawn off the board and brought his knight to this nice square f4, and basically he's a pawn up with the white king on e3. This looks
not an enviable position
horrible.
For the king, indeed.
Horrible.
So let's try to knock him out.
Yeah, now we start looking for knockout blows.
Because something like, I mean, I see that at some point if I can loosen your pawn on d4, like, well, right now you are actually attacking my knight. Believe it or not, you're starting to play king takes f4.
I'm almost doubtful.
Doubtful that it's really a threat, but I was just thinking that if knight e6 or something, we're threatening knight takes d4 and rook c4.
Yeah, but that doesn't feel like it's
That doesn't feel like the right thing since the knight on f4 is so pretty.
Yeah, and you're kind of giving white reasons to want to hang around a little bit. I was thinking just get rid of the rook. Just knight c6. Get rid of that rook. After all, if we can get the rook off the e-file, that would open up the e-file for our rook. Then our knight could come back and life would be very, very, very good. Also, you know me, I'm a pawn grubber. Knight f4 has a double idea. First, get rid of the rook.
Then why not just play knight g2 check?
Second, take the knight. I wanted to get rid of the rook because I thought there would be mating ideas on the e-file.
So you don't actually want to take on h4 right away, yeah.
Right. I could do that, right? Knight g2 check, except after takes, ooh, there's rook c2. I wanted to play knight takes d5, and I suddenly saw it for the first time. I apologize. Rook c2. Ooh, well, there's something good to be said about grabbing this one as well. Maurice.
Yeah, that one's terrible, and it's going to keep getting worse. One that's already really bad, but we should follow, and there's another embarrassing tactic in the position for Anna is this one, and it has happened in the game. We saw this tactic takes. She played a few moves, queen d4 check, king h1, queen takes, bishop to d2, castles, b4. You know, you talk about should you resign too early? Well, after bishop f3, a3, rook c8, c5, bishop to d5, offering a trade of bishop. She played bishop to f4, and now this has been met by the move queen takes on e2, ripping off this pawn, and that's just too much now. Having lost this pawn, she has resigned as Anna Zatonski. A terrible day for her, and an unbelievable loss, and Tatev, thrilled inside, unquestionably so, cannot believe the game went her way today as it did. She was going to be slightly worse. She went from slightly worse to completely winning in one move. A devastating loss for Anna. She still has some mathematical chances, of course, of coming back. Tatev has 2 games to go. There's still 2 rounds, but she's now a full point behind her. And Tatev stands in sole first place in the tournament with 7 points. Nazi Pekidze sitting at 6.5. Anna in 3rd place at 6. Irina Krush battling for her life in her game. She's just down a pawn, looking for compensation at 5.5, hoping against hope she might get to 6, or maybe with a miracle win and get to 6.5 points. But it looks as though we may already be talking about a new name after 10 years at the U.S. Women's Championships. 2 players standing atop that we have not seen before. Guys, amazing development here at the U.S. Championships.
That's
Absolutely.
right. And Fabiano Caruana, of course, because he hasn't played before, but Tatev trying every which way to win this title. And now actually in clear first.
Right.
With 2 rounds to go, that is a huge moment.
And you think about the spoiler game yesterday where Irina had such a big edge against her rival and was unable to rote that point home, and what it means now that Tatev has won with the black pieces. She looks to be in pole position going into our next 2 games. Wow.
And we do have some comments at U.S. Chess Champs. Darren Potter says that it's nice to know blunders of that scale happen on a high level and not just to me. Yes, blunders do affect everyone except computers, right?
Right.
And we've also got some other comments coming in about that very move. Boris Smolik says that probably 95% of my most embarrassing blitz games have been blundering that exact tactic.
Well,
or bishop c5 tactics of some sort.
Yeah, there's some kind of an overworked piece.
I'm guessing he plays a lot of Grand Prix or something. Something where you play f4 and your g1 to a7 diagonal is exposed.
Exactly, you're king.
Meanwhile, Tata's biggest fan, Christian Lacados, just says purple fairy with 3 exclams and 25 smiley faces. And Yasser, you probably wouldn't know, but on Twitter there's actually a character limit. Actually, somebody said there's no way Yaz can get a Twitter account because he likes space too much.
Right.
You only have 140 characters to give a statement or question. And that's why a lot of times when I read the tweets, you'll notice that they're all so concise.
Exactly.
Unlike some of our calls, right? Which are great. We do love the calls. But one of the great things with Twitter is it actually makes people better writers because they have to just like edit it down and only say the essential stuff.
Better writers.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Wow.
100%. I mean,
okay.
people who would normally go on and on just have to be like, get to the point. And that's good writing.
Okay.
Josh Friedel, Grandmaster, and I've seen him around the Central West End.
Second for Tatev.
Right. He says that Anna and Tatev are playing an interesting game. This was like 40 minutes ago before the big blunder.
Right.
And he says, I just wish they'd do it faster. Well, I guess he just wishes it happened exactly as it happened, because he could have helped for more as a second, because not only did Tatev win, grabbing the clear lead in the women's championship, but she also won pretty fast.
Yes, indeed.
So they're going to have time to prepare for the next couple opponents, indeed.
All right, and I just think that when we left the game of Hikaru Nakamura and trying to assess his chances of coming back and successfully defending his title, they got to this position, and I thought that Alexander Onishuk would just play the move G3. Oops, excuse me. Bishop. Yeah, the bishop went back to D2. Bishop went. I thought in this position he would just play the move G3 and prepare the trade of this knight. You think that you're going to get into a bishop ending, right? So, for example, king here, knight here, and we're just going to go straight into this bishop ending. This bishop ending really is not a problem. I think that white holds this bishop ending very easily once he puts all of his pawns on light squares. He'll play f3 and so on. Instead, Alexander, very familiar with these types of positions, went knight e3, allowing black to keep the minor pieces, chase the king out of the center, and now after these moves, I think Hikaru has more chances of winning this game than he did 4 moves ago. There's more opportunity here as these pieces remain on the board. But we have Maurice with Anna Zatonsky.
After a very difficult game, Anna Zatonsky, this one was not going to be one of your finer moments. What were you thinking when this move, bishop c5, appeared on the board?
Okay, I was thinking that I had to drink more coffee or Coca-Cola or sleep better. It just this just one move blunder. It's not like I missed something in long variation. And it's just pity to lose such important game like that.
Have you blundered like this before in your career, or when is the last time you remember?
Okay, must be
like
blunder or something. I don't recall, but in such important game, I don't remember.
You were playing very enterprising chess before that. Unusual line. You played this move f4.
Yes.
Really interesting position. It's been played before.
Better.
It looked like you were doing quite well.
Yes, I've got better. It's a pity that like some opening preparation, which I got advantage out of the game and finally just blundered like one move.
Also, using a lot of time on the clock. Your preparation, you weren't that far out of your preparation.
No, I think, okay,
but you both were using a lot of
everything.
time.
You cannot prepare everything, of course, and when she played rook c8, I either forgot or it's something new for me.
You're all smiles right now. It seems to belie the fact that you must realize that this has created a difficult situation for you to come back and win the championship.
Yeah, it's a pity, so what? Okay, I will cry. I will go crying. You want me to cry?
No, I don't. I'm just, your smile is so lovely right now
but
after such a tough game.
I know, but I love chess, and for me it's very important, you know, like, it's like chess games, especially in this tournament, is sort of meditation, just I'm forgetting about some stuff, and this is very nice ability to change something and to play chess, to play in this tournament.
Well, we know you have a great family, a husband, and a couple of great kids waiting to give mommy a hug. So we'll let you go do that and shake this one off. There's still 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Anna. Very, very, very tough to lose a game that's so important to literally a one-move blunder. What to say? It happens to the best of us.
That's right, it does. And meanwhile, we've got an interesting decision in the game between Irina Krush and Jennifer Yu. Jennifer Yu seems to be going for massive trades after this move b5. So,
how do you see the game going here? What do you anticipate? Irina, who, by the way, considering that Tatev has won the game, a lot of pressure on her as well.
Well, after takes on b5, it seems like
rook takes, yeah.
And it looks like we can maybe win it. We have to check the tactics after rook takes a6, and then we might end up winning our pawn back.
I see. Rook takes
a6, rook takes b4, rook takes our rook is defended over on. So this would then be like a dead draw, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure.
Or is White still White has a little something now that we've won a pawn?
Not sure.
Irina will certainly be breathing a sigh of relief if this happens, right?
That she's won her pawn back for sure.
But Black also could have gone for something else besides rook takes b5. But it seems like either way, if we take back with the pawn, you're also going to win a pawn, right? But then there's going to be even more trades.
How do we win a pawn after takes? I can recapture with the queen.
Oh, you can recapture with the queen, I see. Okay, but I mean, you are a little bit discombobulated, though, like something like queen d6.
Exactly. I need to get my...
Not sure you're going to be a queen d6 and...
You're tickling me here as well as here.
Queen d5, and there might be a knight c4 at some point too.
Yeah,
and you can't play queen d5 because of queen takes b8. So perhaps some interesting opportunities for Irina. But now we have the clear leader of the women's championship, Tatev Abrahamian. She's with Maurice.
Yes, first place clear at the moment after 9 rounds. Tatev, a couple of days ago, you said to me, well, it's going to get tough now. I got to play Irina. I got to play Anna. It's really hard. You managed to survive the game yesterday, and today, what a gift. What does it feel like to be able to play the move bishop c5 in such an important game?
I mean, I actually checked my heart rate on my Fitbit because I couldn't believe it. I was calculating this line when I went knight h5, and I was calculating the end game, and then at some point I realized I just had bishop c5. But I thought she would just take knight d4, I'll take knight f4, I have some compensation for the pawn. Then she reached for the queen, I just couldn't believe it. I thought, oh my god, I'm going to win this game.
You say your heart rate, did it just fly through the roof?
Yeah, my heart was like 115 or something. Like, I couldn't believe it. But I tried to calm myself down because, okay, game is not over. If your opponent blunders, you can blunder too at some point. So I just tried to calm myself down.
So now that you're calm and you're sitting in the chair and it's all done, how are you seeing this situation? You're in first place in the Women's Championship.
I mean, it's the best case scenario for me because I already played everyone who can catch me, so if I win my games, the championship is mine.
Who do you play now in your last 2 games?
Akshita and Ashrita.
So you got 2 youngsters who are going to be standing in your way.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about those games?
I've never played Akshita, so I'll play with her for the first time tomorrow. I played Ashrita several times. I have a big score against her. But I always get nervous because when I have a big score against someone, I think it's a matter of time until they beat me. So that makes me very nervous. And I feel very bad for Anna. I usually don't feel bad for my opponents, but the game is over. And like I have a lot of respect for her and admiration. She's here with her family, and you know she says she's not sleeping because her kids are waking up, and she's putting so much effort into her game. So I kind of feel bad it had to happen to her like this, but such is chess.
Absolutely. One of the challenges of competition. You're atop the championship. Have you ever been clear before in the championship?
I don't think so.
So your first time, this is a new feeling. What to do? What to do now?
I don't know. It's not a familiar feeling, so I don't know what to do. I don't know. I haven't really grasped it yet, I guess.
Well, we won't stand in your way. Thanks so much for joining us, and best wishes in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Enjoy the moment, indeed. I mean, wow.
No, not too much. She's got
2 big games.
Yeah, 2 big games to try to avoid a playoff.
Yeah, Tatev had, she mentioned it herself, a huge test. Irina and Anna back-to-back. You score 1.5 points out of those 2 games. I'll tell you something, you deserve to win a championship.
And playing 2 of the lower-rated players in the tournament in the last 2 rounds. So
she's in pole position.
Definitely in very good position. That being said, you really can never tell. Those Akshita and Ashrita, both with 3.5 points. They've been overperforming slightly based on their rating. So I think 3.5 out of 9. Probably slightly above par for the lowest rated, I think.
Yes.
So I really think anything can happen in those games with Tatev, and she admitted that she's nervous, which is good.
Of course.
You don't want to not be nervous at all.
Right. You want those butterflies and, you know, to be respectful and all the rest. Speaking of first in the women's section, in the open section, guess what? Fabiano kicked the rook and grabbed the pawn. He did it in a funny way. I actually thought he was kicking the rook in order to take over the e-file. He didn't. He said, no, I'm more interested in this pawn. Give me the pawn. And they've reached this position. Again, it's all about white's king position as well as the extra material for black. So Fabiano in cruise control in this game. Maurice, some insights into the position?
The insight is it's over. This one is completely busted. This king, we saw the game from yesterday, the Petrosian King March. Oh, how White wishes he could pick his king up and put it on the B1 square. That would be so wonderful right now. It's never going to happen. Queen to G5 check is the computer's killer move. They're up at 6 points over a rook. This rook on H1 is the culprit, likely to drop because of all kinds of mating problems. Now let's just play a move, King D3, trying to get to the B1 square, but now knight takes on F3, and this is mate. This, just to note that, that's a mating threat in the position, and if you try to run away with the move king to C2, well, now we pick off your rook with queen to G2 check, so your king does not get to B1 at all. So how do you deal with the mate? Well, after knight takes F3, you have to play rook to D1, dealing with the mate and dealing with the queen G2 threat, but that doesn't stop White from playing queen G2 anyway, cutting you off from being able to run, and now you're in deep trouble what to move with your position so fixed. How do you fix yourself? How do you fix this problem? Let's try a move like rook to E7, trying to fight back. Now the engine wants to play the devious F4, continuing to control squares. And if you play a move like rook to E2, now controlling, well, queen to G6 check. It's not like it's academic. What do you block with now? Again, look at this king. This king just stuck in the middle of the board. More pounding away at a king that cannot run. Rook to D8. What now? You're frozen. Mate in 5 is what the engines give. So a few more attacking moves, just a little bit of patience on his part, and we see that moment there. Queen G5 check is that moment. The replay from just a moment ago when he played this really fantastic idea. Very simple. Queen G5 check, and the guy he's just busted. Now, for some reason, I had Queen G5 check on my input before this. Was this live? Just happened?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of weird because I thought Queen G5 was on the DGT feed.
No, you were mentioning that was the engine's #1 choice.
I know, but I thought I had it over here and not over here. That was weird what just went down. That was bizarre. Like the DGT picked up this move was going to happen. At any rate, he's played the move Queen G5. This one's over. He needs 4 more moves just about to reel the point home. King D3 is on the board. Playing quickly is Lenderman. Well, he had to play that move because he couldn't back his king up because of Queen G2 check. So now time to snap off the F3 pawn, not because it's a pawn and you have 3 connected passed pawns when you do so. That's just a little minor point. We're hunting kings.
And the moral of the story here, Jennifer, is take pawns. They're good for you.
Oh, I thought the moral was the castle.
No, win pawns.
Not to get our king to D3. This is a very unusual situation. Normally,
so it appears
you
that
don't get to hunt a strong grandmaster's king like this.
No, you really don't get those opportunities. So
and there it goes.
So it does appear
played.
that Fabiano, in cruise control, is about to take a ½ point lead over Wesley So, and I'm returning back to the game of Hikaru Nakamura, because if Hikaru could manage to win what I thought was a drawn position, he stands better, he too would be just a ½ point behind Fabiano. And after the move G4, I think I'm up to date here.
Yeah, and we'll be keeping an eye, of course, on the Lenderman-Caruana game as well as we wait to see that one conclude.
I just want to say that that's 5 minutes. Not time trouble because of it's move 35 in the game of Onishuk, but 5 minutes for Onishuk in this position. And it's very clear that what in a dream world, what Hikaru would like to do is position his king into the center of the board, taking more squares and posting up against that pawn on D4, the isolated pawn.
And Lenderman has made a move.
He has.
So
Shall we return to that game?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I'll bring it up on my screen.
He's played rook to D1.
Yes, that move was forced to
stopping Queen D2.
Right, and I love this move, Queen G2, by the way. Just keeping that king stuck in the center of the board, right there in the middle, and essentially, well, all kinds of things are raining down on on White. Pardon me. Moves of F4, rook over, and even rook E3 mate. It's another type of mate. That was why Maurice suggested, or the engine suggested, the move rook E7, F4, taking up this nice square, but also opening up the diagonal after rook e2. This was the line that Maurice showed, where after check, knight e4, Maurice didn't show that if you walked into the pin with rook e4, well, thank you for the rook. Exchange if there's not even anything better. But check, knight e4, and rook to d8, and the position's just frozen. White can't move. It's over.
And
it's
even
that
if
simple.
Fabi doesn't play these precise moves, I mean, he's just got this game really in the bag.
Agreed.
And he's been playing precise all game.
Yeah, he's played a wonderful game so far. Maurice.
I think that move, that the two dominating moves, Queen G2 and F4, really are impressive. I think those two moves really speak to a strong, stranglehold, make sure the king cannot run away. That's important to play for. I think he's going to find Queen G2. I also think he's going to find F4. So this guy's been playing computer-esque the whole game. Take a look at the wild tactical exchange that happened and is continuing to happen in the game between Gadakamsky and Akshat Chandra. It's not a game that matters too much, but it's fun. Take a look. In this moment, somehow Gada cleared his pawns and had suddenly a normal-looking position after playing the move B3 on move 1. Well, he traded queens here, and in this moment, 6 pawns to 6, he decided, let me rip off this A6 pawn. Now, Akshat is down to his typical time pressure situation where he's only got 1 minute and 41 seconds to play. Gada has half an hour. Bishop A6, and of course, if you take, then the knight's hanging, so counter sacrifice, knight takes B4, hoping to see the take back, and then he takes here, but Gada played bishop takes on B7. Now knight to D3, temporarily up a pawn is white, but now his pieces are being forked. He has to be a little bit careful about this situation. Rook B1 is what the engines give here, or even rook D1. He instead played rook to C6, and the engines say this is a bad move because of this move. Knight to C5, attacking the bishop, shutting the rook off, guarding this bishop, shutting the rook off from the back row, and also preparing bishop to d5. What is interesting about this is, although you're attacking the bishop, which cannot move, rook takes, guarding the bishop, loses on the spot to this beautiful tactic, bishop to b8. Simple but effective, attacking the rook, and look, guarding the h2 square, and there's a back rank problem. You're going to get mated. Knight c5 was the strongest move here after rook to c6. Unfortunately, Akshat, in time pressure, did not spot that move, and instead, after rook c6, he played bishop d5, immediately giving this move takes, and now he played bishop takes e3, trying to get back material, and he's not going to make it in this game. He's not going to win anything, but he might be able to hold a draw if he's lucky. On the other hand, Caruana has played queen g2, no surprise there. No Petrosian king march. Your king will not end up on b1. Even if your king were on b1 right now, black has 5 pawns to 3. This pawn on b7, though, if you could play, just give me a couple of moves. King b1 and rook takes b7, I'm still in the game. I would hope against hope, even though this pawn on f5 would be strong, I could make my d pawn happen. But he's not going to give you 3 free moves, unfortunately. You're just down 2 pawns now. King stuck in the middle. Mating threats will abound. And Linderman just feeling the force of a 2,800 player coming straight at him. A win today should put Fabiano back in number 2 in the world in the live rankings. Man, he's just looking like a killer right now.
Playing wonderful chess. Simply in great form here in St. Louis is Fabiano Caruana. He's playing really, really powerful. Very
Indeed.
impressive.
It really is just echoes of the Singfield Cup. We said it earlier. It's watching him play here. The combination of the preparation and the great middle game play, coupled with also the technique.
Yeah.
You know, finding moves like Queen G2, and there was another game where he found all the perfect moves in the end. It's really impressive.
And this novelty, too, this F5, I mean, I think the grandmasters around the world are going to be studying this position for quite some time because it's so strategically rich. Maurice.
Yes, a position that looked interesting, maybe a little bit boring, maybe a little bit dry, has just suddenly opened up rapidly. It's a very important game for the championship, Nakamura's game with black against Onischuk. And in this position, what would you play if you had white? Well, I'm not sure you would have played the move D5. But this is exactly what Onishuk has played, sacrificing his isolated pawn, suddenly trying to get rid of it before the black king blockades it. The Indians are not exactly thrilled by this particular move, so let's go into it. E takes D5 is the best move. King takes doesn't work because of knight to E3 check, and suddenly your F5 pawn is going to drop after he takes. But check this out, king to E5 would be a small mistake. Bishop to C3, mate on the board. Talk about an unusual checkmate. That one would hurt. So knight E3, attacking the F5 pawn, the complications there would lead to just about a draw. So the key move that Nakamura is studying right now after D5 is the move E takes D5, critical move. And now the Indians give knight takes on D6. And there's that pawn hanging on F5 that he's about to take. The best move here is to take first with check. And the Indians giving pawn takes, although I'm curious to know what happens after king takes, trying to get into the position. And now king takes D6 and bishop to C3. This is a pawn down ending. The bishop wants to get to the G7 square and take this pawn. So let's go with knight E5 check. King to G3, you have to guard your pawn with the idea of F4. I don't know. It seems to me that this position may not be winning for black, but looks awfully good for black. A pawn up. Is it really drawn? It's hard for him to play knight C6 and D4 because the bishop can go to G7. So the question is, how will he make progress here? Knight to F7 is what the Indian's giving in this position and saying that bishop F6. Ooh. This looks dangerous for black, even though for white. The Indians are saying that he's not a full pawn up, but it's feeling like something's wrong for black. Like for white, it looks like white is giving some chances to Nakamura, and you can bet Nakamura is, oh, look at that. He took the jacket off. He said, that's it. Time to get down to business after this last move, because he feels like he could win. This could be his chance, and he's going to take the moment to analyze it carefully, to think that he could win this game and be only a half a point out of first. A draw would be a bad result, a point behind for sure. He knows it, and he wants to figure it out right now and see if he can refute this play and potentially get back right behind the leader.
Thank you, Maurice. Again, I just felt that a little slip in a very technical position by Alex Onishuk, a rarity for him because he's such a very, very good technical player. And this pawn sacrifice that clearly he is prepared to play, I'm a little bit surprised that he thinks that in this whole line, this whole variation, which by the way has a very forcing feel to it, he can simply hold it. Very intriguing. Normally speaking, you would say the fellow with the extra pawn has great winning chances. Maybe he's made a very good judgment because this pawn on H6 is a real Achilles heel for black. Move those pawns back to H7 and G6, and I would imagine black's winning chances are extremely high. Here, I'm less sure. Maybe it was a fantastic decision. In any case, Hikaru feeling that now is his moment, and the advantage is on his side of the table. Is it enough? We'll have to see.
Meanwhile, let's take a look on the big game in the women's championship that's still going on. Irina Krush versus Jennifer Yu.
Absolutely.
So this one determines whether or not Irina's going to have realistic chances to catch Tatev.
Exactly. We left it around these parts, I believe. This is where you had that really nice idea of rook takes A6. Irina went for the positional move, queen A5, knight D7, rook C1, and, well, after I see this move, rook C1, it's very clear to me that Irina is fighting for the draw. No question at all after I see that move. Queen B6, and our defending champion on the ropes here against the youthful Jennifer Yu. And you were, who is telling us that it was Irina who won her first championship at the age of 14? I think it was the Maurice on his.
Yeah. I was at that championship, actually.
Really?
Yeah, she did. She got 8.5 out of 9.
As a 14-year-old.
Yeah, that was Irina. The one that. Yeah, that was an amazing result, and
fantastic.
Only equaled in this I guess in this time by Anna Zatansky, who had the same score in 2009 here at the Women's Championship.
Wow.
I mean, obviously in a stronger field, but she also wasn't 14. So just really like an astonishing result by Irina.
Absolutely.
To be fair, she wasn't one of the lowest rated players at the time. Unlike with Jennifer Yu being in the second half of the cross table, I think Irina was like right about average at that time.
Wow. But she paid quite a statement. Maurice.
Yeah, there's some results that are telling of what's going to happen to a player, or what you think is going to happen to a player. I remember when Sofia Polgar won Rome with a spectacular score, and it was like, okay, she's going to be a super strong player. And, of course, Judith with all her spectacular exploits, and they were just putting them back to back to back. And we knew that the Polgar sisters had become indeed one of the most rare phenomenon in all of chess. 3 players from the same family making it to international master or better, 1 being Sofia and 2 being Judith and her illustrious sister Susan Polgar as well. So incredible to see 14-year-old Jennifer Yu now turning the tables a little bit against a woman who's now more than twice her age, is Irina. But this position, you guys said maybe she's playing for a draw. I get the feeling she's playing for a win. Now, that sounds ridiculous in this position, to be sure, but she has actually been avoiding drawn positions. A couple of moves, a couple of times she could have won her pawn back. The move you mentioned earlier, right, when b5 first happened, this move wins back the pawn under good circumstances as well. If you take with the pawn, rook takes. If you take rook takes, then queen takes. And if you play queen takes, queen d6, and you can't guard the pawns in this position, the move queen to d5 is not playable because the rook is hanging. So this one would have netted her pawn back, but potential trades and maybe what she's worried about. I don't know why she didn't go exactly for this one. Actually, no, the reason might have been the problem of rook takes. This might have been the problem, having to go down this line, and now after either way, let's say rook takes a6, takes, this ending is pretty difficult to win, although this one might run into knight c4 here after takes on b5. Knight d7 is possible. I could see her trying to annoy her young opponent in a position like this one. So surprising she actually didn't choose this one. Now, queen b6 is another one where takes is playable, allowing some trades to happen. Takes, and now take, another capture, and now rook c7. And this pawn are about to come under fire if this knight moves. So another position that is, according to the engines, just equal, flat out equal, giving rook a2 as the best move in this position. But knight e4, knight to f6, and I don't know about this line by the engine is saying equal here. I would not play this way if I were black, letting this pawn drop in this position. But the engines are giving equal here as well. White getting opportunities. Jennifer insistent with, she's not trying to win anymore. After queen a5, queen b6, sorry, I have the wrong position. This is the one. Queen here, queen b4. She's now playing queen c5. She's like, you know what? I am willing to take a draw against you. Go ahead. Let's just trade queens and get the pieces off the board. The engines again giving queen a5 as the best move. But clearly Irina does not want to go to some ending, because even here she could play the move queen takes queen. This one is slightly inferior for her. She could just go back into the line. Again, queen a5. I think Irina's trying to figure out how to actually win this game somehow. Maybe would cost her, but she's going to feel pretty disgusted. We saw her disgusted 2 days in a row.
Well, just mathematically, it'll be very, very hard for her to win, especially with Tatev playing 2 of the lowest rated players on the table. So you're right, Maurice, maybe just a practical decision.
And she's going back to a5.
It looks like she did go queen to a5. So now Jennifer Yu has to decide whether she wants to play queen b6 and essentially offer a repetition of the position. But that would only be the second time, right?
Well, let's see. What we've got is this position, right? So...
No, it would be third, huh?
No, hold on.
So it's queen b6.
Queen c5.
Right, so this would just be number 2.
Just be number 2.
Yeah, yeah. So perhaps if Jennifer thought that queen b6 was a good move before, maybe she should make the move pretty quickly. You know, they only have 7 minutes left on the clock for 13 moves, just to see what Irina wants to do.
And Maurice.
Time pressure in another game. Very exciting position. We haven't been looking at Katerina Nemtsova, who's been coming back in the championship, has been playing well. She herself said, I'm back. Well, unfortunately, Agata Baikovskev, one of the youngsters, a 16-year-old, is got a position where she could completely wipe her off the board. Look at this position Black has. Beautiful coordination of her pieces. This knight on A3, clearly an eyesore. And in this position, Black has different moves. The engines see knight takes F2, 1, blowing up the position. If you play queen takes F2, rook to E2, coming down to the second rank and getting on G2, and that's going to be ugly. That's one line. Knight takes F2, you would not be able to touch this pawn. Rook D2 the knight. Rook D2 being the best move. But actually, a surprise, and that's one way to win. More surprising, cooler and calmer is this move. Knight back to F6. Now, that's one you'd be surprised at, like, why go back? But the threat to this is so powerful. If you were to move it, then suddenly your position on the light squares is absolutely awful, and we could just try bishop H1 and ask you how you plan to survive. That would be completely over, so that's one way to play. The other problem is if you play F3, well, you know what we're going to do. Time to snack on the pawn on F3 and takes, and then actually many different ways to win here. Queen F3 is one of them. Engines giving us more accurate. Knight H5, we saw this in the Fabi game. Rook to G6 is coming, pawns hanging. Everybody's a problem. I think she'd probably play queen takes F3, though, as a human. This one looks crunchy as well. Rook E4, Rook E2. The game would absolutely be in Black's control. So she has a couple of wins here. The only issue is she has only got 3 minutes and 52 seconds left on her clock by our count. What will she do? Why is she taking so long? She has actually not found any of the above, and she's instead played queen to E7, attacking the knight. She's still winning, attacking the knight on A3 and the pawn on H4. So this is winning as well, but not the same kind of crispy knockout that she could have had. Will it matter? We don't know. The clocks, though, creating a lot of tension in this game. We'll see how this one transpires in the next few minutes.
Meanwhile, Jennifer, you played queen b6, but I also want to draw your attention to Fabiano Caruana's game, because he didn't go for your move of F4, but of course what he played I think is quite strong as well. He played the move rook to B8, looking for another avenue against the king.
Well, he played rook E8 first.
And
played rook E8 first.
Rook E8 first, yeah. And then after... but I just saw this really cool mate. Of course, I'm just looking for fantasy variations now, because we know if you pull back to the current position. So after rook c7, rook b8, I was just thinking the move queen c4. Okay. I want to help mate. I want you to get helpmated. I have queen d2.
Queen d2, check. Oops, sorry, that was my mouse slip. Queen d2, check. Rook captures queen.
And then knight e1.
Sweet. That's a nice smothered mate.
But of course, I could probably take on b2 also, and I'm threatening queen d2 with the exact same idea.
But this is pretty.
Queen d2, and is that what happens after? Let's see what the position is now after rook b8, queen moves.
Hold on. So we got this.
Of course, I helpmated you guys by playing queen c4. This doesn't work now because after
you played queen c6.
Yes, after queen c6, now I can't play queen d2 because rook d2 you have the c4 square.
Let's point out,
and
guys,
I can't take on b2 because queen takes e8 check, right?
Right.
Can we back up just a second, because we don't want the fans to miss this moment. Rook c7 was played by by Lenderman, looking like he's hanging a rook, but of course the rook on e8 is hanging. So
it's an offer of a trade.
Don't make any mistakes there. There was no blunder. He knew what he was doing when he played that.
That's probably winning for
That's
Black
probably
too.
winning as well, but much better after rook c7 is just simply avoiding it and saying, "Go, leave, please," with this one, and queen c6. We should point out that here, if rook to b7, in the best case, in the simplest case, you just take it and then move your knight somewhere with check, getting that attack on that queen. Thanks for your queen. That will be all tears. So backing up, he instead moved his queen to c6, and then Fabiano played cold-bloodedly with rook e to d8 and said, your king is so surrounded, it's just going to be lunch.
Are we threatening mate in one anywhere? No, but we're threatening knight e5. We're threatening rook takes d4.
We're threatening mate in 2. Rook d4, king e3, f4.
Not fast enough. But yeah, this looks...
by the way,
and knight e5.
We're also threatening knight e5 check. Winning, Alex Lenderman seeing the end is nigh.
And now it's just all about finding the cute little fantasy mates. After knight e5, king e3, we don't even have a checkmate. We just have to take the queen. that's no fun.
Oh.
There's got to be a checkmate there somewhere, guys.
You guys are vultures, boy. Just,
95.
you know,
vultures.
Picking the bones. I mean,
I'm
the carcass is done.
We were talking about vultures. Who were we talking to about vultures?
Queen G3.
Oh, Irina Crush. Irina Crush, she said, when she drew this game against Alyssa Melahina, she said in the moment where she was totally busted, all of a sudden everybody showed up right at the chessboard. She's totally dead. And she said she had the feeling of vultures coming around her like she was the carcass. And then all of a sudden, her opponent blundered,
and the
vultures all left. So, yeah, chess players are vultures. They see some blood. It's like, even if you're a fan, it's like, oh no, she's about to go down, and everybody goes right to that board because they want to see the fatal finish.
Right.
Well, yeah, we are vultures, and this one, yeah, the black pieces are currently vultures trying to eat that white king. They know you don't always checkmate a player like Alexander Lindemann. This is just a dominating wipeout of a king. Remember, the king was over here at one point. You march and you never leave. I mean, you never get to a safe square. Oh, how he wishes his king could somehow be on B1. No, that's just not going to happen.
But I totally agree with you about vultures, and that's one of the reasons that I think it's great for people to resign later, because we get to see this type of stuff. And the thing about vultures, as Maurice mentioned, is that it's strong players too. Even really strong players like to watch people go down, even when the result is no longer in doubt.
Right.
And,
I remember playing once in the World Cup, the GMA World Cup in Barcelona, and it was a huge match, Garry Kasparov, Rafael Vaganyan. Both players in time trouble, and maybe Garry, the reigning world champion, slightly better. And they were blitzing, and all of the grandmasters come around for the blitz. And at a certain moment, Garry made a move, offered a draw, and instantly, without thinking, Vaganyan played. Like, no draw. And I was standing next to Jonathan Spielman, Spess, and we looked at each other, smiled, and Spess said, nice. You just declining a draw against the world champion with the black pieces in a time scramble without thinking about it. Of course not.
And speaking of vultures, let's go back to that game, because we just saw a couple of moves. King C4, Lenderman has played, and Fabi's responded with rook takes D4 check.
Exactly.
I think that the idea there is now we're opening up the F1. 95 is the easiest.
The E5
95, and that's not mating, though.
It's winning the queen.
We're only winning a queen, guys. We need to figure out a way to checkmate.
Well, no. I think it was
Levon.
Tartakower or
Capablanca.
No, Tartakower or Larson said something like, when you can't see the checkmate, take the queen.
Oh, but Levon Aronian repeated that story this year in the Singfield Cup, and for some reason I thought he said Capablanca, but yeah, because we were criticizing him for not finding some brilliancy that won the game, and he was just like,
take the queen first. The mate will still be there when you're a queen ahead.
By the way, he did not capture on D4, seeing his queen was going to drop from the board. His king is now on C5.
Go,
you
baby,
know
go.
that kings do not like to score touchdowns. You're not trying to run away from all these black attackers by ending up on the other side of the board. There will be no safe haven. The engine's giving a dramatic advantage after queen takes on B2, completely surrounding that king. Queen takes B2 actually is even stronger. Yes, queen takes B2. Queen F2, of course, wins, but Queen F2 only wins by 9 points. Queen takes on B2 is winning by 50.
50
but instead
points.
Queen B2 just threatening Queen B4 mate.
But there's so many wins, it's not even funny. And he's just traded rooks instead. Rook takes on D1, and now knight takes D1, and mate in 17 is being calculated by the engine. Mate in 17, we're not surprised by that at all. Now it's going down to mate in 12. Kind of hard to imagine. It's calculating, churning, queen G1, picking off the knight in the minimum.
No, and also we're not forcing king c4 because you have to play king d5. If king c4, I can play knight e5 check. So, and then when you play king d5, I get to not only take the knight but take it with check. So, it's really fun though. Shout out for Lenderman for not resigning, because we really do. It is very enjoyable to watch this. Come on, it's not like yesterday where perhaps like the Akshat Chandra game, we got to talk about some night end games, but this is fun.
He allowed mate on the board.
And we have mate on the board. Wow, after king c4, we have queen d4 checkmate. And beautiful finish, and very sportsmanlike of Lenderman to allow this checkmate on the board, which really kind of shows how beautifully Caruana played. You see that queen in the center of the board. Love it.
Centralization is good.
Especially when your opponent's king is on c4. Then a queen on d4 is even more powerful.
Very good. What can you say? Hat tips to Fabi. He played just a very, very, very good game. And it wasn't like Alex Lenderman's mistakes. I mean, it took Fabi in the confessional to explain it a little bit. He said way back here, if you had Fabi's position at this moment, Lenderman's position, you wouldn't be hypercritical of the move bishop d3, developing a piece, king g2, salting your king away. You would think that these were very reasonable moves. But to the eyes of a 2800, he said these moves were actually very bad, and that essentially what happens is that after these trades, this bishop came to d6, and suddenly, tactically, very, very concretely, there's a huge threat in the position, knight e5, and White's position degraded even further after a move that Fabi criticized, queen b3. So it was just small errors that eventually accumulated, and it was over very shortly. At this point, it's already gone. I mean, Black ended up winning this pawn on g6 essentially for free, and in fact ended up taking the pawn on h4 as well as the pawn on f3 as well. So things just went wrong in a real hurry in this game after these subtle inaccuracies.
And let's take a look at what the U.S. Championship looks like now. We've got in first place Fabiano Caruana, half a point ahead of the field. Second, we've got Wesley So. And of course, Ray Robson's got 6. Nakamura's still playing. He's got 5.5. So he has a chance to bridge the distance a little bit. But wow, the way Caruana is playing. Now, Caruana's played so many great games in this tournament. Do you think this is the #1 game, or do you like the kind of Zugzwang type position in
the Shanklins and the? I tell you, I'm
sorry.
The
first game was really good too.
When I like the Clash of the Titans game, I just really enjoyed that game very much. And Fabi's game against Hikaru Nakamura, to my mind, was really, the most important game in the first half. But here's the man to tell us about today's game, Fabiano Caruana.
Lenderman's here with us,
I beg you. Oops, I beg your pardon. I apologize, Alex.
Even worse.
My bad, Alex. I apologize.
It's okay. Put your glasses on. It's okay. You can relax. We've got Alex here. Alex, today you played a very enterprising opening line. Could you have imagined it would have rebounded against you so quickly, playing aggressively against this strong player?
Oh, it happens sometimes like that. You take a risk like that when you play principled. Sometimes it just happens. That won't stop me necessarily from playing like that again. I think games like that will make you learn. I mean, in my situation, okay, I could have played something more safe against the Queen's Gambit declined, but I mean, I didn't really see a huge point of just making a dull draw at this point. I mean, I'm at -1, and I felt like maybe I'll have chances today either way, and I still wanted to make it an interesting tournament. And I figured Fabiano might not necessarily take so much risks today because I think Wesley and Hikaru have quite difficult schedule as well, and he was Black and he was playing solidly throughout. But yeah, and I thought I remembered the line, but he played this new move f5.
Right, f5 is a completely new move from what we found.
And I didn't know this move. It basically changes the whole character of the battle. And I figured objectively I should be somehow slightly better, but I guess I just didn't figure out the way. And it was a type of position that he just understood better than me, and that's why he deservedly won the game.
When he played f5, what's going through your mind? You say, okay, that's out of my preparation. But at the same time, are you thinking, this is inside of his preparation, something he's looked at? Am I in trouble? How do you adjust to circumstances once a move like this has been played?
Well, I certainly didn't think I would be in trouble. I thought in worst case scenario, it's an unclear position. I thought best case scenario, it's slightly better for me. As a matter of fact, I think Fabiano had a game against Anish in the candidates where he
played quickly and confidently, but it turned out that the variation is objectively worse for black. I mean, sometimes there's a lot of bluffing in chess, and I figured this actually might be one of these cases to try to get a game and try to get me out of preparation. It's just, as it happened throughout the whole tournament, I wasn't able to find this way. It's, this period of time between move 10 and 20, like right out of my prep, is where I've really struggled this tournament and throughout my career. And unfortunately, people are getting used to me by now, and I'm starting to become too predictable. And if I really want to make an improvement in my career, I have to do something about it. And also, my sense of danger has let me down quite a bit in this tournament. Early on in the tournament and in this game also, I didn't realize that there would be so much potential danger in this position. I thought it's a positional closed game, but suddenly a couple of inaccuracies in my game just went quite badly right away.
Were you shocked when you saw how quickly he did go? He took on F4, suddenly his pieces were just streaming in.
Well, I already realized after he played King H8, a simple quiet move, that suddenly my pieces are just not making any sense, and suddenly he has just so much ideas, like bishop takes F4, knight E4. I can't even go knight E2 because my queen is getting trapped. No, he just completely outplayed me. It happens.
Well, we thank you so much for that frank assessment, and we look forward to you working on your game and taking it to the next level.
Thank you. This tournament's been very useful for me. And of course, the last move, I wanted to let him mate me on purpose.
Oh, we know that's something that Jennifer Shahade really likes, and we appreciate the sportsmanship on your part.
Because I thought he played a really good game, so.
Fantastic sportsman, Alexander Lenderman. That's why he has quite a few fans.
That's right, and always so lucid in his explanations. The only thing is, Lenderman, you could have done a little bit better. I was looking at a fantasy mate with queen c4, queen d2, and knight a1.
Oh.
But
still hoping to save the game.
Yeah, at that point, understandable priorities. We know that it's more important.
Like at this point, I'm resigning anyway, so I might as well let him make it.
I'm not sure if Lenderman was might for that, but he was just pointing out that, of course, by the time of queen d4, he was just about to resign, so that's why he allowed mate on the board. And some players don't do that. Some players actually, and I think this is terrible. Some people think it's rude not to resign when it's obvious, especially when it's a mating variation. It's certainly not rude. It's actually very gracious to let them play it on the board.
Sure. No, most chess grandmasters don't like to be mated on the board. They don't give you that joy.
That's right. Apparently, this is the first, I saw on Twitter, this is the first checkmate on the board in the U.S. Chess Championship, and that is something that we love to see. And here he is, the checkmater himself, Fabiano Caruana.
It's not every day you get to checkmate on the board, but I think Fabiano wouldn't have cared if he resigned, toppled over his king, or whatever he did in this position. You did win a fine game. You went into the confession booth and explained why it was that he had such a bad position. You must have been really confident at that point.
Yeah, after King H8, I just didn't see a move for him.
It looks like you want to look at the moves. You did explain everything. King H8, you had the threat of knight E4,
yeah,
bishop F4.
I think queen D3 is just an awful move. I think he has to play queen D2, which actually has a clever point, because if queen D2, bishop F4, knight H5 looks attractive at first, but I think that bishop takes H6 is extremely annoying, because I can't take, and if queen C7, there's queen G5 or knight D2.
So you can't take because of queen takes on H6, attacking the knight.
Yeah, knight F6
and enough annoying threats.
Well, his pawns are going to probably win. I don't know if there's a clear win, but let's say I didn't want to go for this.
Gotcha.
So I was going to play something like knight C4 instead of bishop F4. He has to take. I can take with the rook or with the pawn. Both are interesting. Probably the pawn is better.
So he should have kept his queen connected to that king side, but instead he went off on B3, and that just took it out of the game.
Yeah, it looks like almost a losing move, or at least practically speaking a losing move, because after King H8, it just knight E4 is a devastating threat. Besides that, I always have the idea of bishop takes F4, knight H5, and I might even throw a knight C4 in at some point.
And all this happened in the game. He played, his next move was, in fact, bishop to B5. This one must have pleased you as well, getting a chance to get rid of a few pieces out of the way.
I know, I was really happy to trade bishops, because now, after knight C4, he can't take with his bishop, and the knight is, well, the knight on C4 is extremely strong. If knight takes B5 also, knight C4 was strong.
Same deal.
Or rook c6. I mean, there's just so many moves here. Rook c6 or knight c4 both.
Now, this f5 move you played, had you prepared it?
A long time ago I analyzed it, about 2 years ago. And then I kind of stopped playing this variation. It's not a great, I mean, it's not like a great idea. It doesn't give black anything special, just a slightly worse position. Anyway, I can play like h5 and then f3, bishop d3, knight e2. And most likely black will just have to suffer for a while.
But you were willing to go into the suffering variation because what?
I don't know. I had a feeling that the position would be complicated enough that I didn't have so much to worry about. And it's very difficult for white to keep control and improve his position. And in my old analysis, I analyzed this with Rustam Kazımcanov. We decided that although white has a slight advantage, it's not more than that, and black should be able to defend it. And again, if white gets ambitious at some point, which I thought he might, then black can get chances to win, which is what happened.
So that's an interesting analysis. Don't necessarily play the objectively best move. Play a move that keeps the game interesting. You might be a little bit worse, but it's complicated enough that the person may mess up.
No, I had noticed in a few of his games that in these types of closed maneuvering positions he sometimes struggles, which was just a thought, but it seems like in this game as well he kind of misplaced his pieces a bit. Actually, I wanted to point out a funny moment after I played rook f8. I was really on move 34. Yeah, I think probably there's just anything is winning, but I was so happy at this point because I thought he'll maybe play like queen takes f5, and I'll have the opportunity to play queen d2, rook d2, knight e1.
Oh, look at that. Jennifer Shahade's mate. She did point this one out. Queen takes f5 was actually a main variation.
Which is not the only way to win, but it is one of the prettiest mates I've probably ever seen. And I was really happy and then disappointed when he played rook c7.
Yeah, when you play rook b8, Jennifer pointed out queen c4 would give the same helpmate variation, but it looks like that move would have kept it clear. You are now in clear first. Wesley drew quite quickly in his game. No one can catch you. Must be gratifying to win with the black pieces.
Yeah, I'm really happy with this result. I mean, he actually doesn't lose very often. He's quite a solid player with a well-thought-out repertoire, so it's not easy to win, and I managed to do it, I think, quite smoothly and in quite a well-played game, so I'm very happy with the result.
2 rounds to go. Where do you see yourself in this championship?
I still think that, I mean, anything can happen. First place is pretty much up for grabs, but I'm very satisfied with my situation.
Well, thanks so much for entertaining us, which was a fine game, and look forward to seeing your next 2 games.
Thanks.
And can I ask one question? Can I play Yasser and ask Fabi one more question? I wanted to ask, what was your favorite game that you've played so far? Because you've played some really dazzling games.
I was very happy with my game against Onishuk. I thought that was a really good game. And today I'm pretty satisfied as well. I think I played well, or as well as I could have. I don't think once I was better or winning, I don't think I ever endangered the win, so that's always a nice feeling.
Great, thank you, and congrats.
Thank you, and well done, Fabiano Caruana, as he storms into a half-point lead with 2 rounds to go. He's being trailed by half a point by Wesley So, and a full point by Ray Robson.
And we have another result in today. This is exciting news for fans of Varuzhan Akobian. He scored his first victory of the tournament.
Thank God.
Because he does have a lot of fans.
VAR has been the unluckiest player in this tournament by far. He really has missed a lot of opportunities, and he should have more points.
And when he surprises his opponent, he gets counter-surprised. But today, luck was on his side, and skill, of course. This is the ultimate skill game. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, with Varuzhan Akobian, who told us it's hard to win a game in this tournament. Finally getting a win. Before today, and actually before yesterday, the 3 of you who had contended for the title 2 years ago, you, Lenderman, and Kamsky, had not won a single game in the entire tournament. Lenderman won yesterday. You've won today to represent the 2014 crowd. We didn't get a chance to really look at your game, but we'll do so right now quite briefly. If you can just take us through at least the middle game and how you were able to put a smile on your fans' faces.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And the total there says 1. You have more than 1 point.
I have 2.5.
You have 2.5. Okay, let's make that clear.
No, wait. Maybe I have 3.
3.
Maybe I have
3 points even. Yeah. Okay.
You know.
So
well, I was happy to
black
see.
Here,
I was
looks like a slightly worse position, maybe, or
yeah, but I was very happy to see the move d4, because so far I haven't scored against e4 in this tournament, and for sure I thought he'll play e4. I just only prepared for e4, but he played d4. I might have misplayed it somewhere. I think out of the opening I was about to equal. I'm not sure if this d3 idea is good. You know, I have some other alternatives, like instead of taking on e7, instead of taking on e5, rook c8, for example.
Okay.
I think this is normal. It's more or less equal.
Okay, so but d3 did mix it up, though.
Yeah, but I'm just worse after d3.
So you were actually worse.
There is this tactic, I don't know, you probably noticed it, that if he takes back with the piece on d3, I have bishop f2 check and knight g4.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't have a chance to even get to
okay.
your game. There was so much else going on. Let's take a look now.
That's the point why d3 works. Otherwise, I would just lose. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if I just lose the pawn on d4, I'm just clearly worse. So that's why I played d3. But I think I'm still slightly worse here. Rook c8. I missed queen a4. That's why I spent a lot of time here. I missed queen a4. It was a very strong move. I was only looking at queen d2, but queen a4, and now he wants to transfer the queen on f4. And my dark square is a little bit weak, so I spent a lot of time. And here, I was not optimistic. I had like 3 minutes. He had like 21 minutes, and he's
more
slightly
time pressure again.
Slightly better, but I just managed to focus. So queen g4, this is the correct move. Bishop f8, and when he started to think here, I realized maybe it's not that much for him, because after he plays b4, now I have a5 ideas, and also I have the c3 square for my rook in some point. So Alex spent a lot of time here, and he was still ahead on the clock, but at this point it was not that big of a difference. So this a5 is very important, because otherwise he will just go knight b5 or rook ac1. I'm just worse. So a5, very important move. And
so even here, it doesn't look like you're winning or anything.
No. This is a draw, actually. I think he just pushed too hard. He could just go knight d4 here and make a draw, because I don't have anything better than to play rook c3. Because, yeah. If I go rook b2, it's funny. He plays bishop c1 and traps my rook.
Oh, that's not that funny.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was just going to be happy to make a draw here and just finally score with black. But he just really collapsed here, because after he took, he was probably trying to play for a win still, but I think it's probably...
Wait, what? This is not what happened,
yes,
right?
This is the rook getting trapped. No, this way I would lose.
Yeah, no, not this variation.
Yeah,
so
he played...
he took on
a5.
Took on a5.
And now it's... now he's got some problems too, because a3 is always weak, d3 is weak, and he played rook ab1. He thought he's too pressing. I think maybe he missed the move bishop c8, because he was not happy after this one, because now suddenly if he takes, I take with rook ec8, and I'm at least equal. My rook is pretty active on c2, and maybe I have some knight g4 ideas also, probably still equal here. But he played bishop e2 here, and I played bishop d7, and we almost close now on the time.
Whoa.
And knight c7 was a mistake, but I think it's already maybe a little bit unpleasant for him, because I'm very solid, and this a3 pawn is weak. If he plays a4, I'm going to go bishop b4. So I think here maybe I'm a little bit better already, but I think still probably a draw. With the
time situation was bad.
Time situation was like I had like 2 minutes, and he had like maybe 4 minutes, but I kind of got the momentum here, kind of managed to.
Right, clearly black has turned things around.
He missed this, and a nice idea actually. He played rook b8, and I was spending some time, and he missed this rook takes f4 now, because he has a very strong bishop d6, and he's going to mate me on f8. But he overlooked. I saw this move before playing rook e2. I was looking at bishop h1 or bishop f1, but I was very happy to see that I take on f4 and it's game over.
And then you take the knight.
Take the knight, and yeah, rook a8, he played, and a4 is precise, and rook c8, just trade the rooks. And bishop goes back on d7, g6, king g7.
And the a3 pawn is still weak. That bishop on f8 is a monster.
Yeah, just go rook b8, bishop d7. Just
did he resign here? Or?
He resigned after rook c8. Yeah, but yeah, just kind of a lucky win for me because
bishops are tremendous in that position.
Yeah, bishops are strong.
Well, you got a point, and you got to give us a little lesson on your game. 2 rounds to go. Feeling up in spirits. You look tired, man.
Yeah, I was tired. I don't know. I just prepared a lot against e4 because I actually didn't know what to do already because I'm running out of openings. You know, I can't score with black or with French. I can play with Petrov against Hikaru. Then he had like this 25, 30 moves analysis. And I tried the Scandinavian against Fabi to surprise him, but then he just, you know, he played really well. I didn't play well because I didn't know the position. So I wasn't so sure what to play, actually. Even like 10, 15 minutes before the game, I was just like going around trying to figure out what to play because, you know, it's never happened to me. My results are usually not very good with black against very strong players, but, you know, I usually manage to get a couple of draws or something. But I'm just really happy that he played d4 today.
Well, congratulations on the victory. Go get some rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Rouge Nicobian, a good guy. Everybody likes him, and we're happy to see him score a win.
Thank you, and well done, VAR. I mean, I've suffered along with you. Yesterday, we didn't look at it too greatly, but his game with Gata was a really amazing game, and it was actually Gata who found an incredible idea, g5 sacrificing the pawn back to save the game. Otherwise, VAR was looking great in that game, and he's just been unlucky the whole way through the tournament, and Lady Luck was on his side today. So.
Meanwhile, in Irina Krush's game,
yes.
Maurice was right that I think Irina was actually trying to cause up some confusion as time pressure was growing. But now they've made time control, and queens did come off the board, and lots of pawns are coming off the board as well.
All right, let's see. We were seeing a kind of a repetition as Jennifer was posting up her queen and offering queen trades. Well, Irina said, okay, enough. I don't want to accept a repetition. Let me trade queens and go into this ending.
Hoping that Jennifer will screw up. Regardless of the actual evaluation of the position, I think the tournament situation is critical here for Irina. And that's why she chose to take this risk.
That's what's motivated her, yes, to take this risk. And let's see. Well, so far, I think she's doing just fine. I mean, she's got great piece activity for a pawn, my goodness. However, it is a pawn, and she wants to have it back.
And that's what happened. So Jennifer gave back the pawn, but managed to activate her own pieces as well.
Exactly.
And so she's the first one to munch, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of munching going on here.
But isn't Jennifer just better?
You would think after just like rook e3 or something, you think we're going to be taking more of your guys? Well, okay, suppose I play rook takes f7 check.
I think that's a very good idea.
I better. And then I play rook f6 and I just try to munch a bunch of yours as well.
Munch a bunch of mine? Yeah, munch bunch. That is true.
Did you have another move besides...
well, I didn't want to step into some king h6 and then get myself mated.
Yeah, the thing about the thing about king h6 is maybe, what should I play here?
Well,
I could play g4 threatening mate in 1.
I suppose you would just move your rook, and the problem is if I take anything, this knight f7 check is going to...
It'd be pretty annoying.
Yeah.
So g4 doesn't quite work because you have just take and rook g3 check, right?
Yeah, but okay, so king g8 looks box, and then rook here. I guess it's simply a draw. If you're going to munch a bunch as well, I was hoping to munch a bunch myself. But I guess king g7 and somebody's hungry. Yes.
Yeah,
let's
where
get
are
some
the
snacks.
munchies, guys?
We've got the munchies. Well, Maurice, does it look like a draw?
That one, slight edge for black only. King f6, I think, is what the angels are giving in that position. But here's a super instructive moment for you players out there who are coming up. And it came in another game as well. And you might want to go look at that game. The game was Alyssa Melachina against Tatev Abrahamian, a game that Tatev will remember as one where she was extraordinarily lucky. She's been lucky a couple of times in the tournament, but
don't think it's just Lady Luck that's helping her, but in that game, she would have been blown off the board if Alyssa had not played knight b6. I don't know what move number it was, but Alyssa had this move, bishop to h6 instead of knight to b6 right out of the opening or early middle game, and she would have won easily with this move. It was such a devastating move. Why? Because the position had bishops of opposite colors, and whenever they're bishop of opposite colors, the side with the initiative, the side with the attack, usually feels like they're up an entire piece because your bishop can't compete with their bishop. And it's extremely important to keep this imbalance on the board because the opposite colored bishop attack, any side that actually has other pieces, is no drawing tendencies. Drawing tendencies only happen in pure opposite color bishop endings. But once you start adding rooks, you start adding minor pieces, whoever has the initiative is usually overwhelming. So in that game, she didn't understand the idea. She didn't play bishop h6, and she would have been crushing Tatev in that position. Tatev herself pointed out, I didn't know what I was going to do about bishop h6. Now take a look at this position. Agata had other wins as well, but we have the same situation. Opposite colored bishops on the board with black having all the initiative. But this knight has just moved to b4. She's also stolen a pawn on the h4 square. So now this knight has hit your bishop on c6. What do? The most important thing is keep this sucker at all costs. You're going to be up a piece. This bishop is an extra piece on the board. She will not be able to compete on the light squares. Your queen will end up attacking g2 at some point. Maybe your rook will attack it. You will be up a piece. This bishop is meaningless. White has no initiative. So what did the engines understand this perfectly? Well, maybe they don't understand it. They're calculating it. But they realize the correct move is bishop b7 or bishop a8. Either one is good. The preference is for bishop b7 right now. The a6 pawn was defended, so that wasn't the real worry. The idea is keep the piece, keep this light square bishop, because black will have all the features, the trump still. Look how everything is posted on the light square. In fact, what's interesting is after bishop h2, given as best, keeping this pin, the engine actually gives this move, queen h5, kind of a deep move. To be truthful, I'm not exactly sure. I think maybe guarding the d5 square. I can't even tell you exactly why this move, queen g4, is the move I'd be thinking about in this position. But the engines do say that rook g6 is also strong. Everything about light squares. Stay on the light squares and dominate the light squares. Also, there are potential threats of knight f2 and rook e2 back in on tap. This bishop hitting the g2 pawn. The key is keep the bishop. What did she do here? She did not understand it. And this is a positional thing. She didn't understand it. She played queen takes f4, allowing rook takes c6, and instantly the engines say, slight edge for black. She goes from having almost rook up, as far as the engines are concerned, to just a tiny edge, and this now changed the whole character of the game. We jump ahead, and she's still ahead in this game, but only by one pawn, looking very equal this position, hard for her to win. Very simple principle. When you have the opposite colored bishops and you have the initiative, don't give up that bishop. It's a free piece, an extra piece in the attack.
Thank you, Maurice. Interesting enough, that very same game went to a very interesting rook ending moment, and also a quite educational one. Right here, after this queen trade, black is basically winning. He's just winning after this move, rook f2. a4 takes, she dropped back with the rook. If she has gone rook takes f2, rook takes a6, rook back to b2, this is a dream rook ending because it's 3 versus 1 on one side of the board. Black didn't want to allow white a pass pawn, but that pass pawn really is meaningless in this position, and black is winning, and she should have gone for this majority. Instead, by dropping back with a rook, she allowed Kate this opportunity to eventually trade off the queenside pawn as she has here, with very, very good drawing chances now for white. But a moment ago, she could have gotten a 3 versus 1 on the king side, and that would have been winning.
And we're going to take a short break as these games that lasted past the time control start to develop.
And we'll welcome phone calls when we come back.
That's right. Call us.
play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. We've got a phone number here that you can call during these hours in which the action's a little bit slower, but hey, there is still action. In fact, we've got a blunder alert in a game that we haven't really looked at yet. Melekina Yip. Maurice has the story.
Oh my goodness.
It's unbelievable. You know, as a professional player, when you lose a game, even if it's a game you were completely winning, you have to get that game out of your head, shake it off, and play the rest of your tournament as though it never happened. Now, that's very hard to, it's easy to say, it's hard to do, but it has to be done. That's what the sign is of a player who plans to do well consistently in tournaments, because it just simply happens. But poor Alyssa Melekina, she had a completely winning position against Irina Krush, and instead of winning that game easily, she blundered and lost. And that seems to have affected her since then. She has lost 5 in a row, and in this game, she is, after having a fine position, she has unbelievably blundered against Carissa Yip, and this looks like it could easily be 6 in a row. Just a terrible tournament for this wonderful young lady, a lawyer, finished college in 2 years, extremely bright, not getting a chance, though, to show any of her skills and talent in this tournament, as somehow she's just making mistake after mistake. And take a look at this position right here. Carissa played well, don't get me wrong. She played well to get this bishop, the difference of the bishop versus the knight. We talk about that trade, the most important trade in chess, I call it. This bishop, strong piece, so even though down a pawn, a lot of dynamic possibilities, here the engines give the move knight to g1, but Alyssa played king to f1 and ran into this tactic, rook takes e2, and now she's just busted after king takes, bishop takes on g4 with check, and now suddenly the king is under attack. The king has to stay close to this rook. She played king to d2, I believe, and now bishop takes a5 with check, and now king to c2, and all that has to happen now is the right choice. Don't go for this ending. This ending might be winning, but this one is absolutely crushing the two bishops. Even after rook takes, these bishops are going to turn into monsters. King to f7, two bishops just destroy a rook, especially in an ending like this one. White just simply will have no chance at all. And still some technical issues ahead, but look at Carissa looking at her opponent there. She knows that this is winning, and she just has to play it out, see what happens.
Thank you, Maurice. Really, really tragic series of events for Alyssa. By the way, we were talking about the 2014 finalists, Varugian, Lenderman, Kamsky. It's taken them 24 games before VAR finally did get a win. It looks to me, well, in fact, it is a win. It got a Kamsky against the U.S. Junior Chandra. Gadakamsky, 5-time champion, is up 2 pawns, and he should be winning this game as we show it to you now. And we have a phone call.
Hello, welcome to the U.S. Chess Champion Show here in the St. Louis Chess Club. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Dante, and I'm calling from Maryville, Indiana.
Hello.
Hi. My question is just a general question of what sort of advice would you give to a player who's, for the past almost 2 years now, has been rated around like 1950 to 1970-ish and is having trouble breaking through the 2000 barrier?
Oh, I'll be very, very happy to take that question, because I think it happens to everybody in chess that you succeed, you're on the rise, and then suddenly you're plateauing and you can't seem to get over the wall, whether it's the 2000, 2200, whatever it is, barrier that you're breaking up against. It seems to be holding you back. And for myself, I realized that what I had to do was challenge myself and change up my openings and defenses, that I had to get out of my comfort zone and do something different. And the challenge of learning new openings and new strategies helped propel me. Actually, my barrier was 2200, helped me propel me to the master class of 2200 and above. So and then later I had the same issues, and I found myself once again having to go through that new challenge of learning new openings and new defenses. You got to mix it up.
Thank you. And
do you feel the same, Jen?
I think that's definitely good advice. I think that just doing something different, maybe taking, you mentioned earlier in the show that you like the 50-50 ratio of play and study.
Yes.
Perhaps when you really have a big plateau, you want to actually add a little bit more study.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can
mix up that ratio a bit.
Maybe make it more 70-30. Because you know, 50-50 you're talking about throughout a year. You're not necessarily saying throughout a month.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So you can definitely have times when you play more and times when you study more. And maybe you're in for a study break if you're really plateauing. Okay. And Maurice, any news on the Crush U game?
I just want to echo what Yasser said. New openings, new territory. Feed the brain with new ideas. A lot of players think, let's keep the openings and play that stage stuff you've been playing. You need to see more and more fresh positions because they take you out of the comfort zone, as Yas so perfectly said, and force you to learn, force you to put more energy in. And that is just fantastic advice. Now, this position, Irina Crush, trying to win, you know, when you try to win these kind of games, they could easily backfire. And it looks like she has put a situation on the board where if Jennifer is trying to win herself, it looks like Jennifer has been content with a draw for some time, but she's trying to win herself. She could have definitely put it to her elder. First of all, in this position, instead of taking on G6 check, which looks like a very natural move, but after king to F8, this pawn on F3 is under attack, and so that this rook check doesn't work because of king to E7, and suddenly you're losing a piece. So after king to F8, the best move here is king to F2. Actually, now the engine's saying rook to E6 and give away this pawn, but there are no winning chances here. Zero, zilch. But is she overreaching? Instead of playing this move, she played knight to C4. And now the engine's saying, wait a second, this move is bad because of the simple E4 when she's in real trouble. Rook takes definitely doesn't work because of king takes. This pawn is about to drop straight. These two connected pass pawns is going to be real trouble. So after the move E4, she would have had to play takes and allow rook takes G3. And look at these weak pawns, pass pawn for black. Only the king is not really great yet, but this is something that she could easily have played for. Instead of doing that, after the move knight to C4, she has played rook down with check, allowing king to G2, and the engines really don't like this at all. Why did she allow this? So there it goes. Irina Crush saying, I may not be winning, and I might even be walking into lines where I could be losing, but I've got to take the chance. She's playing poker chess right now. She's taking the chance, and her opponent, not finding the fine points in the endgame, has now played this move. Rook D1 allowed the king to enter the game, and Irina's starting to look at it. She's still not, clearly she's down a pawn. She's not winning the position, but maybe a couple more moves. Her young opponent, we know that young players are notorious for not playing the endgame well. Maybe her young opponent will not be able to find the best moves in this position and give her a chance. And so the story continues as Irina Crush tries to stay within a stone's throw of the ladies who, of course, Tatev Abrahamyan, she can't catch her if Tatev keeps winning, but she's got to give herself the best chance of winning this championship.
That's right, Maurice. And poker chess, well, that's actually a thing.
Is it?
Poker Stars runs some tournaments in which you begin with a blitz tournament and then you add chips to your chip stack. Depending, so everybody qualifies into the poker portion. In fact, Mickey Adams, who hadn't really played poker before too much, he ended up heads up in the Isle of Man edition we had of this tournament. So it's a pretty interesting format.
Poker chess.
Yeah, well, and I like the way Maurice puts it. It's absolutely right that Irina has to gamble, because otherwise you will find herself in a situation where you just can't catch up to Tatev. Yeah, exactly. And we do have some callers, so let us know who you are and where you're calling from. Welcome to the U.S. Chess Championships show here in St. Louis.
Hi, my name is Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
I called the other day about that little girl. I think I can hear you now for a change. My question this time is, actually I had two questions, but they took care of that one already. But my real question is, seeing as how this is becoming more and more popular, I'm finding it, I love watching this on the computer and everything, and I do have a tablet. I could probably take the tablet and see it elsewhere. But is there any plans on getting this televised? For example, I know that I'm in New Jersey, so is there any... The World Championships are going to be held in New York this time. I was wondering if there's any plans on trying to get this televised in some networks.
Well, thank you very much for your question, Patrick. In fact, there was a U.S. Championship not too long ago that we had a partner in Fox Sports Midwest that we ran some programs. They were like 1-hour programs. They were what do I want to say? A concentrated highlight, a compilation of the show so that we would put on. So we have experimented with a lot of different ideas here in St. Louis, and television is always one of those things that hasn't in the past married very well with television, but the internet and television seem to be merging these days, as does TV and computers. So in a little while, we may not be having this question or conversation. It's actually happening.
And we've got Maurice with an update on Yip's game.
Carissa, yeah.
Yes, a really unusual situation, or at least a strange development in my eyes. If we look at the board with Carissa and Alyssa, well, names rhyming there, take a look at this board, them playing. I think we have a camera shot of the two players. Carissa has been sitting on this position for quite some time. Yes, I'm stunned by this. But what is going on? I'm going to add a story to this moment in the game because I can't really explain it any other way. I think that she is actually thinking that taking on H3 may not be as dominating in this position, taking this and playing two bishops versus a rook. I mean, two bishops just murder a rook. There is very little way you fight back if you are the rook, the king, two bishops. They're going to combine and start just causing so much chaos. This 2-to-1 majority on this side, sooner or later there's going to be a pass pawn, and it's just going to take some time to start developing the initiative. You have to play like this. Now, the option she has after king to c2 is actually to take this piece, and this is what she's calculating. King takes and fight knight against all the pawns on one side. Maybe she might imagine she can bring her king up into the game. This knight is going to very quickly go to the square e6, and I don't know. She's looking at this position a bit too long, trying to assess which endgame to go into, and it just seems clear to me that she should just take the knight, and whatever happens, happens. We know young players struggle with endgame decisions. This is why we say it's so important to master those endgames that you can master. There's a book, I believe, by Della Rivas. I think that's the name, Jesus Della Rivas. It's called 100 Endgames You Must Know, or 100 Essential Endgames You Must Know. A great book. Pick it up. Go through those endgames. Know your endgames code. You don't want to stop and think in positions that should just be academic. This is not an academic one. You won't find a position like this in the book, but it's the basics that you have to master, the fundamentals that make chess a lot easier to play and decisions a lot easier than having to spend 20 minutes on a position where, frankly, she should be burning clock elsewhere.
Agreed. I don't quite get it myself. I mean, you take a knight or 3, and she's taken the rook. Wow, what a very, very perplexing decision. She was calculating some lengthy variations. You see her there reaching for her d pawn as if she wants to move it to the d2 square. Okay, I'm confused. This was a bad decision. That's all. That's all there is to say. I don't like how Clarissa has done this. I think she should have just taken the knight, and as you say, Maurice, the two bishops do dominate the rook in an open board, and especially thanks to the queenside majority as well, you get a passer, so that would not have been a difficult ending for an experienced master.
That's right. So meanwhile, in the championship, we've got 2 games still going. Does Nakamura have any chances versus Onishuk in your estimation? It does look like Carissa's about to make another move.
I'm not sure that Hikaru is even better anymore. Actually, maybe he's spoiled it. Let me see if I've got the right position on the board. I'll just update my board for a second. No, I had the wrong position. So already, first of all, it's down to such a reduced material. 3 versus 3, bishop versus knight. We're told that the bishop is better than the knight when there's pawns on both sides. However, in this case, white's pawns are on dark squares, black's pawns are on light squares. It means that our dark square bishop won't be able to impact anything on the queen side, and it's about these pawns on the king side, actually, whose pawn is stronger, the f5 pawn or the h5 pawn. And normally speaking, the bishop is supposed to be able to dominate the knight in such situations, because the bishop can, from a long distance, prevent the passed pawn from advancing. So we do have an updated position right here, and I'm assuming, let's just put a move on the board for a second. There it is. I'm assuming he's going to drop back with the bishop, with the idea that if you push your pawn, well, my king's clearly in the square. I'll just come over here and pick up this pawn if you try to advance it too quickly. Pardon me. And we're like this. And if you come here with your king, I'll come back with my bishop, again eyeballing the h4, keeping that under control, keeping my pawn on b4 under control. And Hikaru may have misjudged this ending. If you allow white's king to go over and snack on that h pawn, I don't think Alex is any worse, and maybe the chances switch to his, flip to his side of the table. So big moment here.
And we have another caller on the phone. Welcome to the show. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm David Silva, and I'm from Florida. I would like to know if Irina Krush still has a chance to win the U.S. championship.
Thank you, David, for your call. Yes, she does, David, but a lot of things still have to go her way. Tatev is definitely in the lead at the moment with 7 points. Nagy, 6.5.
And Anna Zatonsky with 6 points.
With 6.
That's
yes,
right.
Of course,
and Irina could catch
yeah.
up to Nagy if she wins today, but more likely she's going to make a draw against Jennifer Yu, and then she'll be, just like Anna, full point behind Tatev Abrahamian. So not only would Tatev have to probably only get 1 out of 2 or less in the final 2 games, and she is playing 2 of the lowest rated players in the event.
Right.
But still, 1 out of 2, it's possible.
Okay.
And then Irina would also have to win both of her games.
Exactly.
So it is a lot of things have to go right.
Right.
Of course, if Tatev actually gets less than 1 out of 2, but that seems unlikely.
She would
possible,
really
but
spoil
unlikely.
A fantastic result. But yes, David, to your question, it's mathematically possible, but it's not in her hands, her destiny.
I think it sounds like we have a big fan of Irina Krush.
Me too.
And we've got a lot of fans of. We've got a lot of new fans of Nazi Pekidzny. She's only been playing in the Women's Championship for 2 years.
Right.
And also, of course, many fans of the new young players. And many not lifelong, but decade-long fans of Tatev waiting for her to finally taste the sweetness of victory, as she's had so many near misses.
Yes, and win a title on her own. And Maurice.
And you know, they say long think, wrong think. And I think that what happened to Carissa is that she calculated this long variation and thought that it would work in her favor. I'm going to show you this variation. It's really nice, actually. She played b5 after king to c2. She did put her bishop on c3. One of the problems with a bishop, of course, the major problem with a bishop is it cannot cover the other color. And so all of white's pieces and pawns on white, this dark square bishop is relegated to the dark square, so they can operate with impunity on the other squares.
knight g5, king f8, knight e6, king e7, knight c7, and now king d7, knight a6, king to c8. And suddenly this knight is trapped on the a6 square. However, after king d3, king b7, as soon as you make for it, the move e5 shows up, and suddenly the whole position is different. You can't touch this knight because suddenly e6, and you can't even stop the pawn from becoming a queen. So this problem means that after e5, you have to take this one, and now knight c5, the knight comes back out because of this tactic, and suddenly the knight is going to d7 to pick off your pawn. If you stop the knight from going there, now the king, again, operating on light squares, your bishop attacks the knight goes on light squares, and that is going to be enough. You can still try to win this position like this, but after king f5, it's going to be very difficult to tackle everything. This is a position that is hard to see going from a distance. Maybe she felt like she could somehow break this blockade as these pieces are just going to run back and forth on the light squares, but you can't move anything. This position she might have evaluated. I can't say exactly how deeply she calculated, but right now, knight g5 is indeed on the board, and she's going to have to face this reality that she has changed the position in a way that makes her weak on the light squares. The knight is just going to now hop all over the board, and it looks as though this ending will be drawn. So Alyssa will have dodged the bullet. Well, let's not say it too early. Sometimes losing is contagious to yourself. So let's just hope that she's able to contain the game for her sake. But of course, Carissa fans are very much optimistic that she'll get some chances, and she's actually played a different move. She's advanced the pawn on the queen side with another idea completely. Let me see if I can pull that one up. She's played a5. She's looking to create a passed pawn, two passed pawns with the move a4. Without the king, though, that doesn't seem like it should succeed. But an interesting, enterprising idea. She's trying to do this. She's going to need this king if she's going to win the game. But the engines are saying that this is not going to work out from a technical standpoint. It looks like white should be able to bring her knight very quickly over. Let's just go down the engine's main line as you try to get this passed pawn. Now bringing the knight back to guard this square. And if you try to push this pawn any further, we attack it, you defend it. And now here comes the hero knight. And again, this king needed to be closer. So not a win in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. Also, just check that endgame as well between Onishuk and Hikaru. I think it's heading for a draw, but I think I prefer to play white. I wonder if the engine shares my assessment. And we have another caller.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Charles Robertson. I'm calling from Burlington, North Carolina.
Hello.
My question is, basically, can you be too old to play chess? I think the answer is no. I keep hearing people say you can't get better after 40.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I mean, some people say that you might not be able to come world class if you don't learn and excel at a certain age, but I totally agree with you that barring an insanely busy schedule, you can get better at every age.
Absolutely, and I just say that, again, the anomaly for me was Viktor Korchnoi, who played World Championship chess later in life. He was in his late 40s and 50s when he was vying for World Championships, and justifiably so. He was a beast. I always thought that Bent Larson, also in his 40s, was really an astoundingly good player. And of course, Vasily Smyslov, never forget that he was still playing in the candidates in his 60s. Also, there's been a lot of discussion, some studies, some ideas for studies at least are going in the direction that chess is not going to cure Alzheimer's or dementia or anything of the type, but that playing chess vigorously exercises your mind and can delay the onset of certain diseases like dementia, and play to the end. What can I say? I also, Arnie Denker was a player who played chess and loved it way into his 90s, and there's a professor in Holland who's now about 104, 105, who regularly plays chess. one of the oldest people in Holland.
The secret to long life, apparently.
Absolutely.
Especially if used correctly.
A sound
We also
mind.
had a great article in U.S. Chess recently that was by a man who has Parkinson's, and he also takes a lot of chess lessons with Yakov Norwitz, and his goal is to be a very strong 1 and 3 minute player. And the article is all about how actually he's also a great writer, and the article is all about how actually this blitz helps him kind of with some of the symptoms of the disease, the unpleasant ones, like the depression and the antsiness, that by playing chess he's able to enjoy.
And maybe calm himself. Maurice, you had some thoughts.
Yes, something really interesting going on in this game right here between Irina and Jennifer Yu. I'll go back to your question, Yaz, in a second, but it looks as though Irina has tricked herself. In this position, she's back to that I can make a draw, but I don't want to situation. Here, Jennifer played the move D3, and now the Indians give knight takes on E5, D2, rook takes check, king to H7, rook D6, and now this very smart move, rook to E1, attacking the knight, also threatening to queen. Rook can check, but the main point is take on D2, rook takes knight, G4, and that's it. White draws easily. But clearly, Irina is not playing for a draw. We said a second ago she's playing poker chess. She's hoping that somehow her opponent doesn't find the best moves. And in this position, instead of playing, after D3, playing knight E5, she played rook to E5. Now, what's up with this rook is that it is controlled by this knight on the square for the moment. The move the Indians give as a very serious move is rook to C1, preparing to play rook check and push this pawn. Now, I don't know if she's calculated rook check, king over, and rook to D7 as the way to curtail this pawn's advance. Rook C2 check. And now, where does the king go? The king could go to F1, but if it does, it faces a move like knight to E2. Trying to get this pawn, very tricky move. In fact, she's still not lost, but she's worse in trying to balance the position. Actually, I'm curious, clearly this move you don't want to play after check, and surprisingly, well, not so surprisingly, you're going to lose a knight. So in this position here, she's asking for it. She's asking for it. And I'm just going to go to the position in the game right now, looking at the game. Oh, and see, again, her opponent did make an error in this position, and instead of putting the rook on C1 with the ambush in wait, she's put the rook on A1 instead, and that because she's in time pressure as well. So Irina is gambling and hoping it pays off. She is not going to go for any forcing line. She is looking like, even if I lose, so what? I like her attitude, you know, as a New Yorker, a fellow New Yorker, we root for the Yankees. And the Yankees' attitude is, it doesn't make a difference if you make it to the playoffs, because if you don't win, it doesn't count. You got to win it all. And Irina is saying, second, third, who cares? I want first. Even if I have to get 8th place, first is the only thing that counts for my legacy. I've won this title 7 times, so I'm going to keep on playing risky move, risky move. I'm not going to force a draw. I need a win today. And that's been her attitude throughout this entire game. And she's putting pressure on her opponent to say, do you know how to beat me? Can you beat a 7-time champion? You're 14 years old. Make it happen. If you do, hats off to you. But if not, hey, I know how to win these titles.
Will the gamble pay off? That is risky play by Irina. Sometimes it's the risk-reward ratio, right? How much are you willing to risk?
Right.
And in this situation, unfortunately, she's got herself in a tournament situation where she really really feels that she's got to go for it. And if she loses playing for the win, well.
Although you're right, I think there is a point where it might be too much, just because the idea of Tatev getting only 1 point and Irina winning both her games, it's not that insane.
No, not at all.
it's like definitely like plausible. If it was a last round or something like that, you could totally see go completely all in.
Right.
Whereas here, you know, she's going to want to keep it reasonable and not just like give Jennifer Yu a clear path to victory, which she hasn't done yet. But what would the fantasy be? The fantasy would be that somehow she would win the pawn on d3 and then 3 versus 2 and win the game.
Yeah, exactly. So she's got to win the pawn on d3 and then gang up on the g6 pawn and win that as well. We just saw a draw there in the game of Kate.
Well, a happy result for Katerina and not so happy for Agata because Agata was all over Katerina in this game.
Absolutely.
So she'll be disappointed, and she moves up to 3 points, and it's actually Ashrita and Akshita who have 3.5 at the moment. So they're leading the brigade of the teenagers so far.
Depending on the outcome of Carissa's game.
Well, Carissa's not a teenager.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm
Sorry.
kidding. Of course, I'm counting Carissa. Carissa's 12, and then there's 4 teenagers.
Right. And again, Maurice, there's a very important game between Alex Onishuk and Hikaru Nakamura. I'm thinking that Hikaru has no winning chances and maybe a smidge for Alex. Am I reading that right? How does the engines say?
Because of that outside pass pawn, the engines are saying that this game is drawn, that it's pretty equal. All the variations that I'm looking at as you calculate down, white has to deal with this pawn rushing down the board really quickly, and then black can deal with the f5 pawn. So it seems as though this position is drawn. In fact, the engines are giving black the tiniest edge, which I think is just a technical point. It's still very much drawn. So he's still within that window is Nakamura. He needs to pay attention and make sure he doesn't lose this game because clearly a loss is kaput. But a draw will keep him within a point of Fabiano and a half a point outside of Wesley So. You see there, he really would love to win this game some kind of miraculous way, and he's searching every database, doing every calculation in his brain to see, is there something I can come up with? But I think about now, it's time to just take the draw and play the next 2 games.
And we've got another comment coming in. This one is actually not a live call, but we've got Tom from Philadelphia. So hello, Philadelphia. And he said that he gets support from the Masterman School kids who help him with his chess.
Oh, wow.
So this is an older fellow, I believe. And he, so they have a program where the chess kids in Masterman High School, which I went to actually, help seniors, and that's a fantastic idea. I really love it. He knows me and Greg and Steve Shutt, who's the
one of the teachers in
the coach.
For 30 years, I think he had some elementary school kids that were winning national championships. Left, right, and upside down. And
also very active in U.S. Chess and the Scholastic Committee. So great shout out to Steve Shutt and the national. Actually, Masterman High School won a championship as short ago as a few years ago, and Greg is now working with those kids.
Oh, nice.
It's always great to hear from Philadelphia. From Maurice, it's all Brooklyn. But hey, we've got some fun people in Philly as well. And speaking of Mr. Brooklyn, he's with Agata Baikatsev.
Well, when you say the name Steve Shutt, lots of great memories. He's been such a stalwart in the Philly community for years and years. And shout out to Steve. He's a wonderful man and just has done amazing work. Agata, this game today, you had a great position, great advantage. What are your thoughts about what happened?
I just didn't have enough time to find the win, and then I just went into the end game, and I guess I messed up there.
You had this critical position, if we could pull it up. It was a moment when you played Queen E7. You seem to be hesitating right here. Was Queen E7 your #1 move, or were you thinking about other moves?
Knight F2.
Knight F2.
And then I saw Queen E7. I played Queen E7. I didn't see that the pawn was hanging. I was going to play Queen E7, Knight C2, and Knight F2. But then I saw the pawn was hanging, and I decided I just
snack on it.
Yeah.
Well, that was still good for you. The critical moment, of course, Knight F2 was winning. Also, the engines like Knight F6 in this position, which is a paradoxical-looking move, bringing the knight back. But this was the moment that I really wanted to talk to you about. You played instead. Oh, by the way, Knight F6, F3, Bishop takes F3. Was the key variation there. But the move Queen E7 takes, Knight B4, this moment right here, you played Queen takes F4. Why didn't you just drop your bishop back?
No, I thought that I was winning there, and I just wanted to simplify it, and I just wasn't really thinking. It was just the time. I had like 10 seconds or something, and I wasn't thinking straight.
The time pressure was serious at this stage, 10 seconds only?
I think we had like 10 seconds here or something.
Oh, tremendous time pressure then. We're making the point that opposite color bishops in the attack are much stronger than anything else, and you should keep the extra bishop. That would have given you so much power. The threats with rook G6 and Queen potentially coming to attack the G2 point, that this would have simplified the game for you. Would have kept the attack going much better than the way you played it. You ended up in an end game.
Yeah.
So what is your score now? You have 3?
Yeah, 3.
3 points. You seem really disappointed by this result.
Yeah, I lost 3 games in a row. I messed up my win against Satonsky, then I lost again, and yeah, I was just hoping for a win today.
Well, you didn't lose though.
Yeah, but it's like blowing another win. It's not the most fun.
It's difficult, this championship though. It's your first one. What are you learning as you play every round? What are you going to be taking away from this tournament?
It's definitely a great experience playing against all these strong players, and it's a real fight each game, and I'm just grateful for that experience and for this opportunity.
It's your first chance. Should we be thinking about you for next year? You're going to become a better player.
I want to get my rating up, and I want to come back next year, but...
Well, that's great attitude. We want you back here, absolutely. Hopefully not doing 6 hours of homework every day.
Last night it was 7.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
How can you manage that and play chess at the same time?
Lots and lots of Red Bulls.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's a challenge. That's definitely a challenge. We hope you can find a little bit more time, get your rating up, and play again next year and find a little more time to really focus on the chess as opposed to too much school while you're playing in the championship.
Yeah. Well, my senior year, I'm going to be taking easier classes. So this is my last physics, math, and I just have like Gen Chem next and some easier like history, some easy like econ, those easy classes.
No, just Gen Chem and econ and the easy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we thank you so much for joining us. And is it going to be another 6 hours today, right now?
Yeah, I have it planned out.
Oh my goodness.
Dinner, then 6 to 1.
Whew. I'm getting tired just listening to this, guys. Unbelievable work ethic of this young lady. Thanks so much for being gracious enough to join us.
And we got she's got 18 minutes to eat dinner. Yes,
I
it's going to take one of the 18 minutes.
You're holding up our time, guys. Come on now, hurry up with the question.
Yeah, this is a really important point, Agatha. You had reached this crucial rook ending, and you had played this move, rook c2, which was excellent. And after a4, you took. It would have been a very simple win for you. Here you drop back with your rook. It would have been a very simple win for you if you had taken the pawn and played 3 versus 1 on the king side, and got your rook behind the pawn. And trust me, go ahead and have fun with your engine, have fun with your homework. But this is a very easy win for you with 3 versus 1 and an active rook.
Way to cheer her up, Yaz.
No. It's just good for our viewers as well as for Agatha's future great successes in her chess career that she recognized this pattern.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right.
Well, speaking of Red Bull, Hikaru Nakamura is still battling in his game, and of course he is sponsored. That's one of his sponsors, Red Bull.
I see. And I thought we just also had another result.
Yes, we do.
do.
The game between Carissa Yip and Alyssa Milakina was a draw. So Alyssa breaking the losing streak, but Carissa, of course, disappointed. And she, we can just look at the very final position, because that is a very basic pawning game that a lot of people screw up.
Oh, just a second.
Well, a lot of people that are just starting the game in particular.
This was the final position. Yeah.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So the idea is you can push the pawn far. Oops, excuse me. But the best you can do is force your opponent into a stalemate situation. You cannot force the pawn home.
The perfect example of mutual zugzwang.
Is it?
I mean, it's the most basic example, right? You can't get more basic than that. Mutual zugzwang?
Mutual zugzwang?
Oh, it's not zugzwang because it's already stalemate. We have to go back one more move to make it mutual zugzwang. But we do have Maurice with Carissa Yip.
Yes, we are with Carissa Yip. Carissa, it looked like you had an interesting game. It was a wild game today. You haven't had a great run since your initial start. What were your thoughts playing this game today? We haven't actually spoken to you in a little while, I think. Coming into this game, what were you thinking?
I mean, I really wanted to win, and I was just going to play solid and wait for her to make a blunder, but then she transposed the King's Indian, and it got kind of sharp. And then at the end, instead of taking a rook, I should have took the knight and had like the 2 bishops. But I thought if I just took the rook, it would be an easy win with the 2 passers, but I think they're too close together.
They were too close together. In the light square, you couldn't dominate. We were surprised when you didn't take the knight. Why? Did you feel like the win was easy? That's what you said. It was an easy win you felt.
Yeah,
with the
I
2
thought like
passers.
the win was easier. Like with the 2 bishops, I would still win, but I thought it might take some like more effort if she like played really good moves and stuff. So I just thought it was like 2 passers should win, but it didn't.
Yeah, next time take those bishops because rooks can't fight bishops. It's such a dominant position. You must be learning a lot from this tournament. Every single round you're fighting against the top players in the United States. Not at scholastic level either. We're talking about the best female players in the country. Any lessons you've learned that you know you're going to take away from this tournament?
Not really.
Well, you better get your coach on this because there's got to be a lot of lessons, especially today. It's already won. Take that 2 bishops position instead of versus the rook. I mean, it's been quite a tournament for you, quite a roller coaster ride.
Mhm.
All right, well, we'll let you go relax. You got 2 more rounds to go and get your head clear. Still some games to be played.
Yeah. Thanks.
Guys.
Thank you, Carissa. So what are the results so far? I think I'll put it like that. We've got 1 game I know with Alex Onishuk, but do we have any others?
Well, we've got also Gadakansky and Chandra, but Gada seems to be just
2 pawns. That was the easy win with the 2 pawns. They're
that
still
game should be over
playing.
soon. Well, remember Akshat from yesterday.
Never resigns, man. This is a kid who never gives up, never says
But he
die.
will very soon now because this is looking to be very close to the end. Meanwhile, Onishuk Nakamura, we've also seen some mass simplification, so that too seems to be headed to Splitsville. But Nakamura first taking a look about whether or not he might be able to, as you say, we should take a quick look whether taking that pawn on c4.
Game.
So it looks like black actually can win a pawn on c4, but will it be enough with the highly reduced material? It doesn't seem that way.
Just a second, let me try to find that. Where's my Hikaru Nakamura game? There you are. And how did he manage to win the f-pawn? Because I actually thought white was doing very well. Seems like Hikaru is still for choice.
And then they ended up trading those 2 pawns, and now the knight.
He didn't force the king all the way back to f7. He could have gone f7 and forced the king to capture it there. But he went here, and this is what we have. So we're anticipating check and knight c4, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right.
And now I'm wondering, maybe I should play. Well, I think this is a dead draw, of course.
But maybe you can make it easier with the move a4 as opposed to
letting him take the pawn. Yeah.
All right. And so we've got another special guest, Alyssa Melikina, today saving a draw, and she's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, well, twice in my career did I lose 5 games in a row, and this was early on when I was an international master playing against amazing world-class players, and it really was a learning experience for me. Alyssa, you've experienced the same thing now, so we're comrades in arm. Way to go.
Well, first of all, thanks for reminding me. I was ready to move on, and here you are bringing up
I did it twice, so I'm up on you as far as losing 5 in a row. But you have to come and play nevertheless. I did too in those 2 tournaments and bounced back. Today, you were in danger. You could have lost again.
Right. Well, I think at times like this, it's important to kind of step back and be able to, I don't know, to laugh at yourself, because this is probably the 4th or 5th game where I'm down the pawn defending in an end game. So I was just thinking, okay, here we go again. But this time it managed to work. But even in the opening, I'm sure it was a King's Indian, and I'm not a D4 player, so it was really strange.
I was shocked when you transposed into a King's Indian. You played C4 and move 3 against her modern. Why did you do that, given that it's not a kind of structure you normally play?
Well, the thing is, I've played the King's Indian for black for many years, and I still play the King's Indian. So, and I knew she was a King's Indian player, so I figured that if I could play anything with D4, it would be against the King's Indian, and it seemed to work. I think I consolidated, and she didn't have an attack, and then probably at the end, before all the exchanges happened, I was better again. And usually in the King's Indian, when the queens come off the board, it's white who has an advantage, and especially I was a pawn up, so I was a bit surprised when the queens were exchanged to find that I had a lot of holes in my position. Her rook was very active, and it was just one of those games, but fortunately this time managed to find the draw, and as the Russian saying goes, stop the bleeding. So, yeah.
We say that in English too.
Yeah, but you know, it's like the Russian saying, like, when you lose a lot, you have to like draw and stop the bleeding. So just looking for a strong finish. And the good thing about a round robin is, you know, even though I'm not doing too well, I still get to play against, you know, the people who are doing well. So I'm playing Nazi tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to a really good fight there.
Wow, you could change the tenor of the tournament playing Nazi. She's now not in first anymore. She's going to be going after you. What's your attitude going into that game?
Well, I absolutely welcome the challenge. You know, I'm here to play chess, here to make my mark, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fantastic attitude. We know in professional sports, teams love to play spoiler. You may be able to do so tomorrow. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your candor, and best of luck in the next 2 games.
Thanks, Maurice.
Guys?
Thank you, Alicia and Maurice. And he has played A4, that is to say, Alex Onishuk against Hikaru Nakamura has played A4. And again, Hikaru trying desperately to squeeze out a win, as is Irina Krush.
Yeah, and
seems like our defending champions are in a similar boat.
They are smelling their last chance to defend their titles, and they are going after it, and you gotta love it. These two mammoth fighters. But let's move to the Irina game, because both of these players only have actually less than 2 minutes on her clock now in Jennifer Yu's case. So this one is more likely to get blunderful. Because there's more pieces on the board and there's less time. The combination of those two factors.
But it's rook and 3 versus rook and 2, right? I mean, she could just take the knight.
That's true. Yeah, she's thinking about, and the game between Kamsky and Chandra has ended, and Kamsky won that game. So we just got 2 games going, and both of them are defending champions. But Jennifer Yu did not play that line. Instead, she played knight c3. Perhaps she thought that she has even better chances here with the threat of d2.
D2.
It does look like a very dangerous threat. So
yeah, well, I mean, there's no problem for black to make a draw, right? Let's just be very clear about that. You can just take the knight, and it's a draw.
Well, I think that both players are trying to win now. Jennifer because of her position, Irina because of her tournament standings, though, or maybe just, I mean, honestly, at this point, just trying to induce a blunder or something with such reduced time.
Right, because she could also play rook c2, rook f2 check, take this pawn, play g5, and that's rook and knight versus rook, easy draw. She's played knight c3, so she's saying, I want to keep my winning chances alive with this move knight c3.
So how do you meet the move knight c3 just with the idea of d2? You can't play king e1, that doesn't help. You can't play rook d5 because of the knight. So Irina has to play rook c5, just hitting the knight, so that if d2, we can play rook takes c3.
Right.
So that move seems box, if I dare say.
Box.
Yasser loves to use that word.
And probably for all of the reasons that you were just mentioning, I'd probably have to play rook e2 to hit your knight. And you've got to be careful. You can't move your knight away and allow d2, for example. This would be a horrendous oops issue.
So she would have to just go back. Oh, I mean, go back to this variation, right, which could have
Right.
happened in the other line as well, or a little bit different, I suppose.
I'm sorry.
No, Rook C5 was played forced, but Irina
Right.
took a long time to play it. She took almost a minute and a half,
And
which
are
is a
they
bit
playing
strange.
now on increment? Jen?
Irina is, Jennifer still has 1 minute and 32 seconds.
And what has she played
It
in
looks like
response?
Jennifer moved her knight. Maybe to E2? Yes, she played knight to E2.
I see.
So just going after G3 and the king better not move. Well, so knight to E2 and Irina again getting down to just 30 seconds on her clock, and now she's lashed out with G4.
G4.
Yes. And we do have a special guest, though, Gata Kamsky, about his victory today over Akshay Chandra.
Five-time U.S. champion Gata Kamsky winning today. Gata, you said something when you sat down. You said, poor guy, he didn't want to lose. He reminds me of me. What do you mean by that?
Well, okay, it's a loaded question, but it's just saying that it's very tough to lose. I remember when I was playing 91 in Linares, and I got 1/2 point out of 12.
Wow.
Yeah. So last round I played Jan Elvest, and I got lucky and I beat him, but still 2.5 out of 13 games wasn't a score that I was really proud of. But you know, in a way, it made me stronger. So I hope for this guy, you know, he gets his lesson and he does what he needs to do.
Yeah, I've lost. We just mentioned when Alyssa sat down, she lost 5 in a row. I've lost 5 in a row twice in my career, and I felt that both those bruisings were really important for my growth as a chess player.
Mm-hmm.
And you're agreeing the same for yourself and for Akshay.
Sure.
You can no longer win this tournament. What are you playing for?
What I'm playing for? Well, I wish I could say I'm playing for money, but okay. No, I'm just, you know, trying to finish my tournament on the good note, trying to practice again because I'm flying to the next tournament the day after the end.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm going to the Russian Team Championship, and it will be a pretty strong tournament. And then, you know, the chess professional life is like that, you know, one tournament ends, another begins, you know, so it's good. So I'm trying to get my form into a better, you know, version that I was here. Okay.
Yeah, very positive attitude and good for our fans to see how a professional responds. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thanks.
You got it. And
back to the Irina crush,
Gay.
Jennifer Yu time scramble. Will Jennifer actually take Irina down? It is looking more and more dangerous with this time pressure from Irina that something could go very wrong. The move Rook E2 just played by Jennifer Yu. And Irina again slipping underneath a minute. You see we got that close up on the clock. She's actually only got 52 seconds left. The move Rook E2, how should she defend now?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at the clocks and the move number. Yeah, well, of course,
it doesn't matter.
There's no extra time
she's not
control.
getting any extra time, and
she's played knight
she
G2.
just made the move knight G2. Okay, that move doesn't look like a.
Doesn't D2 just?
Can't we
She's
play
just blundered.
D2 threatens Rook E1 as well. That's the problem, right? It threatens D1 and Rook E1.
Oh my goodness, that is just unbelievable. She played that
Will
move.
Jennifer find it? Jennifer has just a minute on her clock, but of course D2. But what could Irina have played? What was
Knight
she?
C4.
She
Knight
had to play
C4.
knight
She
C4.
can always sack the knight for the pawn.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
She has no problems at all. It's just going to peter out pretty quickly. I say no problems at all.
Some problems.
Some problems, but totally different. But knight to G2, taking her knight completely away from the action. If she plays D2, it's resigns.
Exactly.
No,
Oh
she
my
hasn't played
goodness,
it.
she didn't
But
do it.
she's getting a reprieve because Irina just simply took back on G4, so now she can just play D2.
Yeah, but it actually was. It's still winning. It's still. She just clarified the situation on G4. Now she just has to find D2. The engines even give the crazy Rook E1 check just for fun or for torture because
that's
really knight
awesome.
takes then D1. But
That's study-like.
but D2 presents no problems at all. She's going to win a rook.
Exactly.
After rook to D5, rook E1 check, get the queen. You're up an entire rook.
And Jennifer seems.
And she's played it.
She's played D2, and this is just.
Unreal. Irina Krush will
Is there
very
some-
likely not win her another championship.
Where is the defensive resource here?
What is that?
I think what Irina had counted on or banked on was this idea that after rook E1 check, king up to f2, her opponent would queen. She would capture the queen and capture
She forgot
the
about
knight.
knight h1. Okay.
She forgot
Knight
about
H1.
knight h1 intermezzo.
Wow.
Ooh.
That is easy. That is what she missed. Knight h1. And knight h1 is the only winning move in this
Right,
position.
because knight e4 allows king f3 with the same idea.
That's right. And she has to, all Jennifer has to do is find knight h1
And
after
it's not
rook
clear that
e1
she
check.
sees it. But she's
I'm
just
sure
going to play
she
rook
does.
e1 anyway.
Oh, she didn't
see
see it. That just, oh my goodness, she must have seen the line, but she's changed
It's good enough.
she hasn't
Come
changed
on,
much.
guys.
She just saved her knight.
It's still good enough.
It's still
for
good
winning.
enough. She's controlling
Well, because
that
she's still threatening to play rook e1 now.
Exactly.
And
she can transpose.
And so now the problem is like if king f1 though.
No, then just
Jennifer,
rook.
just
then
transposes.
It just
Right.
transposes back.
Oh yeah, but then she has to find it anyway.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't blow her win.
Oh no, but I'm saying if king f1, if she has to find knight g3 and then rook e1 again.
Right.
Yeah. So and
it
if she didn't
wins.
see it the first time, she might not see it the second time. That's the whole point, though. So, I mean, is there another win after king f1?
There is. Rook f2
Probably
check wins.
Rook f2 check?
Rook f2
Okay.
and then king e6 and bring the king
Okay.
and also wins. But to have to do that, oh man, let's see if she
Yeah,
plays.
I think that is what she's going to do because she didn't see it the first time. It'd be more difficult to see it.
Nope, she repeated.
She is repeating.
And Irina quickly moving just to make sure that she doesn't get any extra time. And look at this.
Oh my God!
She has repeated
might just
again.
be-
If she repeats a third time, this will be tragic. I don't think she's going to repeat again.
Wait, how many? If she plays knight g3, that's 3, right? So she now has to play rook f2 check.
Well, I don't know. Okay, let me just make sure. I'll get the DGT fee for a second, because I hope I haven't made any repetitions myself. So let's see what we've got. That's 1, yeah?
And we do see king f1.
That's 2.
Now, Jennifer obviously very nervous having Irina on the ropes. Is knight g3 3 times?
So
Oh my
in
goodness,
case
she
of
plays
king
this.
f1, rook f2 check
Changes.
would win the game, because then you would follow it up with
What is this one?
knight c3. That's also got to be winning, right?
No, well, it's just much worse as an attempt. Is it winning? She's going to be able to play rook takes knight and queen and be up a knight.
No, Maurice, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking that if you move your rook,
Yeah.
I'll move my king, Zugzwang. You can't take my knight, I queen. If you move your knight, I'll take...
You have rook e1 also, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're right. If you move your knight to e3, I could take.
But not
So-
the easiest win.
But you were thinking that Jennifer is aiming for this position. And is this a win? It could very well still be a win.
Because after h5, you have g5.
Right. You may not be able to force the swap of one of these pawns. Well, hold on. If you could get in g4, it's close.
annoying.
But, okay, she definitely missed a simple win.
She's missed simple wins.
Well, you could play king
Wins.
f6 there, right? So that if g5, we have king f5.
Sure.
So,
But maybe knight c3, rook d3, rook d3, rook g2.
I kind of feel like she's probably going to play the rook g2 one because
Exactly.
with little time in our clock, that kind of
And
more
we have seen rook
more
d3.
study-like idea of the Zugzwang
But how
seems
about king
unlikely.
How about king f6? Is it your turn? What could you possibly do?
Yeah, sir, if she didn't find the other easy
She's
ones.
played rook
Yeah.
g2.
Yeah, she's going to play for the simple ones right now.
Okay,
she's just
I
taking on
gotcha.
g2. And
Rook
there it
G2.
is. Now Irina Krush's chances of winning are completely gone forever. And now the question is, can she somehow hold this endgame? And I think it's lost.
I do too.
I think it's lost, but somehow to trade off this pawn, which is it's just not possible to do. She's going to have to start digging in. And again, we get the night ending.
Night endgames,
Night
guys.
endgames,
Oh,
boy.
boy.
My favorite endgames. And I have a study that began because of this problem of trying to trade off pawns. One of my favorite creations. But
this one should be lost.
Definitely.
And then we've also got another knight endgame, knight versus bishop endgame that looks like a dead draw in the Nakamura game.
Yeah. Well, let's stay with this because let's see. I mean, there's still some technical issues, okay? It wasn't as badly winning as the Ray Robson, Alex Lenderman game that actually ended up in a draw. So,
oh my goodness, guys, this ending, the Indians saying that this ending is a draw, that this particular endgame after the move king to f3,
yeah.
How do you stop what's about to happen?
Which is g5 and h5? I was looking at king f6, Maurice.
And now
king f4, knight f2.
g5.
Only move, king e6.
King e6, h5.
Oh, h5, and then what are you doing? King g3 and king h4? Yeah.
Yep. h5 takes.
That's exactly
g6,
right.
King f6, g7.
Wow.
And Arena escapes by the hair of a chin-chin-chin.
Endgames. This
wow.
is unreal. Unreal.
But
chess is so, it's all about those end games. She's transposed into an end game. She sees herself a piece up. Will Irina find all the moves? Jennifer had easy win after easy win, but time pressure.
The simplest.
Well, the problem is
it's very hard to understand.
She missed knight h1 though.
If you miss knight
h1,
I think as did Irina, because Irina would never put a knight on g2 if she saw knight h1.
Yeah.
Clear.
Because g2 is ridiculous as a square. But after knight h1, you move your king, we queen, we're up a rook, and that knight's coming out of that corner. There's no question about that. You're up a rook. You guess you need the knight, but
well, to be fair, knight h1 is a very unusual move, and both of them were short on time. And but I think the missing, I think the desire to simplify, which is normally useful especially when you're in time pressure. In this case, bit Jennifer in the back, because if she had just played a move like rook f2 or patiently moved the king forward, in other words, the fact that simplification was possible was the problem, because if it wasn't there, she just would have played, centralized her king, and she would have been winning the game.
Exactly.
Absolutely right.
But this was very tempting, the idea that she could just trade off all the pieces and brainlessly win.
Right.
And that's a good instinct to have, but unfortunately, if it doesn't work, no going back.
No.
This is now a draw. This is going to be a draw, unfortunately, for her. And fortunately, how does this champion continue to survive? Irina was in some trouble against Akshita Gorti, I think it was, and she managed to draw. Then she was supposed to win the game against Tatev. And when I said to her, you know, you should consider yourself kind of, it's like even. You were supposed to lose as knight c3 is on the board. You were supposed to lose, well, you were in trouble, if you will, against Gorti. And there's a draw that we expected in this game, leaving Nakamura a bit further behind Fabiano, now a full point behind Fabiano Caruana in his quest to defend his title. But when I said that to her, you know, you should feel fortunate about that. You shouldn't feel so bad, because after all, you could have lost the game against Gorti, and then you should have maybe won against Tatev, but it evened out. She said, no, I don't care. I played disgusting chess. That's all I care about. But I don't know what she's going to feel about this one, because she was gone.
Yeah.
She was gone, and gone easily. She was just gone. She's got to thank her lucky stars that she's standing still potentially close to the leader, although she doesn't control her own destiny right now. But it looks as though she's going to make the draw in this position. There's nothing stopping what looks like king g4 and h5. The knight can't get to f6, controlling that square. So there it is. A miraculous save. Again, the end games. Boy, the end games, end games, end game. Every time we keep talking about it.
Wow. I'm still... I can't understand why you don't play rook e1 check. I mean... Okay, not to see knight h1, what can I say? That looks like you have to see knight h1.
Well, you definitely see it once you play rook e1. That's the sad part. If you just play rook e1, then you'll definitely see it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too bad that, unfortunately, she looked too far and saw that after rook e1 check king f2, she wasn't totally sure after d1. But
Wow. Wow. Well, a miracle save for our defending champion, as she knew she was taking risks. She could have made a draw multiple times herself, but a lucky escape, a narrow escape for Irina Krush.
Which leaves her in the competition still, and leaves, of course, Jennifer Yu wanting more.
Yes. You feel like you really let a big one get off the hook here if you're Jennifer Yu.
And we're seeing time and time again, the end game is what's costing these players. You've got to study your end games. We said that at the top.
It's the kids. The kids are, they don't have their technique. Agatha, who just came, I mean, that rook ending, you should know stone cold that the 3 versus 1 on the king side versus the outside pass pawn, and we're seeing failure. They play great chess, openings, middle games, and then they let the big points slip away. Oh my.
And here we have our defending champion getting set up with Maurice. And, you know, the funny thing is, despite her poor form, Irina still got a pretty good score. I wonder if she's up either points. Probably about even. 6 out of 9.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice score. But, boy, she just hasn't played great chess. She still has 2 games remaining, but she hasn't played her very best, and she's going to be as frustrated and upset with herself as she was in the last few days. I think we're going to see even a more angry and extreme one today.
Are you prepping your pep talk?
No, I'm just preparing Maurice for the interview, because he might bite his head off. But he's ready with another interview.
Yeah, with someone I hope doesn't bite my head off for asking tricky questions. Today you were down a half a point only. Did you, when you looked at what happened with Wesley and saw that a draw happened pretty quickly, were you thinking maybe you need to try to win, or did you have that just going in, that you wanted to win today?
I just kind of wanted to get a position. I mean, actually, Wesley's game, okay, I saw it was going to be a draw, but I knew Fabiano was going to win. I mean, out of the opening. I mean, after maybe 12, 13 moves, I mean, once I saw G6, F5, I knew he was going to win the game. But actually, in my game, I was quite fortunate because I got a great position out of the opening. I mean, Alex just, well, he didn't play well. Let me put it that way. I mean, his whole idea was just terrible with this bishop a6. I mean,
that was strange, trading off the light square bishop and trading off queens and giving.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was uncomfortable with the position. I mean, it's not his sort of position, but to trade off everything and just go into something that positionally is much worse was kind of surprising. And then yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit better, not much. And then somewhere around time control, I thought I tricked him and I was winning, but I don't think I'm ever winning. I mean, it's right around move 40 where it gets really interesting. Because yeah, I used like a half hour and I was.
So he played
not
this move,
expecting
D5.
Yeah, I was. I mean, this was my king c6 is the first move that I thought about, and I thought about d5 right away, and then used a half hour calculating other lines because I wasn't so sure that there was enough. But yeah, this kind of happened, and then yeah, I mean, I tricked him. Basically, he didn't see this. I'm sure he didn't see this d4 idea. I mean, it's very beautiful. Bishop b4, king d7, and I mean, because he played it right away, I'm sure that he didn't see it. But somehow it's still, I mean, after bishop d2, it's not, I don't think it's enough to win. Yeah, bishop e7, a5, of course, is a very nice study, and just I mean, you can't stop the pawn. But yeah, somehow after bishop d2, it's still a game, and I mean, probably the last chance I had was to go king e6, I think. So if you keep going forward, yeah, right about here, king f4. I mean, king e6 is probably the only move, but yeah, knight e6, I think it draws. But after king e6, king e3, I mean, I think it's still probably a draw. Like king f5, king d3, h5, and now something like I think king e2 just to be safe. King e2, h4, and something like bishop b4. And I mean, so basically what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to, I'm going to end up a pawn, but I don't think I can prevent black or prevent white from exchanging one set of pawns. And if I only have one pawn on the queen side, I can't win the end.
So show us a
yeah,
sample
so like
variation.
Okay, so like h3, king f1, or actually no, h3 allows bishop d6 right away. Sorry, h3 allows bishop d6. So yeah, keep going. h5, king e2, h4, bishop b4. I mean, like, I don't know, like king e4 maybe. I don't know, king e4, bishop d6. Yeah, king e4 is so king e4, bishop d6. I don't know, like b5 for example. Maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, about these moves, like b5, and I think maybe like b3 here might be enough. Yeah, b3 I think. And basically, I can't ever stop a4. So like knight f3, a4, and all these endgames are drawn. I mean, as far as I can tell, a6 takes king f1. But I mean, I can't win this, or b4. I mean, I can't win because I'm never going to be able to get the h pawn down. The king cuts it in. I mean, even if I win the b pawn, I mean, even if I f and h come off and I win the b pawn, it's still a draw. So, I mean, it's very tricky. But yeah, I think Alex played quite well. I mean, at this point. So I didn't see a win. I mean, I didn't see a win. It's probably king e6 is a better try than what I did in the game.
Right.
But I mean, I'm quite sure that Alex would have found these ideas. It's not that hard.
So you say. You're 2,800.
Yeah, but Alex is a very good player. I mean,
he is absolutely.
Very strong.
He's won a championship himself. So you're now in a situation where you're a point behind with 2 rounds to go. What are your thoughts going into the next 2 rounds?
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, really the tournament came down to 2 rounds for me. I mean, sure, I can win 2 games and maybe I'll get lucky, but realistically, I think even if I win 2 games, I'm not tying for first. You know, it comes down to 2 games. I didn't, in the 3rd round with White, I didn't put any pressure on Chandra, and that cost me a critical half point, and so I went crazy against Fabiano. And I've been trying to get back into it since then, but it's very hard when you don't start off well. And I mean, I'm glad that at least today I got some chances, because considering the rock that Alex usually is with White especially, at least I had something to play for. But there's 2 more rounds, and for me, I'm just going to try and finish in the top 3, I guess.
Well, we look forward to seeing those 2 rounds from you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hikaru.
Try to finish in the top 3, which qualifies to the Blitz Squad.
Oh,
with Gary
of
Nesbitt,
course.
remember?
Oh, I definitely want Hikaru in that mix. No question about that. So where are we standing, Jen? Bring us up to date.
We've got Fabiano Caruana in first, Wesley So right behind with 6.5 points, and tied for 3rd, Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura. Meanwhile, we all have all the results in the Women's Championship as well, because Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush did draw that game. So we've got Tatev in clear lead with 7 points. Great score out of 9 games. Just behind, 6.5 points, and tied for 3rd, Anna Zatonski and Irina Krush. Very similar between the championship and the Women's Championship. We've got both very exciting finales set up for both tournaments. But we do have Jennifer Yu in studio. She's with Maurice.
With the 14-year-old Jennifer Yu, after she is drawn against Irina Krush, the 7-time champion. Jennifer, it seemed like you had this game so close in hand. Tell us what happened.
Well, yeah, I might have thought that I didn't. I looked for a win, sort of, and I think I might have gotten a win, but it wasn't. It was just a draw, so I didn't really look that far. And also, I missed the move. I missed the winning continuation. So, but I thought that was a good game, except I messed up in the end. But yeah,
no, it was tremendous. You were totally outplaying her at one point.
Yeah.
Were you shocked that she kept playing moves that instead of taking a draw, it looked like she was actually trying to beat you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I could get that because I think she definitely needs like a win right now. So I thought that would definitely help me because I think I was pushing. So if she didn't take the draw, then I had the advantage.
Absolutely. Take us to this moment that we thought you just had a simple win when you could have played rookie 1 check and get a queen. This is the position as you see right here on the screen. Did you see the move rookie 1 check?
Yeah, I saw it, but I missed knight h1.
Knight h1.
I looked at knight e4. And then...
There it is, the unusual knight moves that cost games. We thought this might have been where you missed it, and she might have missed this move as well. So tricky geometrics in the end game. We've seen that happen. A lot of end games that the youngsters are not winning or drawing. How much time do you spend studying the end game?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is it something that you study? Like, do you look at end games a lot?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. All right, well, we're seeing you got to keep on looking at them and mastering them because they count for points.
Yeah.
So your status in the tournament right now, you have how many points?
3.5.
3.5? Not so bad. 2 rounds to go. Tell us finally, what lessons can you take away from this tournament?
Well, this is, you have to be very careful at every part of the game. Doesn't matter if you're completely winning or losing. Every single move can, especially in the end game, it can change the result a lot. So, like, don't relax, even if you're completely winning. Yeah.
Big lesson. That's a big one. You take that away, and you'll gain 100 rating points, performance alone. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. We appreciate it, and best of luck in your next 2 games.
Yeah. Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Maurice. Bigness. Oof. And very, very, very fortunate result for Irina.
That's right.
Keeps her still in there, but okay, she's going to need a lot of help to successfully defend her title or to get to a tiebreaker playoff.
Yeah, it's really all about Tatev and her next couple games, and particularly tomorrow,
Yes.
the penultimate round. You know,
And Tatev will have white.
yeah. So how is she going to do against Akshita? And she plays Akshita in the last round, I believe. So.
If we are set up, we can see what the road to the championship for the players might look like. Or actually, I'm sorry, we have a
first
guest.
we have Irina Krush with Maurice.
Of course, Irina is with us.
We're with the 7-time champion, Irina Krush, and we had dinner last night, Irina, and you felt pretty bad about your last 2 games. Today was not much better. What were your thoughts when you were in the middle of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I thought playing a reverse Benko was an interesting decision, but in hindsight, probably not the best. I mean, you're playing with an extra tempo, but a pawn down, you know. So, like, if you're black, you know, all of the lines, you know, where you equalize, you know, that's fine. As white, when you should try to win, you know, the reverse Benko maybe not the best choice. And to be honest, I thought my opponent played well in sense like, you know, not really giving me a chance to develop much of an initiative. I mean, I felt fine, and obviously I kind of, you know, walked along the edge of the precipice a couple of times in this game when, you know, I could have, let's say, repeated moves or something like that.
It seemed like you could have drawn
even at the end, even when I was down a pawn, I was still trying to play. I mean,
so you were trying to win even though you were down.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, of course, that's a very risky thing to do, and I should have been punished for that. But when she played, I think it was d3, and I took the pawn on e5 with the rook. I mean, I saw that I could take with the knight, take the pawn on g6, move back my rook to the d file, give up my knight, and then trade off all the pawns and just, you know, simple draw. But I tried, you know, to keep more pawns on the board, and she found a really good move, rook a1. You know, I don't know. I felt like there were some problems after that move. At least I couldn't solve them because she always has this idea of rook a4 attacking my knight. So, yeah, really could have lost this one.
You really could have. And this move, you played knight g2 when you could have played knight c4. When you played knight g2, did you miss the fact that she had knight h1 at the end, this tactic?
I mean, to be honest, I had very little time, so I can't say I calculated, you know, this so well. I mean, I did see knight h1 during the game. So knight c4, how does this work? So on, what's the idea that on, what do I do on d2?
Well, this pawn's
rook d5.
You're gonna have to capture. Well, I don't know about
okay, the knight is trapped. And what if she would have taken on g4 and played like knight e4? Yeah, what if she takes on, so d2, yeah, okay, let's say, no, knight c4, d2, yeah, pawn, okay, because I'm also threatening, yeah, I'm threatening this pawn, and if before she plays d3, if she takes on g4, what's going on here?
She just takes.
Well, here, yeah, and what, in d2?
d2, knight takes.
And knight takes, and I'm,
and
what?
then h5, no?
Trading everything.
No, just knight takes. Knight takes and then h5.
Good enough. Yeah, just in time pressure, I just didn't calculate that.
They put the knight on g2, which was a woeful square.
Yeah,
and
very bad.
Could have easily lost.
Yeah.
Well, the situation now is interesting to say the least. Tatev Abramian has won her game. Did you see the way she won against
No, actually, I thought it finished so fast. At first, I thought it was a draw, and then I saw that somehow she had won Anna's queen or something.
Yes. Were you shocked by that? I mean, right out of the opening, a blunder by Anna that just missed the tactic. And how did your frame of mind shift when you saw that this had happened?
Not too much. I mean, by that point, I was in the middle of my game, which I couldn't manage to get an advantage in. I mean, I was still down a pawn, so I had my own problems on the board. Yeah, I think I would say my opening choice in this game was not the best, you know, but Jennifer made some good moves, I think. Like h5 was a really unexpected and interesting move. The idea of opening up the king side and, you know, rook h to c8. She played very carefully, actually. She made all the moves that really I was expecting for a while. Like also some moves that I wasn't expecting that I thought were interesting.
Just in this position, h5, queen a3 was possible going into a good Benko endgame. Although, given that you were thinking you were trying to win the game, you didn't want to trade queens.
Yeah, can we bring up that position? I know what you're talking about.
Because in the Benko, you just trade queens and be very
I was always looking at that idea of queen a3. So which moment before? After
it was the very moment she played h5.
She played h5. Yeah, I'll show you what I was looking at.
You played
yeah.
h4
So okay, so queen a3. She's going to trade queens. Yeah, trade b6. Rook fa1, right? And even a5 did not seem amazing to me. I mean, I get a pawn back, b5 here. You know, and I just didn't, I didn't think white was really, had that much. I mean, of course I can play knight takes a5 and there's going to be a trade. She can play rook c8 and I can play knight b3. It just didn't feel like very much. So that's kind of the problem that, yeah, I had moves like that would get me the pawn back, but in terms of, you know, winning.
What happens on bishop takes knight here instead?
Yeah, bishop takes.
And then knight a5?
Yeah. What's the threat? There's rook h to c8. There's bishop d5 maybe. Yeah. But even and there's like rook c8 next yeah.
Well,
so you see, I'm not really going anywhere over here. So
and if a knight goes back to b3, blocking everything up.
Yeah, I just don't think I'm better, you know. I don't see any big deal. Like, sure, you know, get the pawn back. Of course, in the Benko, you're going for something more than that. But, you know, I saw plenty of lines like this in the game, but they just weren't getting me anywhere. So I just kept playing. But she just made good moves, and you know, I don't think I ever had more than equality. Which, yeah, I just think these two games that I played with white against Ashritha and today, just over the board, not great improvisation, you know.
So you're a point behind. You can't affect the situation at all.
Yeah.
10 years in a row, it's been you or Anna, but now two women lead you both. One you can control because you played Nazi in the last round. What are your thoughts going forward?
Yeah, well, I guess Tev looks like in a good position to win. I mean, you can see all the kind of the good fortune is going to her. You know, she saved a bad position against me yesterday, and today she beat Anna with black, so you really can't ask for better results than that. And so I'm sure she'll capitalize on that.
And you, for your last two rounds?
You know, I'm just going to try to play some decent games, you know. Yeah.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing those games.
Irina, I just want, in case you didn't see the tragedy that befell Anna, I'll bring up the board for you so you can take a look. So this was a position, and I don't know if you've been victimized by this particular tactic yourself. I've fallen into every mistake that's possible, so I certainly have been victimized. Anna captured this pawn, thinking she's a nice safe pawn ahead. Knight takes, queen takes. Let's trade queens. The bishop goes to b7.
Bishop c5. Oops.
Oops.
That's what happened?
That's what happened.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not a good thing to fall into. Could she have taken with the knight?
Yes, of course.
And then she was
okay, right?
Slightly better.
Yeah.
Yes, that was necessary.
That's unfortunate.
Have you been victimized by that little tactic yourself?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Not in a 1 minute game even? And then she probably
Certainly
forgot
tactics
about
on that diagonal. We
Yeah.
get victimized early in our careers.
Yeah.
Tactics
You
along
have
the
a lot to
diagonal.
look forward
But the
to.
specific type tactic, though, is not
Yeah,
that.
I don't think I've faced it in a serious game. I mean, in Blitz, maybe. I've certainly seen it in tactics books. I've had a lot of practice with
I
that.
actually did it myself in a real game, I pointed out.
Yeah.
At any rate, you didn't fall for that one. You survived today, and we hope
Yeah,
to
look,
see you
there's
play.
a bright side. I didn't blunder my queen.
There's
There you
always a
go.
bright side. As long as we're still breathing, there's a bright
Yeah.
side.
By
And
the
more
way,
tournaments to play.
Hakuna Matata.
Oh, did you watch Lion King?
I watched some excerpts of it on YouTube,
Oh,
Maurice.
look-
Yes.
Can you believe this young lady had never seen Lion King?
Oh, wow.
Before?
Even with your little sister?
Unbelievable.
That's surprising. She has a little sister.
I tried to find it on Netflix, but they didn't have The Lion King, so I watched Robin Hood instead
Oh.
to prepare for this game.
Oh, well, see, that's the problem. Well, Hakuna Matata.
No worries.
There you
All
go.
right, more karaoke, I'm sure, in the last couple rounds here of our coverage of the 2016 U.S. Championship. But let's take a look at the road ahead for the women leaders. No, we've got Tatev Abrahamian is playing Gorky with white and Aswaran with black, so those are two huge games. Meanwhile, half a point behind is Nazi Pikizzi. She's playing Melikina and Crush. Anna Zatansky, a full point behind the leaders, playing Yu and Yip. Meanwhile, in the championship, the overall championship, we've got Fabiano Caruana who's playing Kemsky and Chandra. Wesley So is playing Robson and Lenderman. Robson is playing So and Nakamura, and Hikaru Nakamura will be playing against Zhang and Robson. And let's take a look at how the leaderboard looks for the U.S. Championship. Well, Fabiano Caruana in clear first with 7 points. Wesley So at 6.5. Third place, we've got Ray Robson with 6. And in fourth, we had, I think Nakamura has 6 as well, I believe. Is that right? Yeah.
I think so as well.
Yeah, so Nakamura and Ray still just a full point behind Caruana. Still a lot of ground to cover, but in it mathematically, just like Irina and Anna. And exactly, we've got similar setup here in the Women's Championship. It's actually pretty funny. They line up exactly. One player with 7 points, a full point ahead, half a point ahead of her nearest rival, Nazi, and then 2 players hunting, trying to win both their games, Anna Zatansky and Irina Crush.
Just a second. Jennifer, quick question for you, because it only occurred to me. In the championship section, they want to be top 3 finishers so they can play with Gary Kasparov, the Blitz. What happens, as we've just seen, a tie between Ray and
if there's a tie
Hikaru?
for third through fourth. It's funny, I was just asking International Arbiter and Tony Rich, the executive director of the club, about that, and I think we didn't actually make any provisions for that because this was kind of like a last minute thing.
Tie breaks
Gary
for the first
Kasparov.
place, yeah.
So I'm not sure is the answer, but I think
Okay.
it is probably going to be math tie breaks.
No, come on.
I think that's what Tony said, but we'll get confirmation on that for you tomorrow.
All right.
And meanwhile, our final thought from Maurice Ashley.
Well, 9 rounds in the books, and we just keep seeing surprises after surprises. Some things we're not too happy with is the technical side of things in the end game that players are missing, but others, just sparkling chess. The attack today by Fabiano Caruana was simply magnificent. Tatev, there is definitely a lucky star over that purple hair because Bishop C5 was spectacular, but not that hard to see. Unfortunately for the champion, Anna Zatonsky, the former champion, she fell into this trap. But we are seeing some new blood, fresh faces. 10 years has passed. 10 years have passed with only 2 champions on the ladies' side. That is Anna and Irina. We should, or will we see a new face come with 2 players now atop the leaderboard, one being Tatev and another being Nazi. And on the other side, it's the same. It's been the Kamsky and Nakamura show ever since this club, the St. Louis Chess Club, started the championship. We may be seeing a new face there as well. So an interesting time in U.S. chess as the strongest tournament in history is about to conclude with 2 rounds to go. Should be fun.
It will be fun.
Thank
so
you.
stay tuned with us. Tomorrow we are going to have the penultimate round, and that is always big.
The championship rounds coming up, rounds 10 and 11.
That's right, 12:50 Central Standard Time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.